Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, oh, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker the other.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, we should film
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
All right. Whew. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I had if you follow the channel, you know that I had another stream planned Wednesday, and I prepped for it and stuff, and then my dad kind of last minute. I had some stuff come up. I'll just leave it at that. I had some personal family stuff come up, and then I was busy this weekend, etc. But yeah, when I tried to like play it, it kept wanting to play like the other stream because I had privated it but not deleted it. So like it was live on a private stream that goes out to no one. Took me a second to fix that. Sorry about that. And then of course, oh my gosh, it was so hectic. I was so busy today. Of course, I was out and I was like, oh man, I need to cut my hair. So I'd already showered. Oh, I need a different shirt. Apparently this shirt is triggering the green screen. Sorry about that. What? Okay, there we go. I was like, Why is gray triggering the green screen now? But yeah, no. I'm alive. I just got stuff to do. My life has been getting a little busier. I don't know how the fuck people manage their like I understand full-time streamers like Hassan and shit that like make all their money. I don't understand how people like Connor work a full fucking time job, take care of their kids, stream regularly, and then be going to events and shit. Like what's your fucking and work out? Like what the fuck? What drugs are you taking to fucking make all that work? Maybe I'm just too ADHD and I get too easily distracted, but like, I don't know how the fuck people do that. Like if I, you know what I mean? If I didn't have to take care of my kids and make money and do shit for family, like, yeah, I totally understand how you could like stream full time, but I have no idea how people do that. It's wild to me. But anyways, getting caught up. Getting the camera straight, getting everything good to go. I'm a little behind. This has been crazy for politics. I mean, I know my audience tends to skew a little bit older than like maybe most political streamers. Not a ton older, but I know most of you guys are like 30s, 40s, with some of you are in your 20s. I don't have a ton of Gen Z audience. But like I was alive for, I voted for Obama his first term when I was a kid, when I was 18. Like I was alive for the Bush years. And I lived through like the 9/11 stuff. Yeah, I was young, but like this is a wilder time for politics even than like 9/11. Like I thought when I went through 9/11, barring like something crazy, like I assumed that was going to be shit that like I couldn't explain to Gen Z, right? Like seeing that they don't remember 9/11, I was like, yeah, that was such a crazy time in politics. You don't get it. But like, this is wild. Yeah, I mean, Reagan assassination attempt, certainly wild. The Nixon years were certainly wild. You know what I mean? The Vietnam protests and the draft and stuff. But again, I wasn't alive for that. So maybe it really just is, kind of a cyclical thing that you don't really get. But I mean, I lived through, the 9/11 and Iraq war and people lying and gaslighting into wars and, all of that. And I think that was a big wake up moment for a lot of us. It was like, oh, you guys are all liars. Like, but even still, this feels crazier than then. Like this feels significantly more, I don't know the right term, charged. I mean, social media really wasn't much of a thing back then. I mean, like it was, we had MySpace and we had Facebook, but like algorithms that were feeding off of our insecurities and, political rage and shit like that, that wasn't really a thing. So I don't know. Maybe it's the introduction of social media, and the polarizing effect that has had, and the collapsing media trying to gain more relevance, so they're more sensational. But it's not like the media and shit is any more sensational than like the fucking McCarthy era. You remember when Reagan got shot, Grid? I didn't realize you were that old. Not to like, trash talk you or anything. I just didn't realize you were that old. Let me see. Let me get the camera settings good. Yeah. Doesn't it, John? Like, I remember, like before woke had anything to do with like leftism. It's going to get dark for a second. You guys know the deal. There we go. I remember like before wokeism and like woke meant the left, like the woke were people that realized that your government and the media were lying to you. Right? Like that's what it meant to be woke. Like you were awake. Like you understood that the Council on Foreign Relations and the Bilderbergs and like, the powerfully connected corporations We're feeding you corporate bought and paid for bullshit. But like the normal average day person lived much like the modern day Democrat lives, right? Like they lived in a bubble where like whatever was said to be true was just assumed to be true. And it's very interesting seeing the right, which I always, growing up, I was communist. Eventually I became a libertarian. And as I got older and more libertarian, I became more conservative. But like the right was always the one that seemed kind of like living in their own fantasy world, especially like, when we had like Columbine and like the Satanic Panic and like, Twisted Sister, and like fighting, like fight rebel music was like, causing mass shootings and shit. Like it was the right that was living in this weird thing where they couldn't break the media narratives. And it was the right, it was the left that like had like free speech comedians and fought to power and explained corporations. And it's just been so interesting watching this 180 as the pendulum swings, where the left are completely and fully captured by like stakeholder capitalism. Like if you say the right things, they'll just go along with whatever the World Economic Forum decides for them. It's been surreal living through this. I remember when Twisted Sister was considered woke. I missed the 80s. Did I leave Twitch willingly or was I removed? I left willingly. But I mean, I kind of was removed. So I wasn't banned from Twitch, but I was heavily shadow banned. And I just kind of saw the writing on the wall and knew that I was eventually going to get banned from Twitch. And my rationale was kind of like, if I leave Twitch, I really like Twitch. I like the API. I like, the channel point system, right? Like I like having like people being able to spend points on games and chat. And like, I miss having little videos pop up that you guys could watch like in the middle of a debate, I miss like some of the engagement and interactment that Twitch fosters. But the censorship started getting really bad. My numbers started dropping. I would raid people and like it would say I had 32 people and then I would raid with like 70 and then their numbers would go up by 100 and like vice versa. And the thing is that like the biggest reason I left Twitch more than anything was if I get banned on Twitch, then I can't be on anyone's Twitch streams. But if I just leave Twitch and I'm on YouTube, right, then I can just be on their stream via Discord or Streamlabs or, any of 100 different programs that they, might want to talk with me through, right? And I kind of realized that, like, if I stayed on Twitch, eventually I was going to, because the COVID stuff, I managed to not get banned on Twitch when Twitch was a little bit better about COVID than YouTube. But like I had a lot of people coming after me and I just saw a lot of people like just mentioning queer theory and like, grooming, social emotional learning, transformative social emotional learning, queer theory, in terms of like, Halperin or, Gail Rubin or, Foucault, like the roots of queer theory and the pedophilia associated with it. And all of those things, I knew that like I was probably going to get banned at one point anyways. And then I wouldn't be able to be on anyone else's Twitch streams. Like I wouldn't be able to do anything because I'd be banned on Twitch and they would by proxy get banned on Twitch or, get temporary suspensions just for having me on the show. So I realized that like Twitch is just not a safe place to be because it'll literally being on Twitch can ruin your online career as opposed to being on YouTube doesn't have that problem, right? Like if I get banned on YouTube and I go over to Rumble, nobody that's doing a YouTube or Twitch panel like can't not have me on because I was banned from YouTube. Or heaven forbid I have a video go viral or something or a clip go viral. They can't get banned just by watching the fucking clip. Rothbardy's still over there on Twitch in the comments section, so it pops up on chat. It's so funny. Like, I do wish that if Twitch rescinds he's commenting on Twitch because like I have the chat integrated with Twitch. So he's watching on YouTube because I'm not streaming to Twitch, but he's in the comments section on my Twitch channel. And because my chat is integrated with both, it'll pop up in the Twitch chat. Which, like, if anybody like did anything sus, I would just remove the chat from screen and like get rid of it, but nobody's done it yet, so I'm just like, whatever, if you want to do that and that's how you want to do it, have fun. You know, I'm not going to stop you. Proactive Kimmy. Are you proactive because you're for progress? Because you like to act first? Or did you just have a really bad acne problem? Everyone point and stare. I'm kidding. Welcome to the chat. But yeah, so that was primary reason why I left Twitch. But getting off of that, and like I said, I had family stuff come up. You know, obviously it's associated with my family and the fact that my grandfather died recently, and I had work and stuff to do. But some of it was last minute. But I don't want to really get into those details on stream. But yeah, the politics has been crazy. It has been insane. The JD Vance thing is something I really want to talk about. I don't really have time to get into it now. But yeah, I mean, I really, and the tacit support for Larry Fink, essentially promising Black Rock CEO, former Fed, cabinet position, and JD Vance being a fucking socialist that's anti-libertarian. I cannot in any way, shape, or form do anything but condemn Donald Trump. Like, don't tell me you're a fucking libertarian when you're voting for a guy that's got a anti-libertarian socialist fucking VP and is putting on fucking BlackRock. Donald Trump has bought the swamp with him. I don't know if he's done it to hopefully because he thinks he can make a deal with the devil and get more done if he brings the swamp with him and works with him. But he's not there to drain the swamp at this point. His previous presidency probably should have been enough to kind of dispel that. But there was a lot of really good excuses in the sense that, he was under constant impeachment. When even before he was president, his own anti-war team was, put out. This is a big divide for ANCAPs. Do you vote? I do vote. So I think this concept that not voting is the principled position is fine, right? I'm fine with that position. I don't camera ? My camera's frozen. It looks fine on my end. Let me look at the YouTube end. It says I have an excellent connection. Yeah, it looks fine on my end. So I do vote. I will explain the circumstances though in which I vote and why I vote. So as far as I'm concerned, I view voting as a form of violence. I do. I view voting as a form of violence. You are giving credence to a certain point to someone in a position of authority to have control over people's lives, right? But the problem is that whether or not I vote, that person exists and has credence. Like they have authority. I don't know why I said credence again. They have authority over my life. So then the question becomes, was it okay to vote for the lesser of two evils? No, it's not okay to vote for the lesser of two evils because you're still giving voice and support and power to evil. You're actively giving someone power. And the thing is that you can't justify, oh, well, this person was 100% bad and this person was 20% bad, right? Because it's the same thing as like utilitarian calculus of like, we're going to maximize happiness. Well, it's a subjective value, number one. And number two, you don't actually know the outcomes of your choice. So the only time that I will vote is if a candidate has given me no inclination whatsoever that they will increase the power, the size, the scope, the authority, whatever word you want to use, of the state. So the only time I'm willing to vote, so I'm not voting for Donald Trump, and I wasn't going to vote for him even if he didn't do those two things that I said, because of some of his stances and evidence of behavior on not necessarily war, but his calls for tariffs, for example, his calls, his record and calls for, cracking down on district attorneys and, reinstituting the drug war to some extent. All of those things are anti-libertarian abuses of power that give the government power over my life. And that's the thing, is that like 20% evil can turn into a greater evil down the road, right? It is funny, but right. Like when you say, oh, well, there's this, this person wants to give this power and this person wants to give less power. But the thing is that if you're giving the government one more power, that power will be used by your enemy, and it becomes this kind of chipping away at the individual liberty and rights and property rights that we have here in America. So I very rarely vote. For example, I will give you an example of someone I did vote for, and I'm mostly happy with my vote, which is Governor Glenn Youngkin of Virginia. When he ran, he didn't have much of a political record. He was a businessman. He ran on reducing taxes, reducing the authority of the state, and he ran on getting woke shit out of schools by making meetings for school boards transparent, and a couple other things. But he didn't have a single policy position that was an increase of the power of the state. And the one that really got me was he promised, and he fulfilled this promise, which is that he would abolish the grocery store food tax in Virginia. So in Virginia, prior to this governor, our current governor, Glenn Youngkin, when you went to the grocery store, you paid a Virginia state tax on your groceries. And he said, inflation's bad, and one of the ways I can quickly kind of alleviate some of the stress of inflation is to get rid of grocery stores tax, so that like when you go grocery shopping, I can kind of undo some of that inflation by making it cheaper when you go to the grocery store, because we're no longer going to take those taxes. And because those taxes are kind of like regressive, right? Like the percentage of your income that you spend at the grocery store, it does go up as you get more wealth. But for the most part, it becomes a smaller and smaller portion of your wealth. So it's taxing the poorest among us the most. And it's leading to people, it's the government involved in making people less healthy because their food choices are more limited, because they're unnecessarily expensive. And he repealed it, right? So that is a vote that I did as an ANCAP that I'm happy with, because he hasn't instituted any new, increase in, like he's reduced regulation, he's reduced taxes, some of the worst taxes he's reduced, and culturally, he, had most of the social conservative values that I tend to mostly align with. But for the most part, I don't pick the lesser of two evils. I don't vote like this. I vote, and if I do vote, I vote like for Cthulhu, or I write in Ron or Rand Paul or something, right? I do a protest vote that the candidates both suck. But again, I will vote if the evidence that I have, because the way that I see it, and people say, well, that's wrong because you're giving power and authority to the state. No, that power and authority already exists, right? Like if I'm in a room and someone breaks into my home and they put my my children in the room, and there's two people there, and they say person A and person B, one of these people is going to hold that gun, and they're going to be the only person in this room that's allowed to hold the gun. And person A says, I'm going to shoot your children, right? And person B says, I'm just going to shoot one child, right? That's when it gets kind of iffy, because voting for the lesser evil in that situation is a form of is defensive, right? So I wouldn't even say that voting for someone that's going to be less evil in a regard is like it becomes a gray area there, and it's a gray area that I'm not comfortable engaging in, right? Like if either one of them say I'm going to do something, I'm not comfortable engaging in the lesser of two evils, because both of them are saying, you know, the gun holder has the right to arbitrarily kill people, right? And you're affording that right to both people. So I do agree for ANCAPs and libertarians that it is a gray area, but but it is violence, and it's defensive violence. The state already exists. So if you're not acting in such a way that reasonably looks like it's helping dismantle the state in some regard, then I would say that you are almost certainly acting against your own rational self-interest. I wouldn't call it aggression, but I would say that it's dumb and potentially immoral. But I reverse that for my own personal moral prescriptions. When talking about a candidate that, for every intents and purpose, all the evidence that I have strongly suggests that they are going to actively dismantle portions of the state in some capacity, without unduly growing other portions of the state. But you never know once that person's in power. But again, once that person's in power, it's a second order consequence. So to call it an act of aggression is kind of stupid. Will I be voting for Chase Oliver? No, I won't be voting for Chase Oliver. You have to earn my vote. Chase Oliver is a leftist philosophically. And so I don't care that he has like the right, you know, positions on aggression and non-aggression, you know, like about like the government. What and again, this is also about looking at the evidence and whom do you trust, right? And what are you supporting? Because you're not just supporting libertarianism and the non-aggression principle. You're also supporting their moral character, their philosophical views and opinions, and someone that says that they consider themselves Antifa because they're anti-fascist, someone that says that they want to take their niece to drag queen shows, their underage niece to drag queen shows because family-friendly drag is perfectly fine, someone that says that Drag Queen Story Hour is made-up bullshit by conservatives that is overblown, that has no understanding of social-emotional learning and, you know, sexual citizenship for children, you know, some of the really dubious evil shit in pedagogy, someone that bought into all of the COVID hysteria from the government and only said something based about COVID once states tried to fight COVID laws with their own laws that basically made it illegal for corporations and companies to fire someone for not getting the COVID vaccine. All of a sudden they come out of the woodwork and be like, we have to stop this. This is anti-libertarian. But they had nothing to fucking say about lockdowns, about, you know, OSHA, about, federal abuses of authority, you know, nothing to say about Biden, defying the Supreme Court on rent moratoriums, right? Like none of that shit. He had no base libertarian position. He just quietly kind of sat and watched as the left gained in power and abuse over our lives. But all of a sudden he has something to say when it's, you know, when the conservatives are the one that are doing it. I see that one-sided philosophical bent, and I see that he is a poison pill because that philosophy, I think, comes downstream. You can't let that subversive socialist mindset, that altruistic mindset into libertarianism, because it will just eat away and rot libertarianism. Yeah, libertarian. I mean, like Chase Oliver was one of many things that kind of just gave Trump the presidency. Got to protect thick libertarianism. I see morality plus natural law. Yeah, no, I agree. I think, hey, Blaze, right? I had some stuff come up. I've been busy, but I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to debate about Kamala. Yeah, I mean, libertarianism isn't a moral system beyond natural law philosophy. And so, there are I mean, I really only think that there is one philosophical worldview that is commiserate with libertarianism, and that is objectivism. Oh, it's Prime Kai's panel, but Fanatic's back. So make sure you guys have, strong control over your volume knobs, because every time I've ever been on a panel with Fanatic, he loses his shit and starts screaming and just can't behave. But he's been gone for a while from the debate space, and I think he came back for like some kind of like echo chambery stuff. Kamala Harris, and her pick, and what should the DNC do, and can Republicans not be racist? Fanatic got spanked by Jesse Lee Peterson. It's hilarious that he even got on Jesse Lee Peterson, but I mean, Jesse Lee Peterson is so fucking retarded. It's hilarious. But he's so, like, Jesse Lee Peterson is a perfect example of like the low end and the high end of like the IQ distribution meme, because like he's like almost too stupid to be able to deal with bullshit. Like Jesse Lee Peterson is so dumb that he's just like, he just says base shit regularly, and it's just like, and it kind of works for him, because he's just like, but I don't understand, like that doesn't make sense. Don't you think that don't make sense? And then they're just like, no, it makes sense. And they go on this whole like woke tirade thing, and he's like, but why would you want black people if they committing crime? Like, and you'll be like, yo, Jesse, you can't say that. But it's just like, it's like he's the low end of the IQ distribution, but he's like very clearly like, common sense kind of guy that it's kind of funny. Sometimes it's horrible. Been wondering lately if libertarianism on its own can carry a political movement, or if it needs to be integrated into a broader moral system in order to be politically successful. Like, part of this thin libertarianism feels like an inheritance from Rothbard and his attempts to do left-right alliance, but it seems ineffective. Yeah, no, I agree, Nicola. I don't think libertarianism on its own can defeat any of these other moral systems, because it fails at the biggest question that anyone has, which is, what ought I do? What ought we do? Libertarianism, pure libertarianism, has no answer to the question, how ought man act? It only says man ought not do these things. And then it gives you complete reign and freedom for what man ought do. And when you don't have a moral prescription about what you should do or how society should be, ultimately you will fail to convince the masses that have physical and real power. And I think objectivism is the only one that is commiserate with libertarianism. I think Christianity can kind of work, but ultimately Christianity has altruistic roots, and is not grounded in reality. And as we become more scientific in our thinking, is doomed to failure. Objectivism is the only thing that can work with anarcho-capitalism, libertarianism. And when you ask them and say, what ought man do? Their response is, man ought act in his own rational self-interest. Right? Like, they can say A equals A. Existence exists. It is the unavoidable axiom. They can say that this grounds Aristotelian formal logic. Contradictions do not exist in reality. They have a genuine capacity and philosophy that can fight communism, that can fight socialism, that can fight religious philosophy. Libertarianism at its whole is a skeleton with no muscles and no skin, no organs. It's a strong skeleton, right? And it's correct. It is a great building block and foundation. It is the only ethical system, must be commiserate, as far as I'm concerned, with libertarianism. But if you cannot answer the question, how ought men act? How ought man act? You'll never be able to defeat any of these pervasive ideologies. Did you miss last time? Because last time I wasn't able to stream. So I don't know that you actually did. I had something come up, family stuff. Yeah, however you want isn't a correct answer though, right? Sammy G, because like however you want is like fuck dogs. There's no natural law against fucking dogs. Dogs aren't moral agents. They're not moral actors. But I think most people will recognize that it's morally wrong to fuck dogs. Right? You might get some edgy fucking debate bro, vegan debate bullshit where they say that, well, actually there's no blah, blah. No, like we all have a moral intuition that you shouldn't fuck dogs. And that you shouldn't let your kids be babysat by, I don't know, a guy or a girl that fucks dogs. Right? So the answer to how you act is not however you want. The answer is rational self-interest. Right? It's not in your rational self-interest to fuck dogs. It damages your psyche. It makes you probably unsuccessful with women. It likely transfers behavior in the way that you deal with other human beings, much the same way that we notice that there's a lot of problems with people that work in meat packing industry, like butchers, but especially people that work at I can't think factory farming, but I can't think of the term for the people that kill all the cows, right? Like these people have like psychological problems, right? It's not in your rational self-interest to do that. It might be your hedonistic desire, but it's not life affirming. It's not going to match your long-term goals in your life, for your family, for your legacy, for a good life. I don't watch Stitch and Adam, man. It's like their show's too long. I got to get going and get in this debate. It's right at 8:00, but their show takes too fucking long, dude. It's like I'm not going to watch a fucking 8-hour fucking video. It's just like, it's too much. Hold on, let me cut off my camera. And then let me give me just 1 second, boys. Yeah, but Stitch and Adam is just too fucking long, dude.
Could just be me.
No, it's not. It's not the best quality mic. Maybe this is how his mic always sounds.
No.
Yeah.
Hold up. I've never had a complaint, so let me just check what's going on.
It's fine. Like we can still. I can hear everything you're saying is intelligible. So maybe you're meant to sound like this.
Oh yeah, I was gonna, like I said, yeah, Fanatics, right? Everything you're saying is clear, but like, yeah, since obviously we've been on panels multiple times, like I'm used to a higher quality.
Oh, then yeah, then it probably has to be the wrong mic.
All right, is that any better or no?
Not, still not to my ear.
I'm gonna log off and come back on.
Okay.
Am I sounding good?
You're sounding good to me.
I don't know. It sounds kind of annoying already. So.
Fanatic already being a bitch. Already bringing the bitch energy. Like, why?
You're not going to respond to that obvious dig, bro? Come on. What are we doing?
Testing better?
That's much better.
That's much better.
Quality.
Yeah.
That's the quality that I'm used to.
All right, awesome. It's awesome. Thank you for pointing that out, Corey.
No was it using your webcam mic before or something? Probably.
Yeah. For some reason, it was going on webcam mic, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
It's good to know that I'm not completely crazy, or at least slightly
you
less
got
so.
it. You called it.
No. You're still crazy though. No, I'm kidding. Okay.
No, it's totally fair. I am. I'm here, aren't I?
Yeah. I mean,
that's a Fanatic.
Yep, that's the name.
Right. Have not met you before, so nice to meet you, brother.
Oh, nice to meet you too. I mean, people either love me or they really hate me.
Oh, okay. That's a great way to introduce yourself.
Yeah. Fabian's one of those that really hates me.
Does Fabian have many people he likes?
Yeah, I like most people.
Yeah. I feel like you beef with a lot of people. It's you and Counterpoints that I feel like you two seem to have beef with many different people within these panels.
Who do I have beef with? I have beef with Fanatic.
Well, I mean, not real
Joe
beef.
Lewis.
I mean, like, you and Gibbs go at it a lot. You and Counterpoints go at it a lot. Counterpoints goes at it with a few people a lot. I don't mean like like actual drama.
Yeah, I mean, I literally like had like a 2-hour conversation after the last Prime Guys with Gibbs. It was good.
Yeah, I was there for about an hour of it. I assume it continued on.
Testing.
Here's
Sounds good.
here's the deal.
Word.
Since you haven't met me, you can just know this about me, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I genuinely believe I'm probably one of the most straightforward, genuine people in all of these panels. I'm very unique in my takes. I'm very unique in my positions, but there's maybe I can think of 2 times total since I've been doing panels and like having conversations where I literally said something that was genuinely not part of what I genuinely believe, right? One of them was when we were having a school shooter panel, and I was like talking about white rage or something, like it's rage bait or something. I remember that panel was one that I trolled. And I can't remember another one, but I'm pretty sure there must have been a second panel that I've done.
That's when I got your ass for fucking talking about the pineal gland and shit.
Yeah, but see, I did it in such a passive way where it was very
he's trolling now. It's trolling now. Yeah, he was serious about that shit then.
How could I have been serious about the calcified pineal gland? What are we talking about? What? I don't know anything
you were
about
fucking
that.
Serious. You coping now? You coming back?
It's the fluoride from the water, and then it calcifies, and then you
Please, someone's gonna believe this.
Kinetic thinks I'm one of Yakub's people.
Bruh, you are Yakubian. What are you talking about? I actually barely discovered any of that stuff. I know so very little about the Nation of Islam, but I learned that I want to say around mid 2023, because I'm hyper religious, but not at all like associated with like Islam or Muslims in any way, shape, or form. And so I look at all of their belief system as anathema. So I didn't know anything about it. But I heard the calcified pineal gland from this guy. His name is Young Pharaoh. He used to have a YouTube channel where he said like white people and Asians and people aren't human beings. It was crazy. I loved it though. They were really great videos. And
I went down that rabbit hole when I found
Black
Black
blew my
Remember Black
mind.
Hitler?
No, the hell are you talking about? I don't even know what that is.
This is like Gamergate era. It's a fucking very effeminate black guy that used to do these videos that'd be like Akwabe y'all, and like he called himself Black. Yeah, that's his name, Ghazi Kadza. And like when I first found him, and he was saying crazy shit. And he was calling white people cave beasts, and I was like, what the fuck, cave beasts? What the fuck is this cave beast shit from? So I was like, okay, I gotta find out what the fuck cave beast. And I went down a rabbit hole, and I was like, yo, this shit gets crazier and crazier and crazier the deeper you go. And there's people that like have masters and doctorates that like study this shit and are like, no, it's true. Okay, white people are like, their skin is a disease that keeps them from having empathy, and it'd be like, this is a doctor talking to me right now.
Empathy is held with the melanin.
Yep. I'm gonna tell you something though. I'm gonna tell you really quick. I can make it really brief. This was my journey, right? I had a friend who educated me about some of the indoctrination that we get as black people in this country, like that, like literally promotes like systemic racism in a way and like elevates whiteness to a certain degree. And when they exposed me to that, I felt very betrayed by myself in that sense, because it was like, wow, I've been promoting this like super like the white supremacy, like in my ideology, in my belief, and realizing that of course, nothing is worse to me than betraying myself. So I went down a journey, and this is really gross. I went down a journey, kind of exploring some of that nonsense, like probably embracing a bit of racism, being obviously very like conscious not to like actually voice that type of racism and whatever, but like I definitely feel like I had internalized or at least assumed a bunch of racism towards white people. I think in like this counterbalancing, and it's a gross way that I've always been, but I have a tendency to go from one extreme to the other extreme until I find my middle. And in that case, yeah, I was embracing some anti-white like racism for a while, like not a long time, but I can say for a bit. And it was always like this inner struggle though, because no matter what I had to if I went to express it, I never felt comfortable voicing the way I was feeling, because internally I was conflicted, because I knew that it wasn't consistent with my core beliefs. And So that's when I discovered, like I said, that young Pharaoh video and all that kind of stuff. It was gross. It was beautiful.
You just described your awakening to a Gnostic religious belief within the cult of critical race theory, and yet you somehow maintain it. Like, you just get rid of that baggage, bro. Get out of the cult fully.
What did what I just said have to do with critical race theory?
With a Gnostic belief?
No, with critical race theory.
That's what you're talking about. That's what you're talking about, though. Just because you didn't directly reference it, it's not like you're like a no-name that nobody has ever heard speak before. We know what you're talking about. You're talking about awakening to white supremacy and how you've internalized it unknowingly. I mean, like, there's several allusions in your description of how you became awakened to the Gnostic belief, the idea, the things that you were doing in your day-to-day life that maintains systemic racism that you didn't even know. What do you mean? What does that have to do with critical race theory?
I'm sorry, I wasn't talking about systemic racism, and I made it very, very clear multiple times when I referenced the fact that it was my ideology. Ideology. I'm not perpetuating systemic racism because I don't have that type of power. The only thing that I would be talking about is the ideological racism that I was promoting by elevating and esteeming some forms of whiteness. That's what I was referring to. Not at all was I talking about critical race theory. I don't think you know critical race theory.
No, I do. It's okay.
I would honestly go down that boat. What? I don't know.
Or maybe you just broke up on my end. My bad.
No, he's breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, you broke up, Brent.
That's crazy.
Now we can hear you. Go ahead, Brent.
If I respected you enough, I would go down the rabbit hole of explaining to you what critical race theory actually means so that you would be able to understand that nothing I was talking about was about critical race theory. But again, I don't respect you enough, so I'm going to go ahead and let you have that win, okay?
Okay. I'm very well aware of the literature and critical race theory.
No, you're very obviously not.
Oh,
it's sure.
You guys can.
For the record, very, very clear. Without even digging at him, without even digging at Fanatic, a Gnostic belief, right? You don't know unless you're one of us. Just dig down that rabbit hole.
Well, I don't know about this is all new news to me. This is interesting. I'm like, ooh.
Yeah. So it's logic. I legitimately, man, it's really gross. I think again, it was all part of like just like all these revelations. The more you start becoming informed about politics and things like that, the more you start growing, you start realizing, like, again, how many things you don't know, right? Like that start changing. You start becoming informed about what the fundamentals were that created your belief system. For me, myself, right? It was like being in like whites only schools, basically, right? I went to like school where I was like either 1 or 2, and at maximum, I want to say in the 6th grade there were 3, 1 or 2. No, in the 6th grade it was still 2. At maximum 3 though, black children in like my classrooms. The rest were all white, and I think there was 2 or 3 classrooms where I had 1 Hispanic person. Okay, the rest were almost exclusively white. I remember 1 Asian girl. So it's like in a classroom of 32 every year, and that's because our school was a new school located directly next to a suburb, and so we were in low-income apartments, but the low-income apartments that we were in were pretty much exclusively for white. My mother had to call the Better Business Bureau and like prove that they were discriminating against her in order to get into that apartment, because outside of that, they were not letting black families into that apartment. So then that meant me being there, even though I'm in a low-income apartment that's directly next to these suburbs, I'm one of very, very few black people that are next to these suburbs. So now I'm going to school where I'm constantly being attacked in different ways, like passive ways and stuff, with racism, and not understanding that it's racist at the time. And then of course, and all the white girls and the people that they're like esteeming to like whatever and so on and so forth, you start to normalize and not realize that you're normalizing this belief that white people are superior. When people like say things about low income people and about black people and stuff like that, and you're having these encounters, you don't realize at the time, oh, this is racism. You just think, oh, this is just life. These people are making individual mistakes, not realizing like that this is like this is the product of a like greater belief system that that is like actually causing these actions. And I think learning all that, like getting older, learning like, oh, it's just you're significantly less likely to be recommended for special programs as a Black person if you have a white student. Like if you're a gifted learner, you're significantly less likely. And so I was like,
2 weeks ago, we were
I
having
don't
this whole
know.
conversation about Black
Right.
people not being around Black people and not, the going to could have used you a few weeks ago.
Maybe.
It's crazy.
I don't know.
It's crazy. I had the exact opposite experience. I went to a mostly Black school, but I didn't turn out racist because I'm not a racist.
I went to an all Arab school and I'm Arab and I hate Arabs. So I mean, I don't know what that tells anyone.
For sure. I just want to point out. No, I'm not taking that bait. Never mind. You have it. Bro, it's so crazy. I would.
He's jumped
Yeah,
for it. Go for it.
Fabian's different. It's okay. It's all right. It's not worth it. How are you doing, Doobie? It's been a minute.
I'm doing very well.
And how about you, Lactate?
I'm married as of a month ago.
Really?
Yeah.
That's freaking amazing.
With such
Good stuff.
enthusiasm too.
Thank you.
Doobie, can you turn your mic up a little bit?
Sure, I'll do that for you.
That's
Yeah,
freaking
met
awesome.
him on Twitch, we bonded over our cum fetish.
What, you said you met him on Twitch?
Yeah.
Oh. You really married a person from like a streamer?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Who do we know the streamer?
Probably not.
Okay.
Hon, your wife is a streamer?
He said him.
His husband is a streamer.
Yeah, my husband's a streamer. We bonded over our cum fetish.
Excuse me. Sorry. Yeah, I forgot about that.
All right, Doobie, I feel like you gotta be trolling me, my nigga. Ain't no way.
He's trolling.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure. Okay, I am married to a woman, not a streamer, unfortunately.
Okay.
But this has been on my brain for like.
They did still bond over a cum fetish. It's like that. That wasn't.
Yeah, that's so
That
totally
part's
a thing.
true.
Yeah, that's a thing. But no, like
kinda
seriously though. Like,
Real quick,
if you
Doobie.
guys-
Real quick, Doobie. A breeding kink is not a fucking kink. All right, that's just.
That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. Hold on. Okay, this has been burned into my brain for the last like fucking week. Okay. Fuck. Should I even? I'm gonna say fuck it.
Say it.
So, Destiny's been having all that drama with him basically doing the edgy thing, throwing a tantrum. Well, I don't care that Trump supporters died. Blah blah blah. Whatever. Right.
Yeah.
So apparently Lav, who is like one of these BPD e-girls who was fucking around with, leaked some of his like sexing DMs, where he's talking about like wanting to suck her husband's cum out of her. Her husband's come out of her after he like finishes on her, and he's got like a kink for like sucking cum out of a guy, like all kinds of like. They're just things that like I like Destiny. I think he's a smart guy, but I feel like this has totally shifted the way that I view him forever. I can't think of him without just imagining him like, slurping some cum out of a dude. Yeah, it's fucking weird.
Okay,
Wait, is
but
that
hold on.
actually
But to be
Or is that
fair,
just
Yeah,
rumor?
to be fair, to be fair, all right.
No,
there
there's no
has
fair.
been
There's no
Destiny has been getting shit for years for
get it for you,
pretending
Corey.
to be bisexual, okay, and not actually being bisexual. And we have now proof and confirmation from all the lefties that were like, "You're just saying that so that you can say you're LGBT." There's no doubt in my mind whatsoever that he is bisexual at that point.
So I have no idea about that. But there was actually something that I appreciate about Destiny, and maybe I have a poor view of this because I don't watch the stream like other people do here, right? I don't engage in the stream in the same way. This is a great way to introduce Ghosty into the channel. Hi, we're talking about weird sex stuff. But you shouldn't be surprised about that. But anyway, like the thing about Destiny that I think
Thanks
I
for
admire
the
more is that he is
Twitch
honest
follow
about himself. Again, I don't know about the bisexual thing. This is news to me, but whatever, right? Like he is into like things that aren't considered like manly, right? But he seems to be honest of that. There was that video of his girlfriend that I saw like fucking him with a strap on, right? Like, and okay, if that's what you're
I'm not
into.
aware of this lore.
Oh, I've seen that. That one I
What?
did see.
Who?
There's a video of Destiny and his girlfriend. She's like right behind him. Unless they faked it, but it seemed like it was real. Fucking him with a strap on. And
I
that's
didn't-
okay.
This is another thing that I wish I didn't know. Like, why would you tell me this?
Yeah, right?
This is
It's
like,
literally making me sick.
this is like that
I'm glad I
time
haven't eaten.
I found out TJ Kirk has like a fetish for torturing his like micro dick. Like, you've ever seen that video? That's fucked.
I've only
I'm
ever
never gonna
heard
look
of
at
it.
that guy again.
I've
It's really bad.
I've never tried to find it. I don't want to see.
Imagine it's an actual micro penis. It looks like an inch long max, right? And he's like dipping it and his balls into a pot of like hot oil for some fucking reason. I don't know why the fuck he's doing this, but he's butt ass naked doing this.
Probably
And then
grew up on the
eventually
BME Olympics.
He like tries to shove a banana up his ass. It's really fucking weird. Like they're just things that you know that you wish you could unknow, and this is all.
I feel like I hit my limit in middle school with 2 Girls 1 Cup, and like anytime someone is like, "You should watch this video," I'm like, "No, I'm good."
Two Kids in the Sandbox was the one that did me over.
I've never seen that.
Kids in
It
the
was like
Sandbox?
Lemon Party and that, and I was like, "Nope, I'm good."
It's a girl and a guy, and the girl shoves a thing in the guy. I'm not gonna say too much in the front part.
DM
Sounding.
Because
Sounding. You talking about sounding, where like they stick a rod in the in the
is that
urethra?
what you're talking
There
about?
we go, yeah.
Oh, sounding. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I've heard of
This is why we need prayer in schools, because ain't no way people should be involved in this much degeneracy. I genuinely think the
It's
country
just
might
the
be
internet. I
loved.
think the internet is just like grounds for it. If you're on the internet, you're gonna stumble upon something.
Yeah, apparently that's crazy as freak.
But Doobie, and to the rest of you,
This is why you should just watch what your kids do on the fucking internet, and it's no
That's not
goddamn
gonna-
excuse as to be a parent and not
That's
know
not
what
gonna
your
be good
kids are
enough
doing.
to stop your kids from degeneracy. I can assure you on this. But
Yeah, but it'll stop them from doing it on a consistent basis.
They stopped them from doing it under your roof. But like I think so this wasn't released. Apparently, like from the story you're telling us that Lavloon released that information Destiny 6, right? But like I don't Destiny seems to be like take these things in stride, and I think that's like pretty great. Like if this is what he wants, like not my thing, but to each his own, right? And
I don't think it's like a
I
moral
think
or something.
he
I
should
just
be
think
able
it's
to explore these parts of his sexuality, and that's great.
No, every time I hear about some shit like this, it makes me like 1% more Christian nationalist. I'm not even Christian. Like it just makes me agree with Fanatic.
Oh, I ain't no Christian nationalist neither, though.
Okay, but it makes me like Christian. Okay, it makes me feel like even if Christianity is not real, we need to pretend it's real because it's fucked up.
For sure. I think we would be better off if people did pretend it was real, because then what would happen is people would be pretending, and then as some people pretend, they would begin reading the Bible, then they would become informed about the awesomeness of Jesus Christ, and then from that you would actually convert a lot of people into this great Christian life, which is amazing. They'd eventually get to know God the Father. I mean, I like it.
They could read
I
the
like it.
Quran. They could have it's a whole spiel.
Yeah,
I don't know about that part though. No,
that's what I rep. You come repping the Bible, I come repping the Quran. Baby, what's goody?
Gross.
We're
both
both
accounts.
fighting for souls here.
That's fact. That's facts.
So, all right. I don't know. Do you have more to say on this, Doobie?
No. He
discussed.
We're good.
done it.
We're good.
No,
I don't
wanna
need
talk about it
more to say on this. To be fair,
I want to pretend I don't know this.
So before we get to our topics, there's two things I want to deal with. One, the thing you guys were talking about before about like or white people and how they're viewed in society. It's something I've been thinking about. Like, if like somehow some way like history was like perfectly reversed, right? And it was a black supremacy, white people like working out in the fields. I imagine like the line that they would use is
It's
that
Barbary.
look at
the word you're looking for is Barbary. Just Google Barbary.
yeah. Okay.
You'll find whites in the fields, and you'll find blacks in charge. It actually lasted longer than slavery in America, and we fought a war. America did to stop it. Thomas Jefferson did. He ended that slave trade that was way larger.
Any which way, moving on. But I imagine
Just one word. Just Google Barbary, and you'll be good.
I know what you're talking about. Thank you. But I imagine like the line that they would use, right? Is that, well, look at these people. They're rejected by the sun, right? Look at them. They burn in the sun. But we are loved, right? Like we're out there. The sun that our God gave us.
You kind of spitting.
I'm
waiting for the lie.
This is a sign of white supremacy. Like that would definitely be like the thing that they would use against white people, right? Like, it reminds me also of
It reminds me of like winter in Europe or in like northern United States when I see like black people and they're just like 3 coats and they're like, oh, and I'm like, man, you guys can't fucking deal with this, can you at all? Like y'all are not built for this. Like I'm just built different. I worked for Walmart. I worked for Walmart when I was a teenager, and like it came Black Friday shopping sale, right? And it was like me and 2 other white guys worked like the overnight shift, and like the rest of the staff were all like black, with like maybe like a couple of elderly people that I think were white, but like 3 young white guys. The rest were mostly black, and they came up to us. Like as a group, because we rode in together, because like we had to stick with our people obviously, and they came up to us and they were like, hey, like it's gonna be madness outside with the shopping carts. Would you guys be willing for like most of the night to do shopping carts? And we were like, you mean stay outside, smoke cigarettes, and not have to deal with customers all Black Friday? And they're like, yeah, could you do that? And we were like, yes. And every black person there was like, thank you, God. Thank you so much for your sacrifice in dealing with the cold. And the rest of us were like, this is not a sacrifice. Like I don't have to deal with customers on Black Friday. This is the most amazing thing ever. And they were so appreciative because none of them wanted to be outside when it was like 30 degrees. I just thought that shit was hilarious. Not funny. All right. You win some, you lose some.
No, it's fine. No, I mean, actually, I'm sorry.
Hey, I just wanted to correct. I just wanted to point out, by the way, these things are not equivalent. Like the idea that, like, obviously black people don't have a preference for cold is not the same thing as the idea that the sun is hating white people, and it seems like that almost they might not be fit on the earth, right? And the reason why these things are not the equivalent is because, like, if you look at it and you pay attention to the idea that one, they're like, we get vitamin D, I believe, from the sun, and the fact that obviously it's a really sure, but of course we obviously get more because of melanin, and then also the idea that, like, in our quest to get this sun, we're in the quest for white people to get this sun, it can kill them. Like, obviously the higher incidence of skin cancer and things like that because of the sun. So in getting like a vital nutrient, something that's very
black
healthy, like they run the risk
from sun poisoning,
not even close.
Too.
Not even remotely close to the same rate, which is why I'm pointing out the idea that obviously it seems like we're more fit for this planet, but I'm not saying we're superior. I'm not saying
planet. I don't know. Arabs deal with sun pretty well, man.
You want to move to Canada?
I don't use sunscreen.
I don't know. Doobie, I don't know why Fanatic didn't want to talk about
Lactoid looks tan right now.
about cum fetishes and Destiny, because apparently,
hell yeah,
vitamin D is so important to Fanatics. So.
Wait, I'm sorry. You're asking why didn't You said why I didn't do what now? Hold on. You said you don't know why Fanatic didn't do what?
I was a vitamin D joke, like cum fetish, dicks,
penis.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I missed it. Yeah.
So yeah, that was just like a random thought. It's not something I would say to my beautiful pale white friends. But it was just a random thought.
Yeah.
I had about that.
You guys have other strengths, so it's again. I wasn't like trying to like truly invalidate your existence. You know what I mean? What I'm saying is that just when it comes to the sun, one of the most natural sources of energy. Obviously, you guys are hated, but that doesn't mean that God hates you. And he didn't make the sun make you incompatible with the sun because he hates you. That's not what that means.
At least they do well in the cold because they lack any like natural human warmth anyway. So like
yeah. So, so then it makes it more fit to live in caves, obviously, like in the Caucasus Mountains with Neanderthals and stuff like that. All of those things make so much like it's part of the divine plan. You guys get the point that I'm making.
I love white people.
Me too. Me too. The wives are amazing.
The best part. I was going to the other thing, right? I was actually going to criticize one of my pale friends, right? and that's you, Lactoid. Yeah, you. So Lactoid, this happened last week. Project 2025 got brought up, right? And you, in your wisdom, seem
My
to
infinite wisdom. Go ahead, Prime.
seem to believe Trump when he said like he is has no part. He has no involvement in Project 2025.
Denying it.
There's no evidence that he has any involvement in Project 2025.
There's no evidence that he has any involvement in Project 2025, right? So
Bonus
let's
change.
examine.
You said he was denying being a part of it.
Let's.
He also is doing that too.
Examine that tweet, right? When he says like he has no idea who's behind Project 2025, right? Well, who's behind Project 2025? That would be the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation, which he's spoken at, right? Like in their halls, when he's like the Heritage Foundation, headed by I believe Kevin Roberts, who he's thanked, he's shaking shook his hands on, all on tape, right? But he doesn't know anybody behind Project 2025. No clue. Doesn't know what's going on with this thing, right? Project 2025. He doesn't know anything about it, but like multiple people within his inner circle, right, are deeply involved with it, right? Like by deeply involved, I mean have written parts of the plan itself and have like shot commercials for it. And then he says that it's weird and abysmal, right? Like the parts of the plan, right? Even though the people that he surrounds himself with, but even the ones who didn't actually like write the plan, actively agree with all parts of the plan. Like the administration that he's going to build, and the administration that he did build, actively pushed parts of that plan. And yet, still, like you're somehow credulous and believe that this individual has no idea.
Parts of the plan. Are you referring to like the 80% of Project 2025?
I can't hear him. Can you hear him?
Yeah, we can hear him.
Oh, I must have muted him when we had that debate where he was being dishonest. Okay, I got it. I'll fix it.
You don't like? We can start talking about OJ if you want, Fanatic.
All right, I got it.
But hey, where's what's how much EDTA can a human being survive? I just curiosity.
I can
we'll
answer that
later. Oh, you can answer that, Corey. Thank you. We're a scientist here. Perfect. So Prime, I understand that like a lot of Project 2025 is like relatively milquetoast conservative. So it would make sense that Donald Trump would agree with some of it. In fact, I think in his tweet he said that like he disagrees with some of it. He didn't say he disagreed with all of it. I don't think anybody disagrees with all of it. There's some stuff in there that's pretty good. But there's a percentage that's completely batshit crazy, right? Just because the Heritage Foundation, which is an organization that does indeed have ties to conservative administrations in the past, that doesn't mean that Project 2025 specifically, Donald Trump had any involvement in, or that he had any knowledge in crafting, or that he knew the architects behind.
That was my claim.
Well, so again, when he's saying like, I don't know who fucking wrote this, like it might be true that you could find people who wrote parts and Donald Trump does indeed know them. What Donald Trump is saying, and what any reasonable interpretation of that sentence is, oh, like he isn't aware of Project 2025, what the motivation is in crafting that. He's pushing Agenda 47, right, which is what he has said he's going to push. And it's quite literally like billboard conspiracy theory to like, put a pin here, draw a line here, oh, he knows him and he knows them. Therefore,
Lactoid, I'm sorry, you're being so wheezy about this. You're being so
dishonest.
Conspiracy? Like, okay, no, let's talk about conspiracy.
Hey, Fanatic, I'll get you a source after this stream. Words that you don't like to hear. Sources after a stream. What?
Why do you think? The majority of Project 20? I mean, the worst parts of Project 2025 are like imposed top-down Christian morality, right? Some Christian version of morality. Like what? Given who Trump is, and and his prior positions all through his life, right? He was pro gay marriage in the 90s. Like, what makes you think he is the kind of guy that would be pro like legislating Christian morality?
Sorry, you're talking to me?
Yeah, it's a good question.
No, I don't think that he like I said, my claim wasn't that he agreed with every part of the plan. No, not at all, right? I said that what I specifically said is that the people that he surrounded himself with, the people who will actually be executing his administration, like those are the people who agree with it, and those are the people, some of the people who've written parts of Project 2025, right? Like Stephen Miller is absolutely on that Christian nationalist bullshit. Absolutely,
sure,
right? Yeah.
So can I pick
Nobody's denying that.
What'd you say, Scott? I didn't hear you.
I said, can I piggyback off of you off of this, and it's like, when you're done.
Sure. Yeah. Please do. So this idea of conspiracies. Okay. Well, counselor, if we have a plot, right? What do you call a plot now? Because we don't want to say the word conspiracy, but a plot that's centered around this organization, in which everyone around this organization, like all the executives, right, the lower end individuals are we know are part of it, right? We have evidence, direct evidence that they are part of it. But the head, right, the actual head of the agency, he says, "Well, I denied it, right? Like I certainly wasn't part of this, right?" But everyone around that person is, and they are involved. We see them involved in different parts of the supporting characters. Right, they have involved with supporting characters of this plot. Right, they've touched all kinds of portions of this plot, but they still say they haven't done it. Right, and we don't have evidence of them actually executing the plan. Is there a way that we could maybe investigate that, or maybe
if there's any evidence of communication, right? Like if tomorrow, for example, like some of the top Democrats that Biden appointed, let's say Justice Jackson or Kamala Harris, who we're going to talk about, or maybe some other people, or right, Pete Buttigieg, let's say they were involved in like some hyper progressive organization that was in favor of defunding the police. Does that say anything about Biden himself being in favor of defunding the police? No, not necessarily, especially when he's explicitly said that he's not in favor of that movement. There's no evidence tying him to that movement, and he has said specifically the opposite, and his policies appear to indicate the opposite. Donald Trump, all of his policies thus far appear to be to contradict a lot of Project 2025. It appears to be much more in line with Agenda 47, which is what he has explicitly said is his agenda. Right?
So,
I mean, here's a guy that's been in favor of gay marriage since the 1990s.
So,
I mean, he passed one of the most pro
so let me pick
like
back
a major advancement in marijuana legalization.
Scott.
So I want to piggyback here because I kind of want to split the difference between what's going on here. Because what I'm seeing about Project 2025 is I am seeing really bad ideological inconsistency from the left that is doing everything to say this is Trump's plan, this is what Trump wants, this is Trump's presidency. And to a certain extent, I don't necessarily disagree. I do think that Project 2025 you can tie to Trump as part of Trump's presumed presidency because the state is a massive entity that requires most of the day-to-day operations to be done by members of the cabinet, people that you select as the head of different three-letter federal agencies, etc. And when something is tied to conservative think tanks and you see the shift in conservatism leaning more fascistic, leaning more towards, they just had a pro-labor boss at the RNC. JD Vance has written articles, his new VP pick, about how, minimum wage ought to be raised to $20 an hour and it's not a big deal. And libertarian economics have failed. And, you're seeing both of them support things like tariffs. You're seeing an ideological shift within the Conservative Party. My big issue within this is that this same consistency is not held to the left. When I say, hey, look at the Aspen Institute, look at how government officials, the Department of Homeland Security, Twitter, Facebook, Google's projects are all working together at an institute where they're going through programs on how they're going to censor speech online. They go, oh, well, that has nothing to do with them just because these people are involved here. Just because there's all of these connections and just because the DHS was there and just because they hire the same security firms that make up bullshit about Russia, to be in these same instances. Well, that's just guilt by association. How dare you do that? But then that logic isn't applied to Donald Trump. What I would like to see is that yes, one president doesn't magically run the country, and that it is about a base of political parties and the state and all of these people that are appointed and all of these people that have like lifetime appointments, and the philosophy that is instantiated within the different political factions, and recognize that that is also true of the left. That when we're saying, hey, DEI is a problem, or when we're saying, hey, censorship of speech in online and government involvement is a problem, or when we're saying that there are certain ideological or philosophical things that get billions, or we'll say millions of dollars, right, that go towards, that have all of these spurious connections, they go, oh, that's just guilt by association. You can't have your cake and eat it too. I do agree that Project 2025 shows an ideological shift within conservatism in America that is becoming more social conservative, more top-down and authoritarian in the way that they police those things. And at the same time, I also think that there are many problems that are occurring on the left. So if you're gonna fucking talk about Project 2025 and say it's all Trump shit, we're gonna fucking talk about Aspen Institute, and we're gonna talk about some of these leftist organizations that are deeply ingrained with political parties in the left.
So
this is a crazy whataboutism. Like, I mean, ultimately,
that's not
look,
whataboutism.
this is, it is, but yeah. So ultimately, look, I think one of the biggest things
it's consistency. Don't use that word.
Yeah, it's whataboutism. It's whataboutism. So anyway, I think it's
what
really
is
crazy.
whataboutism? Define whataboutism.
Prime.
Fanatic.
The whole time that nigga spoke, I said not a freaking word. I haven't interrupted nobody.
So
why is it the very second I speak, this nigga has to interrupt?
Because you're being retarded. What is whataboutism? You're making claims that I specifically am engaging in logical fallacies. I'm asking you to back up that claim.
You got it. You got it. I'll join when the actual topic starts. I'll let him have this one. It's fine.
No, I actually want to hear what you have to say.
It's okay. I'm gonna pass on this one. I promise. But I'll still be there for the main topic. We're good.
Okay, that's fine. All right,
just get him a source after you're done, Scott. Don't worry.
Do it. So I'm not familiar with the Aspen Institute, but like, if you want to say that like moneyed interest on the left like collaborate to do things, right, especially money liberal interest on the left, because there's no money doesn't flow to leftists, but anyway, moneyed interest on to like flows to liberals to do liberal interests. Okay, I agree with you. And it may be
I think it's a similar thing, right? Like, that's what I'm saying, is that like Donald Trump's did not institute Project 2025. His team didn't do it, right? It's conservatives that have deep connections within the Republican Party. Right. And this is true of the left as well. So you have to
be consistent here. Because put your hand. I'm just kidding. But no, Lactoid, to be clear, here's what my claim is, right? It's not that Trump wrote Project 2025. Right? It's not that if you quiz Trump that he would even pass a test on Project 2025. None of that, right? It's simply that he lied. He obviously lied in that message, which you quoted, that tweet, when he says like, oh, I don't know anything about this plan, right? This is completely new idea that I'm just discovering here, and that I don't know the people behind it. He absolutely does know the people about it. Like, his entire circle around him.
It doesn't mean it's a lie.
Hold on. This feels so bad faith.
No. Let me explain. Let's say the FBI went to you. Let's say the FBI.
No. Before you do that, I will engage with whatever you have to say. But before you do that, like, if we're in court, counselor, and I present this evidence, right, in front of a jury, do you think it'd be convincing to say that maybe this person might be lying? That, like, they say they're not involved, but everyone around them is involved. They're at the head of an organization that's doing the thing, right? They said like they don't know anyone, right? But then we have video of them like actually interacting with the person who designed the plot, right? Like thanking them, but I don't know this person all of a sudden. Right?
Again,
they're literally caught in the lie. They're literally caught in the lie.
That doesn't mean it's a lie. Let me explain. Let's say tomorrow the FBI comes to you and gives you like a copy of a plot to commit tax fraud, and they just put it in front of you, and you're looking through it, and it's like we're going to move all of our assets to the Bahamas. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to lie to the IRS. Prime, do you know anything about who's behind this? And you say, I don't know. I have no idea who's behind it. And then afterwards they say, well, haha, Lactoid's behind it. And you know Lactoid, don't you? Yes, you do know Lactoid. So you lied. You said you didn't know who was behind it. But you do know who's behind it. It's Lactoid. Well, it's true.
Yeah, but you're not running for president of the United States.
Hold on.
You're not running for president of the United States. Come on,
hold on. We're establishing some baselines here. Now we can talk about whether or not it's reasonable or not that Donald Trump knew or should have known the Heritage Foundation was behind this. That's tier 2 logic, okay? Right now we're just explaining the concept of just because you know somebody who's behind it doesn't necessarily mean it's a lie when you say, I don't know shit about this, I don't know who's behind it. Because even though you might know the person behind it, you don't know their connection with the product. You don't know their connection with Project 2025, just like you might not know my connection with some plot to cheat taxes. So when the FBI comes to you and says, you lied, you said you didn't know who's behind this tax fraud, you weren't lying. You looked at the tax fraud document and I didn't put my name on the fucking front cover. You didn't know who was behind it. You didn't know it was me behind it. Now,
in my defense, Your Honor, Donald Trump's retarded and doesn't realize that Twitter has been, and all social media and the news media have been saying he's behind this thing for the past 2 fucking months, and he never bothered to look who's behind it.
I don't even think this is retarded necessarily. There are 1,000 think tanks out there. I understand the Heritage Foundation is like a bigger think tank, but you also have plenty of other think tanks. Cato. No. You can say this to Cope all you want. Yeah, I understand the Heritage Foundation is like the furthest right big think tank that exists. There's 100. The American Family Institute.
Administration.
Yes, you're going to find that members. You're going to find Cato has paid some members within his leadership. That doesn't mean that he agrees with whatever.
Picked members of his administration.
Same thing with Cato. That doesn't mean you're going to find every.
That would be true with Cato as well.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you're going to find like.
And Cato are DC fucking libertarians. Like they're not.
Right. That doesn't mean that Trump is going to agree with like Cato's plan for Project 2020. Like
remember that wasn't what I was saying, right?
What I'm saying is that you have to roll with the several assumptions. You have to roll with the first assumption that when Donald Trump says, I don't agree with this, I don't know who's behind it, I'm focusing on my thing. You have to prove that he's lying about that. Now, I don't think he's lying about that. I think it's probably the case, now you could say maybe if he has a history of being against gay marriage, then that would be one thing. Maybe if he has like a history of being super strong on like abortion, that would be one thing. But he's actually not. He's not particularly ideological about these particular issues. The things and pornography. I mean, Project 2025 calls for banning pornogaphy. This guy fucked a porn star.
Change of heart?
Is this guy really the guy that's going to ban pornography? There's no evidence of this. You can say that he's a heart, but again,
hypocrite. And beyond that, that's not even the point. The point is that he's not ideological about anything, right? That was why people were so excited.
He's ideological about some stuff.
Conservatives were so excited about him, right? Because they quickly realized this guy is like a psycho.
China
for like, this guy he was an empty vessel, and they could just fill him with whatever. That's why Steve Bannon wanted to get his claws into this guy.
No,
right?
It's immigration, right? He probably agrees with Project 2025 and their immigration takes.
Okay, sure. Yeah, he doesn't like black. Okay, sure, indeed, he doesn't like black people. He doesn't like brown people. I'm glad we're on the same page.
Black people immigrating to this country in massive numbers?
He wanted to deport them in massive numbers. But anyway, whatever. The point is that
to be fair, Prime is from Haiti, and that was like a thing for a while.
Yes. Because that's where most American immigration's coming from. Yeah.
No, that was a thing. That was a thing, right? Where there was a bunch of Haitians that showed up.
None of that matters.
It's a failed state, Scott.
None of that matters. He is not an ideological. He doesn't care about policy. He doesn't care about that. So once again, going back.
So how does he know who wrote it? He doesn't care about policy.
Hold on. Once again, going back to my original statement, I didn't say that he signed on to any particular part of the plan. Right? I didn't say that he necessarily agrees with it. I didn't say anything about that part because I don't know what he agrees with. I don't know that he cares, right? Other than his self-aggrandizement and then dodging his rightful convictions. He doesn't give a shit about anything. He's purely a narcissist, right? And so
he doesn't care, but he knows about it.
The only thing that I'm stating is that he absolutely knows these individuals. He absolutely knows of the plan, right? This wasn't when he was responding to this. It wasn't the first time he learned about it, right? And he knows from the people around him who are going to be talking to him about what his future administration is going to look like. They've talked about this plan. Right, to assume otherwise, right? I'm sorry. I'm not going to stretch my imagination. I'm not going to give him so much credit. You can do that if you want to, right? But we all know it's extremely reasonable, right, to look at all the evidence presented here and to say, yeah, he's probably fucking lying when he says he doesn't know the people that we actually have video of him interacting
Can I ask you
with,
one thing?
that he's
Can I ask you
hired,
one thing?
and then he's worked with for years at a time.
Prime. Let me ask you this one thing.
Fanatic.
Can you name one proposal in the Project 2025 that you think is like horrific that Donald Trump would openly agree with?
Hold on. Did you not listen to the last thing?
No, I'm asking. I'm asking a
No,
question for you.
I don't know which one in particular he would agree with. Right? Like we can go through it. We can go through it on stream sometime and try to figure that out. But I don't see the point of that. The point is, I don't think, like I said, he's not an ideological thing. He doesn't give a fuck. I don't think he cares about Agenda 47 or whatever the name is. If I got that name wrong, like I don't think he cares about any of that stuff. Beyond
that's his plan.
I don't think he cares. Once again, I'll say it again. I don't think he cares about any of this shit, right? He didn't care about it when he first got elected into office. He showed himself. Again and again. We got reports from the White House that like when he would make up his mind would be after talking to the last person in the room, right? Someone would approach him. They would have a discussion, right? This is the plan. This is what we're gonna do, right? And then someone later would talk to him, and then he would go with that plan because he has no ideological.
Hold on, pause real quick. To be fair, right? To be fair, because I don't like Trump, okay? But let's be honest, Prime. If you find any of those articles that make the claim that he would flip-flop his opinion and it would be whomever was the last person in the room, I guarantee you, if you find 10 of those articles, at least 9 of them their source will be a person familiar with the president's thinking. It won't be a named source. It'll be somebody that supposedly knows about it. And in a court of law, that would be known as hearsay.
Okay, that's fair. Sure, right? But that's literally for anything when it comes to a presidential circle. I mean, like right now, like, hey, what happened to Biden? I was just like hearing about this article. What were the final hours before Biden?
Yeah, and it's the same thing. It's all a person familiar,
it's always
someone in there. They're not named, which is why it's bullshit. That's the journalistic integrity has gone out, and it's hard to know what's actually going on there.
I don't know if it's necessarily bullshit. I agree with you that it can be bullshit, that this is the path towards bullshit. Fair enough.
No,
right?
pause. I don't mean that the story itself is always bullshit. What I mean is it's bullshit that we as the American public are given stories constantly that we're supposed to look at as if they come from like journalists, that they come from people that are supposed to inform us, and they can't give us, because for the longest time, up until like the mid to late 90s, it was taught in school and everywhere that if you were going to report something, especially about the president or a high official, that the standard was you need at least 1 named source and 2 unnamed sources. Otherwise, you're not printing it. And that kind of just magically went away in the 2000s.
Okay. Well, I agree with you. On that point. Fanatic?
I just asked Lage a question.
Oh, go ahead. You can do that first.
I didn't hear it at all.
No,
I just want to. Yeah, I didn't hear you. You said something.
Me?
Actually, I was first anyway. Yeah. Look. So here's the deal. I think
we can hear you now, Corey.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I just wanted.
Okay. Sorry, one of you go first. Rock, paper, scissors. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
I just want one question for Lactoid. So when you were engaging with Prime there, okay, you mentioned like Trump, he slept with a porn star in your mind. So do you think he was lying when he said in the debate that I didn't sleep with a porn star? Is that a lie to you?
The evidence would appear that he's lying about that. I would agree. Yeah.
Oh, just call him a fucking liar.
But just because somebody lied about one thing doesn't mean they lie about everything. Just so we're clear.
Yeah.
No, sure. I just wanted to see where you were on the radar.
Cheating on your wife with a porn star. I mean, who is not going to lie about that?
Oh, okay. So there's 2
Real
deceptions there.
John Edwards. Okay, he came clean about his mistress and baby. All right.
Well, Bill Clinton lied about that shit.
All right. There was 2 Americas and also 2 families for each America.
Oh my
God!
Yeah,
and he was about that.
I think he fucked her. I think he did it.
Fanatic.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit absurd to think, okay, this has been like a humongous talking point for quite some time regarding just Republicans in general, right? Like there's been like obviously the Heritage Foundation is a pretty big think tank. So the fact that all these Democrats are talking about it and all these people and and Republicans alike, and you're the president or vice president of the ex-president of the United States, like for us to sit here and pretend like no, he has no way of knowing any of these things, this is completely beyond him, then it would have to be crazily irresponsible, right? Like for him to make the choice to remain uninformed like that sounds unrealistic. Like he would have to know. Now I can't say with 100% certainty that he knows, right? Because I don't have like the smoking gun that proves it, but it seems like it would be. And I mean, like when we now know that like he was like doing things like moseying up to the Proud Boys and stuff like that, I don't think that the Proud Boys are like at the time were like hyper mainstream figures, but some sort of way he was like aware of them. So then it's like, okay, so the guy obviously has his ear to the ground. I think he has to in order to become the president of the United States. So the idea like that he has his ear, he knows what's going on, and then he just suddenly just doesn't know this piece of information just sounds crazy to me. I feel like I don't know why we'd be that way. Then immediately after that, you end up making one of like the heads of that thing, like as part of like, that guy's going to be part of his cabinet, right? Or at least, this is what he's moseying up to that guy. And it's like, wait. So you're saying that the guy is considering becoming the president. He's obviously the front runner and becoming the president of the United States at this point. I don't think Kamala can beat him. We're going to get into that later. And it's like, okay, but you're talking about putting these people as your cabinet and things like that. Someone who like was like one of the lead writers of this thing. And your people never did any research onto what he wrote, what his beliefs are, what his policy positions are, all of that. It sounds so plausibly undeniable that, it sounds so implausible that it's like, yeah, I feel like you have to be dishonest in order to truly give him that credit.
Wait, so
I 100% with Fanatic here. Just we got to apply that logic the same way.
Pussies out every
That's
year.
not whataboutism,
right? Like a set of policy proposals, recommendations. Like, couldn't we just look at what they proposed prior to Trump being in office and see how many of those he actually adopted? Because there is a list of them, right? And he did adopt
some of them. You'd also have to look at what they're proposing, right?
Exactly.
And how milquetoast it is compared to what they're proposing now.
Yeah, he did.
Because Project 2025 has a few pieces that are like genuinely crazy, right? The banning pornography is novel, right? But by the way, even though there's crazy shit in there,
it goes further, by the way, because it also suggests fines, jail, and/or prison sentences for librarians and individuals that are caught putting forward pornography, even in like a library environment. So it's like you could literally be like, if you're trying to like fucking like if someone comes in trying to get like a VHS tape about it and they're like, this isn't art, it's actually porn. What are you gonna send a fucking librarian to jail?
No,
like,
Scott. That was hold on. I read that part. That was about
it's
putting
vague
like,
as fuck.
Not,
Obviously, I'm exaggerating. It's probably talking about like teacher librarians giving crazy shit to kids.
It's not an actual law. It's about putting porn in children's libraries. Pretty reasonable shit, actually.
Yeah, but they don't say it explicitly, which is weird in a 903-page document.
I have criticisms.
It's real fucking specific on other parts. Real fucking open-ended on that one, you know?
But to Doobie, okay. But like, again, I'm just saying to Doobie, like, yes, you can look at like I understand that prior to this, there is like a I guess a correlation between what the Heritage Foundation proposes and what the Trump administration, or really any Republican administration, adopts. Even if Trump gets adopted or Trump gets elected and doesn't adopt any of the controversial parts of Project 2025, you'd probably still have like a 60% adoption rate, just based on like the milquetoast shit that's in Project 2025. But like again, there's a lot of novel shit in there, and there's a lot of shit that people are lying about on Twitter, right? Project 2025 doesn't mention no-fault divorce, getting rid of that at all. Yet you have fucking Luke Skywalker on Twitter, like telling his fucking like underlings, "Hey, they're gonna come for your divorce, man."
Hold on, let me piggyback a little bit further off of Fanatic here, okay? Because let's say, and because I'm a fucking anarchist, and sometimes I agree with shitting on right-wing people, and I'm not tribal for the fucking Republican candidate. So for a second, let's just imagine that he is 100% honest, right? That he hasn't looked into Project 2025 in any degree other than like seeing that there's bullshit online about it and like kind of did a cursory inspection. Your in order to recognize that, what you're saying is that if you support Donald Trump, knowing that, what you're saying is, I support someone for the highest office in America who is going to be in charge of the entire executive branch, this massive machine of the state that works with corporations and businesses and regulations and the deep state, and also probably saying he's going to get in there and drain the swamp, but he can't be fucking bothered to go through and at the very least task someone to go through this document and give him the bullet points so that he can be aware of what is actually in it. And you're going to trust this. No, shut the fuck up. You're going to then trust this guy to fucking be in charge of the EPA and the military and foreign relations and the border and all of these different administrations with massive amounts of complex documents. And you also think that the state is corrupt and we need a guy that's going to go in there and shake it up, but he can't be bothered when this is like the fucking issue right now, to put one fucking intern on giving him a really good fucking set of bullet points so that he can say, here are the things I disagree with, here are the reasons, the things I won't implement, and here are some things that are based, and here are some things that are lies. It would literally take, all he has to do is task one person with that job. You cannot fucking trust that guy to be the fucking president if he can't be bothered to do that. And that's assuming that he is 100% telling the truth, that he hasn't looked into it at all. It's fucking lazy, and that level of laziness and incompetence is only slightly better than the brain dead president that's finally stepping down.
How many dozens of conservative think tanks are there? Like, should he have somebody go through every single policy, like set of policy positions from each one of these? Because the Cato Institute has their own. Like, there are many other conservative think tanks with sets of policy propositions. So, like,
but then how come we don't know the names of any of those, but we know Project 25?
Because this is the boogeyman that has a ban on porn.
That's the one with the most bad shit proposal in it.
If this is the boogeyman that has all the bad shit in it, and you're running for president and people are misaligning your agenda and your policies with this, I don't know, if I was running for president and I had a big ass fucking team of people with me, I'd task one fucking person and maybe two people, right? So the other person could check the other person's work with giving me a set of bullet points on some of the things that align and some of the things that I think are crazy that I can specifically call out, and even put a little parentheses that says page 172 and be like, look, this isn't my plan. I disagree with this. On page 172, it says, quote, this. All right, this isn't my plan. I'm done with
him to say nothing and just like let it run. If he's just like sitting there saying nothing, and the people that do support Proposal 25 are just also going to support
unless
him
he's
in general.
lying. What you're saying is unless he's lying. My example goes upon the point that he's not lying.
Look at his tweets. Look at his post. He's literally like, he's obviously had somebody take a look at it because he said he disagreed with some of it. So there's obviously some in there that he does agree with, and there's some in there that every conservative would agree with. There's some in there that every common sense person honestly would agree with. But like, there's also some batshit crazy shit, like a fucking modern city in Nevada, like the banning pornography, like just weird shit.
Well, then don't
like,
say you have no idea what it is. Say, look, I had some people look into it.
He's denying affiliation. No. He's denying affiliation. He's saying,
but he didn't just deny affiliation. If you say, I also don't know what it is.
Right.
That is denying
it's contrary.
No, that's also denying affiliation. You can deny affiliation while saying that you cannot be affiliated with something while knowing what it is. But to make the additional step to say I don't know what it is more than just denying affiliation. It's also making a claim that you're uninformed about something, which would be a lie if you're actually informed about it.
The last speech
he said he didn't know who was
the last speech that he gave. The last speech that he gave, he kept saying Project 25 over and over and over again, to try and sell people. It's manipulative. He's trying to sell people that he doesn't even know the name, which is Project 2025. He said over and over and over again, Project 2025, Project 25, this project, I don't even know what's in it. Some stuff that's in it, he's saying things that are directly contrary, which is he's aware of it to some degree. Also, he doesn't really know what's in it at all. And it's like, yes, you can be truthful saying that. In a degree, there's a limited field of view, which is that he's truthful, that he's kind of done a cursory inspection, and what he sees is that it's that there's some cool shit in it, and there's some shit he doesn't agree with, and it's not his plan. But when this is one of the largest think tanks that is involved with many former members of your administration, by the way. And when they have political sway within the party that you're running under as the president, and you're going to have to run a government where you're going to have to appoint all kinds of people, it is incumbent upon you to have some, at the very least, some cursory knowledge and not play this game where you're like, do I know about it? Do I not know about it? It's a fucking game that he's playing. He's playing politics. It's dishonest. That doesn't make him any worse than any other fucking politician, but to act like he's not playing a dishonest game is disingenuous.
You can say that he like has a duty to look into this more, I guess, right? But that's different than he knows who's behind it and he has any involvement behind it. How I read his statements and how I listen to them is he's denying involvement. He's saying, I don't know if I can know these people. I'm not involved with these people. This is their plan. I got my plan. You can come find my plan over here. This is what I want to do.
He's a bullshitter.
I've looked at that. I've looked at that plan. I've looked at that plan. There's some good stuff, but like some stuff in there, pretty bad. Not a big fan. Like, yeah, sure. You can say that, yeah, I would prefer a president that would actually go through it all and like list exactly his grievances and cite all of his sources. I agree, Scott. I would like this to be the case. But I have seen the polling, and this is not the case. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I mean, like, we're only talking about it and getting nitpicky about it because the Democrats have sold a narrative that they're doing everything they can to say that this is Trump's, and it's an overselling.
Which that in of itself is a lie.
It's as equally dishonest as his bullshit responses to it. It's politics. Welcome to politics, everybody. Almost everybody lies.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think it's completely dishonest to say that this is his plan. That's what I heard. You know, before I knew anything about like Project 25. You know, it sounds like, oh, this is like a Trump thing. You know, but it's not. So and I'm not claiming that it is. To be very clear.
Yeah, his is Agenda 47 is what it's called, I think.
Yeah, Agenda 47.
And if you yeah, and the vice president that he chose is exactly who you'd expect him to choose if you were going to go with Agenda 47, or what's laid out in there. So that makes a lot more sense to look at and be worried about if you're going to be worried about it.
Also, I mean, we're talking about like what? Trump is the first president who was in favor of gay marriage, who was elected when gay marriage is legal. Not even Obama was in favor of gay marriage. I mean, this is a relatively left-wing president, right? Gay marriage, weed. Yes. I mean, Jesus Christ.
But also,
he's a 90s Democrat.
But also,
90s Democrat.
Also, I agree, and you're not wrong. But also, when he was president, right? Like, just that's kind of a silly line because when he was president, Obama and Clinton also supported gay marriage, right? So yes, when
they opposed it going in.
No, not in 2008. In 2016,
Trump supported gay marriage before Obama did, though.
Right, but right, I absolutely agree that you can say that, and that's what you should say. But when you say the line, he's the first president to be for gay marriage before he comes into office.
When gay marriage is legal is what I said.
Right, sure, but like Obama was also for it at a certain point before that point. Right, so it's like it's a silly talking point. Like just say
it's not saying much. He was the first.
He's been
president
pro gay marriage
elected
for years.
He's basically saying he's the first president elected after gay marriage got passed.
No. It's saying that Obama, like the Democrat, like
Obama was against gay marriage.
The one who just convinced Joe Biden not to run, right? Like he was against gay marriage in 2008.
Sources familiar with the president's thinking say.
But so like the question in my mind is like, okay, this guy's like a right wing demagogue who wants to accomplish Project 2025 when motherfucker's been like in favor of gay marriage since 1990s. Like this is not like
his
Christian
presidency.
nationalist.
His last 4-year term was almost indistinguishable from Bill Clinton's. I mean, like from a policy position, they're almost identical, right? On borders, right? Bill Clinton had 2 different separate missions to try and lock down the borders and build border wall. On foreign policy, Bill Clinton was involved with trade negotiations and with China, but was still tough on China. On Canada and Mexico trade deals, Bill Clinton created NAFTA, and Trump made a slightly better version of it. And I mean, when it comes to guns, Bill Clinton put in the crime bill, which is more conservative than Trump has ever been on policing and more conservative than Agenda 47. But the crime bill did have an assault weapons ban, and Donald Trump is on records saying that he is in favor sometimes of red flag laws, and he signed into law bump stock ban. When it comes to deregulation, Bill Clinton signed Glass-Steagall repealing of that and deregulated Wall Street to a big degree, and Trump has been in favor of in every step of the way. And of course, sex scandals and impeachment, right? Like these presidencies are almost identical, right? Donald Trump's presidency is very similar to that of a '90s Democrat. Like, and it's silly to say that it's not.
Trump was like hyper pro like stop and frisk and like increasing the police state. I don't think that would be the view of all of the Democrats. In fact, I think that Bill Clinton was very much an outlier. I think Bill Clinton like furthered him and Joe Biden. They furthered more like tough on crime, like harsher sentences, all that kind of stuff. But that wasn't the norm of the Democrat Party. In fact, like that was the attack on the Democrat Party as a whole, is that they are soft on crime. Bill Clinton literally ran on the idea that I'm going to prove to them that I'm not soft on crime, and so he was an outlier there. That wasn't the norm. The Democrat Party as a whole had embraced the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. Donald Trump was obviously opposed to that.
The 1994 crime bill had 95 yes votes and 4 no votes. To say that the Democrats weren't in favor of this tough on crime legislation when almost all of them, to an extreme majority, voted for it is kind of silly, right? Like you're rewriting history.
I'm not rewriting history. So what ends up happening
the evidence
is that, like,
is right here.
I'm not going back and forth with this idiot. Never mind.
Senate outliers? I'm not an idiot because I brought receipts.
Hey, wait. Did you get that off Wikipedia, Scott? Just to be clear.
No, I didn't get it off of Wikipedia. I got off the Senate's website on the 103rd.
Even if you did Wikipedia is fine overall. Got to do your due diligence.
Overall, I mean, you have to check their sources to see what's going on. And Wikipedia is pretty rough on like breaking news. Like that shit changes. But if you're looking at something like 10 years old, it's pretty good.
And not particularly politically fraught at the very moment. But sorry, would you say, Doobie?
Have you looked at Agenda 47 at all?
No, actually, I haven't. I've just looked at
a 16-page document that's really
that's
short on content.
That's interesting because that's what I found with a lot of not just like people on the left, people on the right too, don't even know about it, right? And which is Trump's fault because I mean he's never really been like a policy candidate guy, right? But the fact that everybody's talking about like this Project 2025 thing that Trump hasn't even really signed on to and apparently hasn't heard of his own set of policy propositions is really interesting to me. It's like it feels like the Democrats have won the PR game on that one because Project 2025 does have a lot of crazy shit in it, right? That makes it easy for people to make a boogeyman out of it.
But go ahead. I was gonna say, like, Doobie, have you read Agenda 47? I haven't read the whole thing, but like
not all of it yet.
But at least you can probably agree that it's like there's not much content there, as in no specific like policy outline. Like I could be wrong, but if you can point out, but from what I can tell, like, and even the first 2 pages, like there's a cover page and like the slogan "Make America Great Again," but the rest is just like, yeah, they're going to whatever. There's just broad claims of they're going to increase whatever border security, and they're just going to make everything great overall. But at least I don't see anything like super hyper specific like policy.
Make it great again, Corey.
I think the big thing, and this is probably the thing is because a lot of it is just like protectionist kind of stuff that you'd expect from Trump, right? But the big thing that I think is going to make a lot of waves is he's planning on firing thousands of like bureaucrats, right? Should I call them like the administrative class in Washington? Thousands of them. Just talking about like firing all of them. And this is like I think this is what
up to 100,000, yeah.
Yeah, this is what Trump is usually talking about when he talks about the deep state, these unelected bureaucrats like these boogeymen. He's talking about firing hundreds of thousands of, or I'm sorry, up to 1,000 of them, and replacing them with people that he selects, right?
Well, I think the bigger one is the bigger one is that he's going to ban anyone that works in the executive branch that regulates an industry from ever working in that industry. Yes. So if you work at the Food and Drug Administration, for example, and you get that job, it's going to be part of your contract when you get that job that says you will never work for a pharmaceutical company. So if you want that job, you don't ever get to work for, you don't get to, I don't know, work for the FDA and then put through a bullshit label that allows Purdue Pharma to say that Oxycontin is actually non-addictive or less addictive than traditional opioids, and then work for Purdue Pharma 4 years later. Right? Like I feel like that's a substantive policy position. I don't like him, but to say that there aren't major policy positions, I think that's a huge one that he can do from day one. He might lie. He might not ever do it because, Obama said he closed Gitmo.
Or to work for NASA and then, have a contract for delivering astronauts to space by a private company and then giving that to SpaceX and then quitting NASA and immediately working for SpaceX. That might be something too. Something to look into.
Yeah, which is why it's really interesting that he chose JD Vance, because I think a lot of people focus on JD Vance being like very, very, very opposed to abortion. Like people hit on that a lot, but I think that's like the least interesting thing about what seems to be his like ideology.
He's a right-wing socialist intellectual.
Yeah, it is pretty far out of the conservative mainstream, right, or the Republican mainstream. Like he's spoken to, and I think he's even like I think he's been on like panels and shit with people who are like dark enlightenment edgelords. I don't want to call them edgelords, but they're like very like anti-liberal, very like anti-egalitarian, very anti-democracy. Like that these people who I think if they represent something that's been growing within the Republican Party since like 2010 or something. Right, this like a group of like younger Republicans who do want to go back to traditional values, but they don't. There's not so much the focus on Christianity, right? They're willing to let go a lot of the baggage of Christianity, but still adopt like a traditional view of morality and culture.
They want the carcass. They want the corpse of Christianity back.
So I think that guy's really interesting.
So
you should read Hillbilly Elegy, by the way. I mean, as much as I dislike JD Vance and I hate him, you should read Hillbilly Elegy. It's a great book.
So I'm looking at Agenda 47 now, right? The thing that pops up to me first, and I'm sure none of you, especially Scott, will be surprised, is his Day 1 executive order ending citizenship for children of illegals and outlawing birth tourism.
I agree.
Yeah,
Which
so
is,
like he seems
it's
to
stupid.
be...
It's not going to happen.
Exactly. I mean, I agree.
It's not going to happen because it's a violation of the Constitution. As much as I don't like birthright citizenship, it would require a constitutional amendment. It'll get struck down immediately. Sometimes, and this is again because politicians are liars, but often politicians make promises that they don't even necessarily agree with because they know that they can't actually pass, right? Like it is fodder for the base. And at the end of the day, it's not going to happen, right? Like I'm going to come in day one and I'm going to end birthright citizenship, or I'm going to, birth tourism, right? Which is, like maybe he finds some loophole, but it'll immediately get struck down. And then he'll be like, I tried, but it didn't work, and then all his base gets yay.
You see exactly this in Congress, like all the time. Congress says the most, right? So like, let's say the Democrats have the House, the Republicans have the Senate, right? They'll sign on to some super progressive, like populist legislation. You'll get like a huge portion of the House doing that, but knowing that it'll fail. But when the Democrats take the Senate, they'll say, and this comes up again, we'll say, oh, well, the language of this version of the bill, I didn't quite agree with, and so I couldn't sign on to it. Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah, it happens all the time. It happens all the time.
So,
or they'll put poison pills in it. They'll put poison pills in it, right? So, I mean, Hillary Clinton took Bernie Sanders to task on the Violence Against Women Act, right? And she was like, oh, Bernie Sanders didn't so that she could say that Bernie Sanders, was in favor of wife beating or some shit. Right. Yeah. But the reason he didn't sign on to the Violence Against Women Act is that it was tied with another bill that came with the ability to sue gun manufacturers for all deaths from guns, which is an insanely unconstitutional thing that like no one in their right mind would actually meaningfully support other than getting fodder from leftists, right? And that's why he didn't sign for it. And then that's why Bernie Sanders had to go, oh, I actually got a D- from the NRA. And that was his big talking point, because he had to combat this bullshit narrative that Hillary Clinton had done, because they'll put things like that, and they'll put poison pills in it so that people that are in districts that are actually competitive, as opposed to people in New York or California or whatever, can't vote for these bills and aren't capable of voting for these bills because they would lose election, can then have that thrown at them as an attack on them, as if they're pro-woman beater, when obviously Bernie Sanders isn't pro-woman beater. He's just a commie, which is close enough, but you know.
Oh, thanks for that. All right, so that's all I wanted to cover, right? It's just that, like, I'm disappointed that my friend Lactoid, who's insanely skeptical in all areas, all of a sudden believes Donald Trump, noted liar in his words. But we've covered that, and we can talk about it more.
He's noted retarded and noted liar. Let's be honest. And for these assumptions, he has to be one or the other. It's just as easily you could assume that he's fucking not doing his due diligence and is stupid.
Here, the last thing I'll say is that, like, you don't have to necessarily assume he's like an honest person to know that he didn't have anything to do with Project 2025. If you've read any of it, right? It's just not him.
No,
it's a safe assumption.
But again, that wasn't my claim. That was
you're saying he claimed to not know. I also believe that he didn't know the people who actually drafted the parts that he didn't like, because it's
to be fair, there is when these things happen in politics, there is a bit of a Mott and Bailey that occurs in online political discourse, right? Where, and I'm not accusing you of intentionally doing this, Prime, but there are people like you that are defending the position that Donald, and people like me as well, that are defending the position that Donald Trump is obviously lying about not having information, that he's saying contrary, not contradictory, but contrary. This is important in logic. They're contrary because the assumption is there, but it's not necessarily a dichotomy. So contrary statements, right, on this. And what this does is this becomes a debate where we can win and say that it's bullshit, but the actual indefensible position, right, that gets snuck in the discourse is that this is Trump's 2025. And that occurs a lot in these conversations as well. I'll be right back.
That's fair. So why don't we well, he's gone, but we'll still get started. Thanks everyone for indulging me on that one. Hello all, this is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a great group of guests here. Really excited about this conversation. I hope it's a good one. And hopefully we can take a look at this from like both sides. But anyway, we'll introduce these kind folks, starting with the man I just spent like a half hour criticizing, but who I still respect quite a bit. Lactoid, thank you for being here, friend.
Yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. This has been the wildest 2 weeks in politics that I've ever experienced personally. It has been an absolute roller coaster, a lot of crazy shit, and it's, what is it that they're saying? Like, there's some times that a decade can happen in a year, and a year can happen in a decade. I feel as though we're going through one of those decades in a year right now. It's a wild time.
Yeah, agreed. And Scott and I were talking, in DMs. Yeah, it's gonna, from here to the election, going to be insane. Much more twisting.
We're getting like an October surprise, like every fucking 2 weeks.
Holy shit! Yes, that's crazy. But yeah, Scott, thank you for being here as well.
Yeah, I'm Scott Fabian Liberty. I'm an anarcho-capitalist, which means I am a pro-capitalist, individual liberty, private property rights, right-wing anarchist. Which is weird. I get that. But if you want to check me out, find me Fabian Liberty. I'm usually streaming on YouTube. I'm not on Twitch, mostly because I don't want to get banned on Twitch and then not be able to do these panels and shit. So if I get banned on YouTube, it's like, whatever, I'll just do it on fucking Rumble. Twitch sucks. But yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying, Lactoid. It is an insane week in politics. It is somehow completely different and very similar to what happened right after 9/11. Right? Like I remember after 9/11, politics all of a sudden became everywhere. But the thing that I remember the most about 9/11 was an inability to speak out, an inability to like say, well, yeah, we've been bombing these people since the Eisenhower administration, right? Like, you couldn't say anything other than America, we're together, we're one nation. And there was like censorship and hate. And I mean, even Howard Dean, you know, the establishment did everything they could to take him out, right? All because he went, Pyaw! Right? And it was like, and they ran that over and over again to get rid of him because he happened to be an anti-war guy, right? And this time it's the same energy, but it's totally different because now we have like inflamed negative algorithms on social media, and it's like us versus them, and everything becomes this highly partisan issue where like you're forced into these two camps. And it's very interesting. I have no idea what it means for the future, or how things are going to go, or, you know, what's going on, but we're here for the ride, hopefully to make some sense of it. And if you want to learn about philosophy and anarchism and libertarianism, hit me up on Fabian Liberty.
Thanks for that. Appreciate that perspective. You know, I'm not familiar with what happened after 9/11 because I'm not old like you people. But it's good to have you know, old timers here to let us know about the before times. All right, let's go to Corey. I appreciate you, friend. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Grateful to be here, and also grateful to be up here in Canada, and just as an observer. And so, understandably, you know, my opinion can be weighted less, although I'm sure it always is, anyways, as a Canadian. But regardless, and well, since we didn't get to it last week, I'm assuming now we'll talk about
Go Pierre Pelevra.
And that's a whole other debate that I'll gladly have some other time. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. Looking forward to it.
I must imagine there's got to be like I'm not a Canadian, so I can't be sure of this. Yeah, right. Well, I mean, I have my Canadian friends, you and Blackwood, but I would imagine that there is some level of anxiety, considering you share a border with this country that you have such insight into, because you get so much for media, you're like, you know, and there's so much cultural exchange that like you have such an insight into, and it's so powerful, and like actively watching it melt down next to you, like I imagine that must cause some level of anxiety.
Oh yeah, well, so thankfully, I mean, well, maybe not for me personally, but totally, you know, there are articles in our state-run media about how, you know, Trudeau and etc. how we are going to deal with potentially a next Trump presidency. I can send you some of those articles from the CBC. They're interesting to say the least. But yeah, and totally from some of the people around me, you know, there's maybe undue anxiety, but there is anxiety there.
Fair enough.
And here as an American, I have anxiety that you guys won't fucking get rid of Trudeau.
Oh, you're cutting out for a few seconds.
I have the similar anxiety that you guys won't get rid of fucking Trudeau.
Gotcha.
He's too good looking.
I thought they were electing the guy that ate that apple. He was like,
Fanatic.
Hell yeah, let's Pierre Pelevra.
I'm very excited to have you.
Based.
We haven't had Fanatic on Reverie in quite a long time, but he's always welcome. How are you, friend?
You know, I'm good. I'm happy to be here. I think this is kind of an important time. It's really disgusting that we're like constantly put in these conundrums where, you know, we're making choices, but the choices aren't genuine choices because we would never actually choose either of the things that we're being forced to choose between. So then it's not really a choice, it's more of an avoidance. And I think that becomes problematic. But overall, you know, I like speaking, you know, to intelligent people. I don't know how much of that's going to go on here. But yeah, we're going to try our best.
Thank you so much.
I think I see two, 3 maybe.
Are you seeing the reflection in your screen as part of it?
I was saying 3 maybe outside of myself, obviously.
Thank you, friend. Next we have our Ali. Glad to have you here. Like you've got I really do love your room. Like
I'm the good-looking DEI hire. That's all it is. You need a black guy, a white guy, a Mexican guy, a good-looking guy, and a girl, and then just how it works out. I'm glad to be here.
Thanks for being here, friend.
Hey! Don't do that.
Oh, we're not doing bisexual lighting. I'm sorry. I'll put it back.
own bisexual lighting. This is Miami lighting.
Anything else you want to say?
Sociologic, you can find me on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have our friend Doobie. Thanks for being back, Doobie.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And finally, our friend, well, not finally, we do have someone else here, but let's see if they show up. But Ghosty, thank you for stopping by.
I believe you're muted.
Muted. She was being patient before, you know?
Yeah. Oh, man,
What,
everyone's
she didn't
waiting
say
on you.
Oh, that's terrible. She must have
Oh,
been
God.
ignoring her earlier when she was trying to talk. I thought she was talking to somebody else.
Oh, maybe.
We've been ignoring her this whole for hours.
She was getting so angry, like yelling and shit.
Yeah, no, and she was used to it. That's what men usually do, right? They
Oh, is
just-
this better?
Go. That's better.
Yeah,
There we
go ahead.
Now we
Hi.
can hear you.
Okay. Okay, I had push to talk on apparently. Okay, yeah, sorry, my bad. I was trying to talk earlier, but sorry, that's my boyfriend in the background. If you can hear him, hopefully you won't hear him too much. But yeah, Ghosty, spelled with a 6, 2 I's at the end. Thanks for having me here. Again, and I said sorry for being late. I was having technical difficulties too with my computer. I was trying to be upstairs, but I had to come back down here. Yeah, I don't know. It's been a crazy week, and I'm excited to get into it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, again, sorry we weren't able to hear you. We weren't ignoring you. And if that ever happens, right? If you're like unsure, like feel free to DM me. Like, hey, can you hear me or something like that? If if you're not sure.
Okay, somebody else ended up kind of saying what I was gonna say anyways, so that's why I stopped.
Okay, no problem. All right. So we'll get started. Let me introduce the topic, and we'll jump into intros. So President Biden has dropped out of the 2024 presidential race. In his place, he has endorsed Vice President. I was corrected on this earlier today. Kamala, right? Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris hasn't had a strong showing as VP. As for the time being, she barely polls above Biden, put up against Trump. Many people on the Democratic side don't think she is up to the job of winning. Do you think that there should be an open convention at the DNC to choose the new nominee, or should the party rally around Kamala? And on the other side, Republicans have not yet been able to fine-tune their attacks on Harris. The only thread that they have managed to maintain is that she is a quote-unquote DEI VP. This line of attack has been called a racial dog whistle. Do you think Republicans are capable of running a presidential campaign against a Black/Asian woman without racial attacks? So yeah, Biden dropped out. Hooray. And Kamala seems to be the heir apparent. We'll see. But in any case, like I really want to explore what the DNC should be doing now. Like, should we be looking for the candidates? Is that even a preferable thing to do, like an open convention? Or would that be disastrous? Anyone's opinions, even if you're not a Democrat or leftist, I'd really like to hear your opinions on that. And then on the other side, like how Republicans handle this. Like, will this be a calm exchange of ideas and a debate? Will completely above board, maybe? Well, I don't know. Let's hope. But yeah, we'll discuss all of that. Start with our friend Lage.
Yeah, I think there should be a snap primary right now. Look, Kamala, which is how I understand her name is pronounced, lost the last primary pretty handedly, got destroyed. And so there's really no guarantee that Democratic primary voters would actually even prefer her over other candidates if they had a primary again. I think, you can talk a lot of shit about the Republican Party, the Republicans are anti-democratic or whatever, but you got to give them a little bit of credit. Their primary system is far more democratic than the Democrats is, right? I mean, we had in 2016, we had superdelegates who were voting explicitly against their voters' wishes. The Republican Party didn't have superdelegates. They were purely, the establishment Republicans couldn't do shit to prevent Trump from gaining power, because their system is actually built democratically. But the Republican, or the Democratic Party, is not built democratically. There's a lot of machine built within it that goes back a very long time. And we saw this in 2016 when Sanders was cheated out of the election, not only through superdelegates, but also the leaked information indicating that the DNC actively conspired against Bernie Sanders. It's not it wouldn't be a ridiculous, I guess, conspiracy theory to believe that something similar might be happening now. But even if it's not happening, the fact that the elites are just sort of shooing in Kamala Harris is pretty fucked up. So yeah, there should be a snap primary right now, and it has to happen right now. You can't wait a week or anything like that. It needs to happen right now. Otherwise, we're going to have a primary candidate for the Democrats who's not even necessarily popularly elected within their own party, which is not only crazy, but also it's going to be a major attack vector on her, as it should be. Regarding her being a DEI VP, I think that there's definitely room to attack her on other grounds. The fact that she's not a democratically selected presidential candidate, that her policies suck, her hypocrisy, that Tulsi Gabbard was able to call out in the last primary of her, being so lax on weed, despite the fact that she wasn't. But I think calling her a DEI VP is actually relatively accurate, because Biden openly said that he was going to select a vice president who was a woman. And he said he was specifically he was going to prioritize a woman of color. Now, for Justice Jackson, he was even more explicit, saying that the only explicit requirements were that it was a woman of color. So this is DEI, right? They're being selected primarily for their diversity, equity, and inclusion contributions. So I don't necessarily see this as a racist attack, right? I see this as just simply like pointing out, hey, she was selected in large part, like the one key thing that she could not have had, or that she could not have been selected without, was simply the fact that she's a Black woman. So there does, I think, raise some questions there of her competence and of her ability whenever you select something that's based off of not somebody's merit. So they should attack her on those grounds as well. I don't think it's necessarily racist.
Thank you. Scott.
Yeah, I obviously echo many of the sentiments that Lactoid gave. Not really a surprise there. We're both libertarians. He's a libertarian light. I'll give him that respect. Yeah, I think a few things here. So first, let's tackle the diversity, equity, inclusion as a racist dog whistle. This is a narrative claim by the left. It isn't true. The idea that you are against DEI automatically makes you racist is to say that to be for meritocracy is to be racist. And this is absolutely unequivocally just false. It is critical theory bullshit that has entered the dialogue and is assumed to be true, that you are somehow in support of this fantastical system of a white supremacist nation by very nature of being against some initiatives that are born from the ideology of critical theory. That being said, Harris is kind of especially attacked as a DEI person, not because she's Black, not because she's a woman, but as Lactoid laid out, because of the reasons before. But to add on to that, she got her start in politics as DA while dating Willie Brown, and, was put forward whilst being in a relationship. Now, granted, some people make false claims about her, we'll just leave the misogynistic or the false claims about adultery aside, potentially false claims about adultery, and just say that yes, they dated in a giant age gap relationship, where he is 31 years older than her, I believe, and it raises some questions that much of her political career has not been due to her merit, but due to those things. To dismiss the racism claim unequivocally and easily, there was a moment that destroyed Kamala Harris. And that moment came from a Hindu brown woman, Tulsi Gabbard, who is a darling of the right wing, is constantly on Fox News, and is loved by conservatives. Tulsi Gabbard absolutely destroyed Kamala Harris's ability to be in the primaries. And the idea that conservatives hate her because she's 1/4 Black but love and half Indian, but love Tulsi Gabbard, who's Hindu and Hawaiian, and it's racism, is such a stupid fucking stretch. What I think the real narrative here, the thing that I want to point out is I'm 33 years old. And if you are 1 year younger than me, right? If you're 32 or younger, that means you weren't able to vote in the primaries in 2007, 2008, leading up to Obama's presidency. And what I have seen, and I find that very sad for Democrats. And the reason I find that sad for Democrats is 2008 was the last time that you ever had a meaningful vote for who was the presidential candidate for the Democratic Party. You have not had a meaningful vote since 2007, 2008, when Obama and Edwards and Kerry and Clinton were fighting to see who was going to be the presidential nominee. That was a genuine fight. That was a fairly democratic process. After Obama's 8 years, where he promised us, hope and change, which was, just Clinton's campaign redone, and instead gave us extrajudicial murders of American citizens, drone strikes abroad, furthering collapse of the housing market, slow economic growth, not doing anything in Gitmo. After that presidency that was horrible and didn't give you any of the promises that you were given, you had a chance again in 2016. And that was mostly Hillary Clinton versus Bernie Sanders. And what happened was the media carried water for Hillary Clinton. The media did everything they could to misalign Bernie Sanders. CNN gave the questions for debates to Hillary Clinton ahead of the debates so that she could more easily be prepared and win those debates. And the media did everything they did to say that because of the superdelegates, Bernie Sanders could never win because the establishment neoliberal pro-corporate candidates were for Hillary Clinton, and you need to get there for Hillary Clinton. And Bernie Sanders was crushing her ass until Super Tuesday, and the media ran a giant misinformation campaign about superdelegates and everything, and carried water for her. Your vote didn't really matter because of the misinformation that was spread by media. And then again in 2020, you had another presidential primary campaign. And what you had is you had the media doing the same thing, carrying water for Biden. Biden came in on a lie that he is still telling, which is that there were good people on both sides and that Donald Trump called neo-Nazis and white supremacists good people. His entire campaign was bullshit. It was a lie. And he came in and the media carried water for him, and they did everything they said. He's the guy that can beat Trump. Nobody else can beat Trump, despite the fact that polling data suggested that he was the worst candidate against Trump. And then what happened? Buttigieg and others pulled out just before Super Tuesday, whilst maintaining that Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders and the other progressive candidates were fighting against each other, and all of the neoliberal candidates that had the superdelegates support were all behind Biden, and they stole your quote-unquote Democratic vote from you again. And now we have this election. And in this election, Biden refused to do debates. He refused to take on contenders. He refused to take on RFK. He refused to take on Gavin Newsom. He refused to have any part of an electoral process other than just vote for the incumbent, whilst the media carried water again and said he's mentally perfectly fine. He's sharp as a tack. It's just a stutter. The media gaslit you and did everything they could to make sure that you didn't have a Democratic vote. And then right after those primary results come in and politics gets crazy, all of a sudden we're magically aware of the fact that this dude has been stumbling around and has been mentally unfit for fucking years. And what do? What do you get? You get the least popular primary candidate from 2020, Kamala Harris, the person that convicted over 1,900 marijuana cases, the person that withheld exculpatory evidence that kept people, I don't really care about their race, but you guys seem to, that kept black men in jail and in prison. The person that bragged about putting parents threatening them with jail if their kids were truant because they were bad kids, and that would somehow fix truancy. The person that kept people in extended prison sentences so that they could fight forest fires on behalf of the California people when they should have been free and not in prison any longer. That person. There's plenty of fucking attacks against her. And the idea that a few fucking dumb conservatives talk about DEI in the most obvious DEI candidate that you've ever had is not fucking racist. And what's worse is that if you are 32 years or younger, you have never had a Democratic vote that meant anything for the presidential nominee for the Democratic Party. Only millennials that are 33 and older have actually had that option. And while I don't believe in the will of the people, I think it's a contradictory term. I think that that's the really sad thing here, is that the corporations own the DNC, and it's been obvious for 20 fucking years. And I don't understand how you people haven't woken up to it and accepted that the DNC doesn't support any of your values. It's bought and paid for. So go ahead and vote for Kamala, because Trump is so much worse.
He says no racism and then immediately goes into you people. All right. Anyway, moving on.
Democrats. That's what I mean by you people.
I'm just kidding. All right, let's go to Corey.
I want to joke that, Scott, do you want to finish your opening statement from last week? If you want, there's still time. But I should also be transparent. I'm biased, like my friend Lactoid. I'm Canadian. And, you know, FYI, Kamala Harris is basically an honorary Canadian since she spent time, I believe, in Quebec. I think, FYI, I think we both went to the same high school, actually. But, like, yeah, I believe she went to Westmount High. Fact check me on that. That's high school I went to. But there are definitely valid criticisms that Scott outlined in terms of everything that she appears to have done in the past. But I guess I'll try to keep it brief. So to address the actual points, so I think Lactoid is probably correct in that there probably needs to be like an open primary, like whatever, tomorrow as soon as possible. In terms of like, from what I understand, I could be wrong, the DNC is like a month from now. I don't know that the Democratic Party can afford to wait a month before, you know, doing full-on campaign mode. I think they want to, like, yeah, pretty much, you know, put the entire machinery around someone now. And, you know, since Biden endorsed Kamala, they're probably going to try to go with that for now, because they can't really afford, they probably can't afford to wait another month before picking another candidate. And, like, the whole DEI thing, I personally don't think it's a valid criticism, because, like, I could be wrong, but I don't know if there are any explicit qualifications to be, you know, vice president, other than, like, obviously, like, the obvious ones or whatever, being an adult, and I'm sure there's something else in their constitution about
over the age of
VP.
35.
Yeah, sure. But, like, in terms of a merit, I don't know that there's anything explicitly outlined of being VP, where aside from, like, yeah, the age thing, it seems like you can pick anybody. So I don't see how whatever saying you're going to pick this specific type of person says anything at all whatsoever. And addressing, you know, are Republicans capable of running a presidential campaign against a Black Asian woman without racial attacks? If, in fact, you know, social media is any semblance of real life, I don't know that it is. It may very well not be, but based off what I see on Twitter, probably not. And I'll leave it there for now.
Let's go to Fanatic.
Is it okay if I go last?
Oh, sure. Let's go to Ollie.
Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, listen. I don't know why we have Kamala. I don't even think we should host. I think that. Listen, Biden should have just elected or said Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson or Mark Cuban should just be president, because otherwise I don't even know why the fuck we're hosting an election at all. We should just give, you know, King Trump the election at this fucking point. The DEI hire, I mean, listen, she was the most qualified to do the job. The job was get a Black vote, and he put a Black woman there. That's the qualification for VP. So she filled the qualifications. I don't think it was a DEI hire. And then them being racist, I mean, it wouldn't be fun if they weren't. This time around, this is going to be a Twitter election. But yeah, we'll get into it later.
DB.
I agree.
With all of us.
With everybody.
Thank you, friend. Ghosty, yeah.
Okay, so I do think there should be some kind of vote for who the candidate is, although I wouldn't be super upset with Kamala. I don't think it's fair to say she was a DEI pick. I think she had all the merits to be vice president, and then maybe some of those, you know, her being a woman and a woman of color, like were a part of the choice. But just saying that she was picked just solely on that would I just think that's totally unfair. She has a lot of other qualifications to get to where she was, and to say that just because she dated what was it? He was a speaker of the California State Assembly, it says, at the time in the 1990s, before she became a prosecutor in 2004, to say that that's how she made her way up to the vice president. I just don't think that's fair at all. So I don't think she's a DEI pick at all. But I do think that we deserve, a say and a vote for who's a Democratic runner.
Fanatic.
Okay, so listen, the idea that she is a DEI VP, I can see that it could hold some merit. Like, it's possible. I think the reason. Oh, sorry. I think the reason why it becomes racist to make that claim that she's just a DEI president and all that is because of the fact that meritocracy has always been a myth. Because right now we're having a conversation about qualifications. What would qualify Kamala Harris in order to become president? And of course, she obviously held like a publicly elected office beforehand, as whatever. But then Donald Trump became president, having never served in any office whatsoever. Right? And then we can't have that conversation about meritocracy in that situation because he's obviously unqualified. The only time where meritocracy starts coming into play is when we're talking about Black people, specifically because they want to look for any disqualifying features that they can look for. And a perfect example of this would be someone like Ketanji Brown, right? Obviously intelligent, obviously particularly well-spoken, obviously stalwart record, obviously like really great candidate, and she qualified in every way you can possibly imagine. But what do? No, we need to see your, what scores was it? We need to see your LSAT scores, because then we can determine that you're actually good enough, because now we want to try to find some sort of disqualification even though you're obviously qualified. Obama was obviously qualified, but we're going to go ahead and dismiss his qualification and say he's too inexperienced. These same individuals were making the claim he's inexperienced for this position, then elected Donald Trump next. So you can't sit here and tell me that meritocracy is actually valid. So when we start talking about DEI, the idea that we understand that even when you're qualified, even when you fit the bill, they will find ways of dismissing you, which is why we've always said things like you have to work 2 or 3 times as hard for half of the qualifications, right? Obama couldn't have gotten through half of the scandals that Donald Trump had and have been elected. You have to be the most clean-cut person that you can possibly be. I'm saying this as a person who didn't particularly like Obama's presidency. I wouldn't have voted for him. I didn't vote at the time. I was obviously able to. I just didn't really believe in the voting process. But I'm saying this knowing that he had a scandal-free presidency. Notice all the nonsense that Bill Clinton's daughters were going through. George Bush's daughters were going through. All of that sorts of nonsense. We don't have to get into all the Trump scandals. We don't have to go through all the Biden scandals. Obama's presidency, his children, his family, everything matched, and they did everything they could to discredit him. They talked about his what country he was from. He's not a U.S. citizen. Birthing scandals, all sorts of nonsense. So meritocracy is a myth, right? Whenever we start talking about DEI, when we talked about affirmative action, it's a myth. It's a lie of the racists in this country that try to make the claim, well, the reason why we can't allow, the reason why it's so affirmative action is so problem is because it's just allowing these unqualified people to get into these positions and into these schools that don't belong there. When in reality, affirmative action didn't say disqualified people were allowed to go there. What it said was you had to meet the qualifications to meet there. And within those qualifications, we'll have a second subset of people where we'll start considering things like race. So you have qualified people of a specific race who will be guaranteed into these positions. But now we have these arguments that, it must be about a lack of qualifications. A sibling of mine works for the air traffic, is an air traffic controller. And in those conversations, you have some person who was talking about DEI because the myth spread that with DEI, that now people who were flying, pilots, were going to be not capable of actually holding, being in that position, and that there would be increase in risk and so on and so forth. And a person engaged in a conversation with them and started saying, you notice that these flights, that this pilot, that his English wasn't so good, and so on and so forth. You see this DEI, where you had to point out, you understand that man was French, right? It was a French that was a French pilot. English was his second language, and we still were able to do the job that we always have done. Had nothing to do with DEI in America whatsoever. Yet you still jump to that. Why? Because you're looking for excuses. You're racist. Now, I'm sorry, I'm long-winded, but I'm the last one, so there's open conversation anyway.
Go ahead.
When it comes to the presidency, I obviously feel like democracy should be the thing that we're aiming for. And we're not really achieving democracy within the Democrat Party when you sit here and you say, okay, well, we're not doing debates. We're not going to do debates whatsoever. And then as soon as we're not doing debates, we're going to go ahead and just reelect Biden, a person who people didn't really want in the first place. They only chose him to avoid Donald Trump because Donald Trump is a disaster and a danger to democracy as a whole and a danger to the country as a whole. So we reluctantly settle on Biden. And so now we're about to automatically select Biden again because he's incumbent, even though people didn't want him in the first place and are unhappy with him now. Then after he drops out of the race at the very last minute, because we all knew that he should have, we all knew it was coming, to be honest with you. When that happens, now we just shoot in Kamala Harris. Obviously, literally the single lowest polling vice president in the history of NBC's poll. The single lowest. And so now we're going to be forcing you into her. So this is why I say it's not a genuine choice. If it's a choice between I hate this thing and I despise this thing, it's not a choice. I'm just trying to figure out what I want to avoid. That's not a true choice. To choose something means to prefer something. And when we're setting the scope at what I want to avoid, it's not a preference, or it's a preference of avoidance, which is obviously a different thing. For the small brain people, if you need explanation for that, I'll go ahead and go into that further in the open. So the Democrat Party obviously should hold some sort of primary at this point, right? That needs to happen, or else we truly don't have a say. And I can't stand Kamala Harris for all of the things that everyone else has already stated, which came directly from Tulsi Gabbard. We know what an atrocity that she is. And yes, she switched up and became a Republican afterwards while she had been running on the Democrat ticket, but she was an actual Republican. So she attacked Kamala during those freaking during the primary, you know. So I mean, I had respect for her, but I have none now that I know how much of a grifter she is. She's the same as Fabian and Lactoid to me.
What are those things that are so terrible? What are
Sure. Okay, sure. I can run through them really quickly. Fabian Liberty did earlier, but just to put it in a nutshell. For one, she ran on the idea that she wanted to legalize marijuana and that there needed to be that was the best policy for the country. Meanwhile, when she was the elected state attorney general for the great state of California, the state that I live in, while she was in that job, she prosecuted over 1,500 people, primarily black men, specifically for possession and distribution of marijuana. If you believe the drug is harmless, then the idea that you, as a state attorney general, would prosecute people for marijuana when you realize it's harmless and you know that it's like in states like Colorado and all of these other states where it's legal, then that automatically makes that's a sus thing. Take down notes for that one. We can go ahead and go through that, to the rabbit hole of that one. Next, there was a situation where Kamala Harris, remember, state attorney general, she was in a situation where she had evidence that would exonerate a person who was on death row. She refused to release or have that DNA evidence actually tested properly and refused to release it. The way that information finally got out was that a federal judge sued her, forcing her to release that information. She was aware that it would set that person free, but chose not to do so. Next, there was another thing where there was a person who was doing a bunch of tests, right? Like this was like one of their go-to people to run tests when it came to DNA and evidence and things like that. That person was using drugs, was obviously like not qualified or not capable to do the job fair. So they become aware of this. Once they become aware of this, they quietly decide to start using someone else. But obviously, if this is the main witness that we've been using in order to punish people, then we would need to then revisit, if not completely undo, all trials that relied on this person, because we now know that this person was compromised. She withheld that information and allowed those people to remain in prison until yet again a federal judge forces them to overdo all those cases because of the over 500 cases, I believe it was, because that person had been lying. Lastly, so let me see. So we did that one. Oh, the firefighter scandal. in the state of California, it's not that way anymore. But in the state of California at the time, and it has been this way for years, they have relied on prison labor to aid the firefighting force, right? So it's a decent portion of the firefighting force are prisoners. They get paid about $1 an hour to fight fires, which is a dangerous job, risking their lives. They obviously have to be trained, they have to learn the job, and then they fight fires alongside firefighters. There were policies in place that made it illegal. You were ineligible for hire as an actual firefighter once you got released from prison if you had fought fires while you were in prison. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to any person here. You learned the job, you were trained on the job, you performed the job, you risk your life for the job, and we make it illegal once you're out of prison to then actually be hired to do the job that you've been working with the comrades that you've developed a relationship with, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They began floating around a memo in her office. She says she wasn't aware of it. They began floating around a memo in her office that specifically, they were floating around the idea of keeping people in prison past their sentence, specifically because if we let them out, it'll weaken our firefighting force. That idea was disgusting and floating around her office. She claims I was unaware of this office. Of course, she's the head of the office. She claims she was unaware of it, and she claims that that she didn't know about it, but it was just an idea that was floated around. But I believe that some people believe that it had actually been practiced. And again, it's ineptitude if you're unaware of the ideas of the high-ranking officials in your office that are doing this. So all of those things got put out. We have all the evidence for it. So then for you to then say, hey, no, those aren't the things. I did the work of reforming this thing when you were at one of the highest positions of power of the state and you did nothing. You can't point to a single instance of positive reform that she actually did. That's why we say that she's absolutely disgusting. And that's why I think that's why I can't get behind her.
Let's let
real quick question.
And hold on, I want to.
Can I do a quick question? It's one sentence.
One sentence.
One sentence.
One sentence.
Fanatic. So would you say, if someone were to say that she was a DEI hire, would you say that Kamala Harris is qualified for that position, given all of the reasons that you laid out, that she's unqualified uniquely?
I think what I laid out are why she's undesirable for the position, not why she's unqualified for the position, because the qualifications necessary for the position are simply that she's of a specific age, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. She's undesirable, but she's clearly qualified.
Well, then why was Trump unqualified?
The reason why
you said he was unqualified.
I'm sorry, then maybe I might have misspoken. It's not that Trump was unqualified. I'm sorry. What I did was I had framed it under the idea that if you're going to say that Obama was unqualified because of his lack of because of his lack of experience, right? Because of his lack of experience, he was too inexperienced for the position. Was I think were the words that I quoted them as saying. Then to elect Donald Trump would obviously be, disingenuous, inconsistent, hypocritical, whatever phrases you would like to use. And so for that reason, if Obama was unqualified, then Trump would be doubly unqualified. I don't think either of them were necessarily unqualified.
Yeah, 2 years as a senator and a community organizer is totally way more qualifications than being a billionaire CEO with international business dealings. Got it.
Wait,
you're saying that sarcastically, but I know that's actually true.
Let's go to DB, please.
Okay, so I got to say, I agree with almost everything Fanatic said, right? In that whole spiel, it's like 98% correct, or I agree. And the things I don't agree with, you want to like minor. But I just wanted to point something out. So the attacks that were levied at Obama about him being like a Nigerian, I think it was, or
Kenyan,
Kenyan, and that he was like unqualified or inexperienced, all these sorts of things. A lot of that was actually floated around by the Democrats, by mainstream Democrats who didn't want him. Like I remember there were quotes like from Bill Clinton saying that, a few years ago, this guy would have been getting us coffee. It's crazy shit like this, right? So like, I just want to point that out. And along with everything you just said about Kamala or whatever the fuck her name is.
Whatever.
Kamala or Kamala works either way.
It's comma.
Whatever. Okay,
Yeah,
the
Kamala
fucking cop lady. Okay. So I've spoken to a lot of, I don't want to say a lot. It's been like three lifelong Democrats in my family. One of them, my grandmother, who when Obama was running for president, told me he's literally the fucking Antichrist. right? Like we had a conversation. She said he's literally the Antichrist. And then I asked her, I was like, okay, so you're voting for McCain, right? She's like, no, I'm a Democrat. The Republicans are for white people. So she told me he's a fucking Antichrist. She voted for him anyway, right? So like that's how democratic she is, right? But she told me recently, and I've had one other family member and like a friend of the family tell me that this time around, they're actually not going to vote for the Democrat candidate, no matter who it is. They're actually voting for Trump. They're in California, so it doesn't fucking matter. But it's not even because they like Trump. They actually really dislike Trump. But the idea is that they want to punish the Democrats for lying to them about Biden for so long, right? And for shooing in Kamala, who they fucking hate, and for all the little tricks and shit that they've done over the last 10 years, right? That you guys just went over some of them. They want to punish the party for their behavior by voting for Trump. Now, I've heard this from some people in my life. I've heard from some people on the internet. And I'm kind of curious as to like what you guys think about that idea, or that position.
Let's tackle that one second, just quickly, because someone had gifted a membership on YouTube. Thank you, Sean, for giving that membership. That was at well, let's not talk about when that happened. But thank you, Sean.
I'm going to do the fact checking right now.
Thanks so much. Okay, please, anyone can jump in.
I think it's Lactoid wanted to step in and Ghosty.
Ghostly, yeah.
Go first, Ghosty.
Say I understand and I agree with a lot of what you said. Sounded like bad things, but she was a prosecutor, and this was back in 2000, the early 2000s, when weed was a pretty bad crime, and I don't agree with it, but that was her job, and I feel a lot of prosecutors probably have mistakes that they made, and I don't know, can we say that she's totally disqualified though because of those things?
I didn't say she was disqualified. We never said that.
Prosecutors do have discretion, right? And she's the DA, so she has
DAs have discretion. Prosecutors don't, but DAs do.
Wait, no. Prosecutors also have discretion in the sense that prosecutors can make an absolute choice as the state attorney general. You can send to your officers. The state always has to make a choice.
Prosecutors are different than the state attorney general.
The state always has a choice on whether they choose to pursue a case or not. So, for example, when it came to Jonathan Majors, remember when that white woman, for example, when it came to Jonathan Majors, remember when that white woman lied on him and claimed that he had abused her and all that nonsense, and then he came with all of the evidence and receipts that demonstrated that she lied, she abused him, etc., etc. And then the prosecution said, we aren't going to prosecute her, right? They made a statement and said they weren't going to. They could have chose to. Furthermore, we've seen even within this great state of California right now that the now elected state attorney general, who has the power over those prosecutors, has directed his prosecutors not to pursue certain cases. If it's a robbery of below a certain level and so on and so forth, don't pursue it. She has a choice. You can always make a choice. You can direct your prosecutors not to pursue certain crimes. For example, right now they can make the choice. Well, obviously it's illegal in the state of California now, but before it was legalized in the state of California, they can make a conscious choice. We're just not pursuing marijuana charges, simple marijuana possession charges. We won't pursue it, and then it just won't happen. Which is why some of the prosecutors actually, I think at some point were trying to sue the freaking attorney general, saying that he was rendering their job, rendering them unable to do their job. She made a choice to pursue those cases. She did not have to. They do have a choice.
So I'm going to go ahead and just say again what I was saying for those of you who prefer information from a degree as opposed to third hand from their mother. So you can get the DA is an elected position who can choose to bring charges or not. The prosecutors under the DA work for the DA and don't necessarily have a choice. So she was the DA, though. That's what I was getting at. So she had a choice. If she was a prosecutor under the DA and the DA ordered her to prosecute a particular case, then arguably she wouldn't have a choice because the DA could fire her, right? But she was the elected DA, right? She could very well have chosen to bring the case or not to bring the case. And
that's
she
what we were
chose
talking about.
And she. Well, I was about to say it before you cut me off and went ahead and rambled about your third-hand knowledge. Did your dad tell you this one too? I don't fucking know. But
to be fair, you were
I can tell.
hold on.
No, I was
talking.
talking to Ghosty.
I was talking first. I was talking first. By
I'm
the way.
gonna go back. I'm gonna go back. If I did cut him off, I'll apologize.
I hate
I'm
Fanatic.
right
You know that I hate Fanatic. Okay,
I'm going back.
You're being petty. All right, you're being petty.
I am just wrong. I hate this motherfucker. I'm gonna be very petty about this.
Sure, you're just wrong.
I hate him too, but I'm gonna be intellectually honest whenever I can. Okay, you were interrupting him.
Wrong.
You got it.
So Ghostly, just to be clear. So as I was saying from the very beginning in response. Yes, she did have a choice. She made the choice to prosecute those people. She didn't have to. That's just one, by the way. I hope you took notes of the other ones because of all of them, that is the weakest one.
One addendum that is super important. One quick addendum that's super important.
I don't think.
And the addendum is this: is that on the Breakfast Club?
Oh my God!
Right. I'm very quick. I'm just adding. I'm not giving any opinion. On the Breakfast Club, when speaking with Charlemagne the God, she admits that she did indeed smoke marijuana in college and enjoyed it. So you can't say that like she was anti-marijuana in her personal life and then she changed her opinion later, etc. Like she was someone that did this prior, that engaged in smoking marijuana and possession of marijuana and bought marijuana in college.
Okay. So,
and then later prosecuted people.
Would you want to add? Then we'll go to Corey.
Yeah, just really quickly. So like Ghosty, like I wouldn't even, if I were you, even if I were like a fucking Democratic shill, right? Don't even try to defend Kamala's record. It's really, really, really fucking bad. This is why nobody liked her before she was made the vice president pick. Nobody liked her when she was running for president. She has a terrible fucking record in California. So it's not even defensible, really. I think that, and this is why I kind of agree that if the Democrats want to win, I don't think there's a chance of them winning at all right now. Like it seems like inevitable that Trump's going to win. But if they want a chance, I really think they should go to an open convention, because she's extremely unlikable and her record is fucking terrible. So yeah.
Corey.
Well, first I want to say, I think you're getting exactly what you wanted, this nice exchange of ideas, okay? Yeah. But I just wanted a point of clarification for Lactoid. So, not that I'm going to defend, prosecuting.
I just re-listened to it too, so I can explain. But go ahead.
Sure.
But Ghosty didn't even get to respond.
As truly free in Canada, okay, free to smoke weed, no one should be prosecuted for it. But I'm curious because obviously I don't know how the system works in the United States or in California. But so since she was elected, like, is it possible or is it like reasonable to assume that like there was an expectation that she's supposed to prosecute it? Because if she didn't, she would not be elected or she would not be able to continue her job. Is that a reasonable expectation?
Not necessarily. Again, prosecutors get to run on like whatever they choose to. It's just like the presidency. When you think about like with the presidency, you can say, well, there's an expectation that you'll do something that you don't do or that you do. But yeah, she wasn't required to do that. She made her choice. She said she was going to be a prosecutor president, and she also made a conscious decision that she wanted to be harder on crime. That's what she said while maintaining that she was going to reform the system. Go ahead, Lactoid.
So I went back and checked it out. So like I literally answered it, and then you started like saying that I was wrong for some reason when I gave the answer, and I let you do your whole fucking thing. And then afterwards, I went ahead and reiterated what I said before. So no, I did let you say what you wanted to say, and just you guys can go back and look at that if you so choose. Scott, I expect better of you. Jesus Christ. Corey Campbell.
You expect better of me?
I expect better of you. I understand you're trying to play the middle a little bit.
I'm not trying to play the middle. I'm a fucking anarchist.
I let him. Oh, you're a fucking anarchist. I get it. Go back and look. Look how much I let this fucking idiot talk. Look how much I let him talk. He just talked when the question was for me, and I let him. Look how generous I am. Look how benevolent I am. Jesus Christ! I didn't even cut him off when the question was clearly posed to me.
In true Canadian fashion.
Yeah.
So
look, I'm close enough. I'm close enough to Canada. Okay, but I'm not Canadian.
Ghosty, does that answer the question?
Hold on. We can let the law degree talk as opposed to somebody's third-hand account from their mother. So Corey, the actual question is yes. Any elected position arguably has to appeal to their voting demographic. You could say that like she could have done the wrong thing in order to appeal to her demographic, and thus she felt somewhat compelled. There's an argument there. I think that when you are an elected position, though, and you're appealing to the people of that area, I would think there's more of like a moral impetus on you to actually run on what you believe. And I think you should also be held responsible for what you believe, and you should be held responsible for the positions that you put forward, as opposed to, ideally, yes, even if you're a peon, you'd be held responsible for the actions that you do. But it's more disconnected, right? Like, hey, I'm gonna get fired by the fucking DA unless I just like do the grunt work, as opposed to I was elected to like represent these people. And instead of representing these people, I threw a bunch of people in prison for weed, and then later claimed I didn't, which is a lie.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So I'd be curious, like if she has any sort of like updated talking point now in trying to defend that. I was like, or can she admit that she like made a mistake, or going back, she would have made a different choice? Like,
She never has. Every single time, and this is like it's like clockwork. Because I watched her debate with Biden, and I pointed it out to my family. We were all watching it together, and I said she's going to say these words verbatim. I did the work, because what happens is she's challenged with it, right? So, first she says, I'm going to run as a prosecutor president, and then she makes a statement, I did these things, and I reformed, and I did do whatever, da 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 da. So when people approach her with that, when they point out to you, you did this, you did this, you did this, how can you be proud of this record, and this is awful? She'll always just respond with, I did the work as an elected state in the great state of California, as an elected official in the great state of California, da 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 da. And I didn't just do fancy speeches and whatever. I sat there and I actually got elected and made the changes that were necessary. What were those changes? And she can't say herself. And so all she can do is just read. But basically what she says is tautological. I was elected and I did the work as a prosecutor. That's her response to, you blocked evidence that literally would have exonerated a man on death row. You literally hid the information that a person was crooked and unreliable, and that these cases need to be overturned. You literally made the choice to prosecute these people for marijuana. You made the choice to prosecute parents who had truant children in troubled areas and things like that. You made conscious decisions and choices to do these things, and your thing is, I did the work to do the reform. What is that reform? No one, not even herself, can ever point out the information of what it is. She just keeps saying, I did the work. Every freaking time, and it's been brought up to her 3 or 4 times in debates, and each time her response is identical. I did the work as the elected state attorney general for the great state of California. It means nothing. You were disgusting when you had the power. You said you wanted to reform the system. You're claiming you wanted to do that. You had the power to do so as the freaking head, and you did nothing. Miss me with it.
So what you're saying, what I'm hearing, and I'm having difficulty parsing out what appears to be contrary to me, Fanatic, because what I'm hearing is her qualifications as president and as vice president are it's just age. It's just, at one point it's qualifications just mean what the Constitution says, which is you need to be 35 and you need to be American citizen, right? So qualifications don't exist. And what I'm hearing is she has a terrible record every time that she was in office, that she is, and obviously you didn't say this, but I think it's important context, which is that she is an extreme proponent of diversity, equity, inclusion, specifically equity. She talks about equity and equality of outcome constantly. I mean, her own slogan is, unburdened by what has been, right? What can be unburdened by what has been, which is, essentially a catechism of critical theory and the same initiatives that put forward the concept of equity. And yet, so you recognize that she's uniquely unqualified. And then there's a whole pool of candidates that Biden or his team could have picked. And they picked her knowing that they needed to pick someone that had some level of name recognition that people saw, and knowing that it was a woman of color. And they weren't going to pick Tulsi, obviously, because she wouldn't fit in with the establishment.
She's a Republican.
So
she's a Republican.
At the time, was she a Republican?
When she made the attacks on Kamala, she was claiming that she was a Democrat, while obviously she had been campaigning against the Democrat Party for quite some time, and then now she's literally
How is she
a Trump
campaigning
supporter.
against the Democrat Party when she was a standing U.S. Congresswoman from Hawaii, which is a very left-wing state?
Sorry, I thought you meant today. I think
she is now a Trump supporter. She is a vocal Trump supporter, so she obviously doesn't fit the bill now.
Yeah,
I didn't say she fits the bill now. I'm talking about 2020.
Yeah.
In 2020, she was just unelectable because Biden was a favorable choice. Like people
I'm not talking about Biden. I'm talking about as a pick for vice president of the people that had name recognition that were women of color, right? You basically had Tulsi and you had Harris. There was very few other people that had any significant name recognition, right?
Okay.
So if you limit that down, right, what we are forced with is a uniquely unqualified candidate.
She's qualified.
Okay, but your definition of qualified is she's 35
She's
and
old enough.
she's an American citizen. That means I'm qualified in 2 years.
Yes.
Right? Like many people, like half the Twitch streamers are qualified. Right. What I would
he can't do, but he just can't keep up because as I tried to explain him, I threw him the bone. But he's
Scott, stop interrupting
it's okay.
him.
I'll repeat it really quickly. What I said was that she's qualified but undesirable. And so now he keeps trying to use the word. Yeah, she's uniquely unqualified, and she's not uniquely unqualified. She's uniquely undesirable, and I will give you that.
You don't get to have a conversation about meritocracy and qualifications, and then say that meritocracy is a myth, and then just use qualifications as 35 and an American citizen, and then just throw out all qualification as any form of how we discuss these things, and then at the same time bring up the fact that people talk about qualifications versus Trump and Obama, and then compare them based off of qualifications, where you assume that Obama is more qualified because he was a senator for 2 years and because he had a constitutional law degree, and Trump is less qualified as a CEO and billionaire and media personality and business mogul. You don't get to just throw in and out whenever you want the idea of qualifications and then use it as a gotcha. When we are discussing diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? I absolutely agree that there are like the Nick Fuentes types, right? That just use this as a dog whistle to just say that somebody's a Jew or that somebody's black or that somebody's a woman and that women, Jews, and blacks shouldn't be having these jobs. But that's nut picking, right? That's the Twitter algorithm putting crazies in the forefront. When most people are talking about Kamala Harris specifically and how she's a DEI pick, they're talking about the fact that she is in favor of DEI, that she uses a slogan that harkens towards critical theory, that she put out a fucking animated video talking about why we need equality of outcome, that she was picked specifically because she was a woman and a person of color, despite the fact that she had a horrible track record and nobody
I don't
liked
think that's
her.
why they picked her. I think that, so the first couple that you gave there, I don't think are true. I think most Republicans, when they call her a DEI hire, aren't thinking of this other shit you said about her, like her slogan being a call to like critical theory and any of this. They think, oh, she's black and a woman, therefore DEI hire. That's literally the baseline. But I think with the party, if I remember correctly, there's some rule about how the donations to the campaign can be used. And there's like $100 million in donations to the Biden-Harris campaign that only she can access, if I remember correctly. Right, which is why they're throwing their hats behind her, and it doesn't even look like that's official yet. Right, the party might actually go to an open.
I'm talking about
convention if she's
2020, but I
unpopular.
agree. I agree that the current pick and the ham-fisting of it is probably because it's easier and it's an easier transition, and they don't want additional chaos because they're worried, rightfully so, that they're going to lose this next election. Like, I agree with you that this is a simpler, less chaotic way to get over the fact that after gaslighting people for years that Biden is fit to be president for another 4 years, that it's obvious to everyone that he can't do the job. But my issue here is this. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe the majority of normal Republicans think woman, black, DEI. And the question then becomes, well, whose fault is that? Is it racism and misogyny? Is it racism and misogyny? Or is it simply the fact that the creation of DEI initiatives creates these fucking questions to begin with? When people know, when you're a black person and you go to Harvard and you know that your SAT scores wouldn't have gotten you there if you were Asian, you can just look at the fucking data and know that it is astronomically unlikely that you would be in that position if you were Asian. You have to constantly question, and your colleagues have to question, whether or not you're up to the task, because you were lacking in your test scores. You were lacking in some of the same capacity and knowledge and education that other people are having because you were potentially ham-fisted. And you might be the smartest one. You might be the smartest person there. You might personally have the highest fucking scores of anybody that year, but people are constantly going to question that.
Because Biden said the quiet part out loud, and he literally said, "Oh, I'm going to have a woman." And then when George Floyd happened, it was a black woman. He said specifically a black woman of color. I'm sorry, a woman of color. Right? So
it's the narcissist prayer, right? It didn't happen, and then eventually you get to the point where it's good that it happened.
Because he said explicitly, publicly, that the person who was going to pick these two were like these.
Yeah, he said the quiet part out loud.
Let DB.
That is why people call it DEI hire. So and they did this with Ketanji Brown Jackson too. So Ketanji Brown Jackson has a. If you want to look at like the qualifications past the actual like technical qualifications, Ketanji Brown Jackson has like a ton of qualifications to be on the Supreme Court, way more experience than most people who were put on the Supreme Court. But even still, because they made it clear that they were seeking a specific type of person, a black woman, when they put her up for the nomination, they immediately attacked her as the DEI hire, right? Because she's black and a woman. So her actual qualifications didn't fucking matter because I said the quiet part out loud.
This is false.
Let everybody know.
This is
what do you mean? Which part of it's false?
The part of it that's false is that you say because, which means that you're saying that this is the primary or the only motivation. And there are other reasons why people would go after Ketanji Brown Jackson as DEI, and it's because she's also a leftist, right? You cannot separate the ideology and say that it is purely, no, you cannot separate the ideology and say that it's purely based upon race and gender, sexuality, etc. When someone is poor at their job, such as our current Secretary of Press, right? And there are those things, and someone says, we're going to pick someone for these reasons, it becomes a multitude of factors that creates this concept that someone is a DEI hire. When you have someone that's conservative or right-wing, that is highly focused on meritocracy,
they call them a token.
You don't have... Who calls them a token? The left does.
The left.
Not the right.
Yeah, so
you don't have a bunch of conservatives calling fucking black congressmen that are in the Republican National Caucus DEI hires.
Yeah, DEI is the token talking point of the right wing, right? So the left has you're a token black person. Oh, on the right wing, oh well, you're just a DEI hire. It's the same. It's the same idea, right? So like I don't think her political leanings have anything to do with why.
How could they not? If that was the case, why would Republicans not attack other black individuals or other female individuals, etc., that don't hold left-wing ideology? They only go after left-wing individuals that are supportive of these types of things because it is not just at an individual basis. That's not how memes, and I don't mean this in like a picture format, but I mean this in. Do I have an example of?
Hold on. Hold on. So somebody being elected to a position or put into a position where it was specifically made clear that their race and sex is going to be are going to be like categories. They need to be of a minority race and they need to be a woman, right? And if they don't have those two things, they're not getting selected for this position. Do you have any cases of that happening where the person that was selected was a right winger? Because I don't know of any.
I can't think of any off the top of my head, but usually when people appoint people, they're going to appoint people that are their own. Sarah Palin?
Yeah, John McCain said he was going to pick a woman, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Sarah Palin. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. So I mean, that is an example. I don't think I've ever heard anyone call her a DEI pick.
Well, hold on. What was DEI around at the time?
No, it's because DEI is literally always a code for anti-black, you know what I mean? Like that's what they use it for the antis. No, it's not just anti-DEI. Yeah, it is code. Because listen, so what ends up happening is I pretty much opened when
I'm not anti-black, I'm anti-DEI.
As I said in my opening, you know what I'm gonna do? I know how to solve this problem. Go ahead. We're going to start it over. Yeah. So listen, I think the reason why I got to close this, the reason why is because DEI has always been a code for, in a lot of cases, like anti-black. Just like the anti-integration stuff was really just code for anti-black. Just like the anti-felony stuff is really code for anti-black, right? What ends up happening is that you'll find that there's a lot of people that have they don't want integration. They don't want Black progress. They really want, like, like different levels of success. And so then when they find any form of progressivism, anytime you have anything that's supposed to even the playing field in any capacity, you'll find people are opposed to it. And so what happens is when you have cases like I pointed out, affirmative action. Affirmative action didn't say you would have unqualified people go into these positions. The base requirement was that you were qualified, and then we had a second subset that said that you're going to fit these other qualifications. That's how affirmative action works. In other words, if you're a Black person who didn't graduate high school, you don't get to just get into college as a freaking affirmative action hire. That's not how that works. Or as an affirmative action enrollment. That's not how that works. You still have to have the minimum threshold of whatever's required in order for you to be a valid candidate at that school. A perfect example of this would be like something like Harvard. If you wanted to get into Harvard Law, the minimum requirement for Harvard Law is a 163 LSAT score, or it might be 162, right? But then after that, there's going to be
now, but you don't have,
okay,
you
but
don't
that's
need
what
LSAT
maybe that's what it
anymore.
was.
You
But
just
so
do
then, but then there would be other types of like requirements that they might say, right? And then it's like, okay, so now, for example, colleges will say, what are your extracurriculars, right? Where it's like, hey, it's not just your SAT scores. With like a great application, it's going to be a lot of inclusive things. So you're going to be qualified as a whole. We're not going to let an unqualified person into the position, regardless of the racial restrictions that we're looking for. But Ghosty, I pointed out all of those different examples, right? Like I said about her prosecuting people in the marijuana thing, about the disgustingness of like trying to keep people in prison past their sentence so that you can get labor out of them, about literally blocking, exonerating information from a person on death row until you're forced by a federal judge, or about the idea of like keeping it secret that this person was like compromised so that all cases that her evidence was being used for should have been overturned, and eventually happened, freeing about 500, I think it was 563 innocent people because obviously or at least not guilty people. So when we point to all of those things, that's why I would say she would be incredibly undesirable. Do you think that that's a fair thing to say for that person? Because I feel like hand waving it as just people make mistakes seems a little bit unfair. And lastly, yes, California at the time, marijuana was still illegal, but she was elected in 2011, right? That's when she was sworn in 2011, and she served from around like the beginning of 2012 until like the end of 2016. That same 4-year period. Colorado legalized marijuana in the middle of that. So the shift in opinion around marijuana legalization had already happened. California already had a very, very obvious shift in like our beliefs and practices regarding marijuana. So she did that out of her own choice, just trying to pump up her numbers. I think it's disgusting. Do you disagree?
I love how you attack me and then shift it to Ghosty. Am I anti-Black? Fanatic, am I anti-Black?
Ghosty, can you answer the question I just asked you?
No.
Your logic requires that I'm anti-Black.
Okay.
You attack me for being anti-Black. Am I anti-Black?
Okay, hold on.
How am I anti-Black?
Hold on. Okay. All right. So we got to make an order here. All right. So I'm gonna let Ghosty reply because this was from before, right? So go ahead.
Yeah,
And,
he shifted it to that so he could attack me and then divert away from it.
He wanted
because
to
he
talk
doesn't want to
Ghosty,
answer for
like,
his
for a
racism.
while, actually. We'll get to that, back to that in a second. Then we'll go to you, Scott. And after that, we got to go back to it. He's been waiting. So all right. So Ghosty, please respond.
So no, I think those other things you mentioned sound fair. It's just the one thing I always hear about Kamala Harris is the weed stuff, and I guess I had it wrong. I guess she was the prosecutor for San Francisco from 2004 to 2011, and then she got elected for DA in 2011 as the state attorney general or whatever. And I just don't know like how many. I guess I would like to know like other her record compared to like other prosecutors record like back then, but like those couple things you mentioned about like guilty people, like keeping them, even though the one thing you said she didn't know, but she says she doesn't know about. But no, I would say that's like a fair thing to say, is like to make her specifically have a bad record. So but I still, and I know you agree that she isn't like a DEI pick though. It's like I think a good example would be like saying somebody's going to say, I want to pick a military member as my vice president. And then it's like they have all the qualified people and they just end up picking the one person based on that specific quality though. But that doesn't mean that they're like just picked because of that. They still meet the other qualifications. So it's like people, I know, I guess like in our progressive times, it's like saying, I'm going to pick like a woman of color for vice president, but it doesn't mean that she didn't. And same with like Sarah Palin, right? I wouldn't say that she was a DEI pick too, because she was still like a whatever.
They're not
like,
getting
Alaska.
Chick-fil-A workers and making them VPs. and
Yeah,
appointing,
like people who get
Chick-fil-A
into
workers.
Harvard, they still have to meet all of the minimum requirements. They're not just picking anybody. They still have to meet the minimum requirements, but they might have an advantage because of, you know, their gender, sex, whatever.
Right. And go see, and that's exactly the point, right? Because I mean, if we look at it, the vast majority of people who have actually taken advantage of affirmative action are white women. But we're not saying, oh, all these white women were unqualified when they got the affirmative action. We wouldn't make that statement. We know that they're still qualified for the position. They're just taking advantage of their gender in order to get into the position, right? And so, again, we don't hear complaints about affirmative action when it comes to white women. I've never heard a Republican make a complaint about affirmative action in college enrollment about white women, even though they're the vast majority of affirmative action enrollment. It's code for blackness.
They do
That's
complain
my
about
point.
it.
All right,
I will say they complain about it for like corporations and stuff when it's like women getting chosen for CEOs and stuff like that. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. So first and foremost, yeah, that's just not true.
I don't have forgotten about you, Activate. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's just not true. I think if you follow any tech bros or people that in software,
I said college specifically.
Oh, okay,
I
so
didn't
it
say
needs to
anything
be-
about tech.
You will hear over and over and over again they complain about DEI with women. They complain about race specifically in college, mostly because it's prominent because of cases like Asians being discriminated against in Harvard. The idea that you cherry pick it as if it's code for black people, but you only want to talk within a domain where it specifically is most prominently discussing black people whilst not doing it in other domains is disingenuous. Further, Ghosty, the problem with this conception of DEI is that you're viewing DEI as if there is a minimum standard, and then that minimum standard means that everyone that meets that minimum standard is as qualified as everyone else that meets that minimum standard. And the issue that people have when it comes to comparing meritocracy with diversity, equity, inclusion is, let's say you're hiring someone for, let's say, full stack, right? Keeping on with programming, right? You want a full stack programmer. It's not a back end. It's not a front end, right? Like we're a small startup and we need someone that is really full stack positions are really difficult, right? Because you have to kind of be able to do everything within programming world. And so you have 100 candidates apply for your job, and then you want to pick the best candidate out of those 100 that has the best qualifications, not meets the minimum standard. The minimum standard is what was required to get into that pool of 100 so that you could even apply on the website or whatever, right? So you get rid of the other thing, you're left with 100 people. You're like, how do I find the best person possible? And so when you then say, oh, well, in order to meet DEI standards so that we can get additional lower rates on our loans, right? If we want to get good loans from a bank, we need to make sure that our social governance is scored highly within these left-wing institutions, and that are backed by governments and World Economic Forum, et cetera, so that we can make sure that our business isn't hurt in any way by these unfair loaning practices. I need to make sure that we have, let's say, a woman of color. And then what we do is we take that 100 people and we then take it down to 10 people or 5 people. And now we're left with 5 people. And maybe the best candidate is amongst those 5 people. It's very well possible, right? But it's only a 5% chance, right? When you take out 95 other people that all met that minimum standard and you're only left with these 5 people, if you repeat this process over and over and over again in corporate America, where the representation of individuals that get those types of college degrees, that want to do that type of work, et cetera, are overrepresented by white men, you're inevitably going to reduce the quality of the positions. It is impossible not to, because you have an overrepresentation compared to the overall candidate pool of certain racial or sexual or gender demographics. And therefore, you must eventually start weeding out the best people for the position and hiring people that are less qualified or have less capacity or skill than those that they are competing against. That is the issue with DEI. Not that the people didn't meet the minimum requirements, but that the adding additional minimum requirements around sexuality, gender, and race lowers the candidacy pool and makes it more difficult to have the best person for the job.
I got it. So we're gonna go to Lage, then we're gonna go to D10 Dream, and we're happy to have around. Just quickly, guys, support the channel if you are enjoying the content. Subs to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs. Support the community so we can keep doing all these great stuff. If you support, you'll get our viewing, get our emotes. Also, if you're on YouTube, you can also, I guess, do this on Twitch, a few bits, but like through YouTube, you can give a super chat, and we will read the super chat. So at some point, as soon as possible, I swear to God.
These conversations are just so riveting,
if Corey
right?
does
Like,
his job,
they're hard to pull away from.
Yeah, Corey will do his goddamn job.
Corey's not a panelist
so
to
how are we
discuss
gonna-
things. He's just here to look for super chats.
Yeah, so consider helping out the channel. We really appreciate it. All right, let's go to our friend Lage.
Yeah, I think I talked about this like either last panel or the panel before, but and some of this might be a repeat of what Scott said, maybe just phrased a little bit differently. So when people say that Kamala is unqualified, or that Obama is unqualified, or that Trump is unqualified, they're not saying that they're not 35 and a U.S. citizen that was born in the U.S. That's not what they're saying, right? What they're saying is that this person doesn't have the required skills that we would want to see in a president. And when qualified is absolutely in the eye of the beholder, right? There is no objective qualified. This isn't like a concept that exists out there that is set in the stone of God that, in order to be the president, you have to have this many years of this and this many years of that. Technically, the only qualifications are that you're 35 and born in America. But when we say Kamala is not qualified, that's not what we're referring to. What's being referred to is that we don't think that she's good enough. We don't think that she's good enough to do the job. When people said that Trump was unqualified, what they were saying is, we don't think he's good enough. We don't think he has the experience. We don't think that he has the technical skill, the social skill, or whatever else that you want to base what you think a presidential skill is. This guy doesn't have it, or this gal doesn't have it, right? They just don't have it. Qualified is a relatively nebulous term. So when it applies, and I hear this all the time when it comes to like affirmative
It's a
action,
measure of
right?
subjective value.
It's a measure of subjective value, right? So when people say, well, we're just selecting from the qualified candidates. Well, what's qualified? Well, whatever we say is qualified, right? We set a line here on this test score. We set a line here on this GPA, and anything above that, that's qualified. And then we select based on race following that, or based on other characteristics. To pretend like race and gender doesn't have a massive implication here is just denying reality. There was a paper, I posted it in the Discord. There was a paper done on Harvard admissions in 2019. The reality is, if it wasn't for affirmative action, only a third of Black applicants would have gotten into Harvard in 2019. 2/3 got in because they were Black. That was the critical difference between them and the other candidates. They were Black. That's why they got in. Now, and if it wasn't for affirmative action, 4/3 more, so a significant amount more Asians would have gotten in. You would have had a whole bunch more Asians in. Why were they denied? Because they were Asian. Ultimately, that was the deciding factor. They were Asian. And so when we refer to DEI candidates, what we're saying is, well, on all the skills and experience, and this post we can talk
Wait,
about.
should they have taken the Asians in? Wouldn't that have been the same thing? Like, what would be the difference if you take Black people or Asian people? If it's
right, this is the difference, right?
Because Asians are white adjacent, and they're not on the same social standing.
The Black applicants, 2/3 of them got in because they were Black, and a whole bunch of Asians were denied entry because they were Asian.
I know. So if the Black people wouldn't have gotten in, wouldn't you just say the Asians got in because they were Asian?
Well, no, they wouldn't have got in because they were Asian. They would have gotten in because they had higher
test
they had higher test scores. They had higher
more
test scores.
extracurriculars.
They had more extracurriculars. They had more involvement in other things, right? These are measurements that are included in the study. I included the paper. We can talk about the paper.
I'd assume
hold on. I don't know how you're saying it's not true if you haven't read the
stuff.
paper.
Yeah, they do.
I don't know if how you're saying that if you haven't read the paper, but I've included the paper. So we can have a conversation about that. But when we're talking about DEI, what we're saying is that it's the same concept as nepotism, right? When people say, well, why the fuck is Jared Kushner in charge of Israeli diplomacy? What the fuck? She's the son-in-law of Donald Trump. He's the son-in-law of Donald Trump. Is this really the best guy we got to negotiate peace in the Middle East? Probably not. Right. Well, yeah, I understand he was Jewish, right? But this is what we're getting at. Like the fact that we have another factor here that appears to be more important than things that we would all agree should be meritorious calculations, like social skill, technical skill, experience in government, experience in business, experience in the economy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Questions that we want to ask, experience that we need to prove, right? Whenever anybody says, well, no, that's less important than I'm the son-in-law to the president, or I'm black, or I'm a woman. Those characteristics, we don't necessarily, at least I don't, necessarily find to be critical to actually doing the job, right? I want to get the best person in the job, not the person who's minimally qualified, 35 and a citizen. I don't want the fucking average fast food worker running the country. I just don't. I want somebody who is like proven themselves to be top notch. And we can have an argument over whether or not like certain candidates are top notch. I think there's plenty of arguments to go back and forth. But whenever you appeal to some characteristic, as Biden did with Kamala and Ketanji Jackson, whenever you appeal to some characteristic that has nothing to do with merit, aka race, gender, or nepotism, not present in those cases, but arguably present in some of Donald Trump's selections, those are fair game to criticize. We should criticize those. Actually, we should be criticizing all of our elected representatives at any given moment, and whenever there appears to be any indication that they are in a position of power because of some characteristic they hold that is unrelated to their ability to do the job, they should face criticism for that. Just like any student or any person in a job, arguably, I wouldn't do this personally because holy shit, there's no way you could do this. But any person in a job who's like, oh, wow, you're running the country. Like, have we all watched that movie, like a dipshit cokehead son? Like, I don't want these motherfuckers running. I don't want them my boss. I don't want these people running my business. No, I want the best people to do the best job, right? That's what meritocracy means. And meritocracy can exist if we just abandon this concept of, well, we just need people who look like me or people who are related to me in these positions. That should be shamed.
Well, just to be clear,
Wait,
so look,
just one second. The thing you said seems to be about athletes.
Hold on.
Sorry.
I'm next.
No, it's not about athletes. So
it says in the
athletes are included.
It's a big.
I understand. Yeah. So there's more than just race that goes into an advantage when you're applying to Harvard. Yeah. That includes whether or not you're a legacy student. That includes whether or not you're involved in athletics.
And legacy students outnumber affirmative action hires. And those things
I can have a conversation. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me right now.
I don't care.
You're interrupting me right now.
You interrupted my response.
Hey, and I'm going to let you do it. I'm not going to be a little bitch.
I just want to get
you interrupted me.
Okay, no, you're right. You're going to let me do it. Okay, good. Then in that case, then I'm going to go ahead and respond. You said you're going to let me do it. You're not going to let me, right?
I already let you did it. I already let you did it. I already let you did it. I already let you did it.
He said he was going to let me do it.
Unlike, no, I said I let you did it. Unlike you.
No, you didn't know what you said. You said, I'm going to let you do it. So you're going to let me do it. Go ahead and let me do it.
Whoa. Everyone shut up for a second. Thank you. All right. Lage will get to finish. He's been waiting long enough, right?
He did finish.
And
well, he's replying to me right now.
I am a double finish because this is white privilege. Okay. We'll go to Dream, and we're gonna go to Corey because they've been waiting for a while. And we'll roll back to Fnac or anyone else who wants to jump in. Does anyone else?
If we're doing that, then I'm not addressing anything Lactoid said because it's going to be flowing too long. That's fine.
I'm addressing Ali, not you.
Yeah, you're fine. I'm going to ignore everything else you said.
That's great. So unlike Fanatic, I actually read my sources. I don't get all my information third hand from my mother and then repeat it on stream like it's gospel, when in reality it's complete bullshit. Now, Ali, I actually read this source, and I can explain it to you because I cite the things that I say. So this source indicates not only race being a critical aspect to Harvard admissions, there's plenty of other aspects as well, including GPA, including extracurricular participation, but also what the study refers to as a non-academic considerations, including athletics, race, legacy, and then whether or not you have a special status, which is essentially whether or not your parents donated to the school. People who have parents that donated to the school get a special, and also kids of staff, they get a special entrance into the school. Now, when you factor in, so with the chart, I copied a brief chart, figure 2, that's in the Discord, as well as the full paper. It factors in what happens if we remove some of these considerations. So if you look at the chart, right, we have the model, which says if we didn't take into account any of these modifications to athletic considerations, there'd be 4,802 white admits. The model is what it is in 2019, just to be clear. So in 2019, we had 4,802 white admittance, 1,367 African-American admittance, 1,365 admittance, and then 2,358 Asian American admittance. Now, then it goes through in 3 different categories. What if we remove this consideration? How would that change the number? Well, if we removed just the legacy considerations, the white admittance goes from 4,802 to 4,598. So there is about 204 white students that would have not gotten into Harvard had it not been for legacy. That is true. There is 204 white students that arguably should not be at Harvard in 2019. They are there because of legacy. But then it goes down. What if we didn't factor in the people who were there on athletic scholarships? Well, then the white number drops even further to 4,499, okay, compared to 1,366 for African Americans. Okay, fine. What if we removed legacy, athletics, and race consideration? That's the big one. What if we removed race consideration as well? All of a sudden, removing legacy, removing athletics, and removing race consideration, the white enrollment goes up by roughly a little bit more than 100.
Why don't they just do race enrollment on its own, just like they did sports and just like they did legacy?
So they're controlling for confounding variables.
Because they're
controlling for confounding variables because you can have more black athletes. Let's be honest.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So they're getting rid of all of those.
Yeah. So it's not
to look just
the affirmative
at,
action wouldn't be just because they're black, but because it benefits their sports team.
Well, it's isolating for both. It's showing the breakdown of each.
No. Hold on. This is. I can explain this, right? Legacy and athletics helps white students, arguably. And so with this, it just does, right? So not even arguably, it just does, right? More white students benefit.
Rowing and tennis and things like that are probably more prevalent at Harvard.
Yeah, exactly, right? So if we remove legacy and we remove athletics, white enrollment goes down, right? White people benefit more from legacy and athletics. However, if we remove legacy and we remove athletics and we remove race, white enrollment goes up by like 145. And black enrollment drops from 1,367 to 428. It drops by 2/3. If you remove the things that benefit white people, and you remove race consideration, that's how important race is to Harvard, right? That's how critical it is.
How does that explain why they didn't isolate race? How does that explain that? Please, I want to know.
Because they're controlling for confounding variables.
He's not going to answer. There's no answer.
How does it hurt? How does it hurt?
D10. Okay, I don't fully I guess. Okay, I can't answer you why the table is specifically this way. What I can tell you is that when we have athletics and we have legacy that both benefit white people,
he's just going to repeat the same information.
I don't need to repeat information. I heard
so we're including the shit that benefits white people, and then we're questioning why white we're removing that, and then we're questioning why white enrollment goes up.
Hey,
no, that's not what. I don't know how you got that because I didn't ask that question. My question was, I'm very curious why they isolated everything except race. Like, I don't know how that hurts the graph. I really don't. How does it hurt it? I think, if anything, it will benefit if we just see, like,
it should technically show specifically that race is a huge part of the affirmative action versus like the other two things. Yeah,
race is much more important than the other two things. That's what this table shows.
In the worst case scenario, it doesn't hurt.
Well, no, it does hurt, and the reason being is because what this table is attempting to show is that legacy and athletics means nothing compared to race. You can put those in, and even then, removing like the athletic benefit that whites get and removing the legacy benefit that whites get, As long as you include race, like whites like are fucked, right? Like if you include, and Asians way more fucked, to be honest. Like white people, their movement's relatively small compared to Asians, right? Asians get absolutely fucked by affirmative action. But what this, and I'll post this chart in your chat as well, Prime. People can go ahead and look at it. What this demonstrates is that like 2/3 of black applicants to Harvard are there because of their race. That's relevant when we're talking about DEI hires.
And athletics.
When we're talking,
Well, and that
no, because white people benefit more from
athletics
athletics
as well.
What would you say?
I'm a bit
It
confused.
doesn't.
Okay,
Yeah, no, it's not. You're confused. He's just literally gish galloping and doing nonsense instead of just answering the question. Because there isn't a valid reason that they shouldn't have. There isn't a valid reason that they shouldn't have just controlled for race. They chose not to do so because then it gives them the ability to end up like changing the way that this information is presented. It's the same way, like for example, when they did that study out of Alabama, or maybe it was Mississippi, it was one of those two states where they said, we're going to do a new version of the name test and see if black applicants are really being discriminated against. And then the names that they used were things that none of us would actually look at as black names whatsoever. And I think they were controlling specifically for last names, because they said, well, the first one was mostly about first names, so now we're going to do last names, and the last names they chose weren't even black last names. And so then as a result of that, then they said, hey, so yeah, see, now the disparity disappears. Now all of a sudden, well, the black people are getting the same kind of callbacks. It's a dishonest thing that they're doing there.
That's
Can I
not
ask you?
dishonest.
Wait, Fanatic. Explain when you said that. Oh, when they don't control for race alone, as opposed to controlling for legacy and athletics as well, that muddles the data. In what way does it muddle the data? Can you explain?
Sure, because if you just controlled specifically for race, we would get a very accurate picture at specifically the impact of race alone. But now we can't get that because we have to have it muddled with the other two pieces of information.
So that's not actually what's at work here. And I'm going to explain to you why, because I understand why you might think that. I can understand
all three
why
of us think that, and you've said that. You've tried to explain it. We've been asking you this question all the time, and you've never done so. Why?
I understand. Hold on, listen. I posted a source, something that you're allergic to doing. I'm going to go ahead.
So
and try
you
to
still haven't
explain
done so.
okay?
We've been trying to get you to do this for 30 minutes.
I'm going to try to explain it again.
Let him go. Let him go.
Again?
I'm the only one who posted this source.
I'm just screaming because he's the fucking body.
Yeah, I'm the only one who. I'm the
only person that thinks I'm getting body.
I'm the only one who posts sources.
I want to hear Lactoid's voice again. So go ahead, Lactoid, please.
Thank you. So what somebody might look at is, well, if we don't control, what is the actual, if we don't have these other non-academic factors put in, what would the overall race breakdown be? Because if we just looked at race, which I think that this table is not necessarily attempting to do, right? If we just controlled for race, you might say, well, what about legacy? What about athletics? White people benefit from that, which is true. When you look at table 11 right here, it's unavoidable. If you remove legacy preferences, white enrollment goes down from 4,802 to 4,598. It's about a 204 difference. So there is a drop in white enrollment. Now it's a very, very small percent. It's like 5% or something along those lines. But there is a somewhat, there is a drop. Now, and Asian enrollment goes up about 100, okay? But the point here is when you control for all the things that benefit white people, which is going to be athletics, which is going to be legacy, when you control for that, and then you also control for race. So you're literally factoring in the things that benefit the white people.
He's just repeating what he said already.
And then you factor in the thing that hurts the white people. Oh, all of a sudden, like you realize that
He's just restating what he already said.
Without legacy, without athletics, without race, white enrollment skyrockets. Well, it doesn't skyrocket. It goes up by 100 and 150 roughly. So that's not a skyrocket. Asian enrollment skyrockets. It goes up by about 1,000, right? So Asian enrollment skyrockets. African American enrollment drops by 2/3. So despite the fact there's no legacy holding them back, I'm not talking to you. Despite the fact that legacy is not holding them back, despite the fact that athletics is not holding them back, just the fact that the race is not giving them a boon, their enrollment drops by 2/3. Now, what does this mean?
Page 66 through 70 in the document goes through each individual itemized thing. So it looks at overall academic, extracurricular, athletic, personal, teacher, counselor, alumni, personal, And then if you look at page 68, is when they look at non-ALDC versus recruit athlete. The reason we're talking about that,
there's a lot of numbers in that page.
It's a lot of fucking numbers, and it's not based off of it's based off their mathematical formulas, which they post on page 60. If you want to check their math, missing observations and ratings analysis. The reason that chart is there is because it simplifies it and makes it easier to understand and isolates those variables because it absolutely defeats the argument that actually this isn't about race. This is about legacy. This is about athletics. This is about these other things. And it says, no, when you take out all ADLC and including race, what you find is this massive difference as opposed to isolating for athletics and L, which is the legacy portion. I'd have to go through this with a fine tooth comb. I can't give you a fucking variables off of it. There's other special times Hispanic, times Asian American, African American, disadvantaged times. Like they break it down by every single solitary metric that they were capable of measuring throughout the study. So it's not that it's not isolated. It's that graph is the simplest way to convey an understanding that race is the most important factor here.
Okay.
When looking at all of these considerations.
I just want to tie this in back to my ultimate point, which is I think Scott did a good job at sort of explaining that perhaps better than I could, right? But if we know that in 2019, 2/3 of Black applicants at Harvard are there because of their race, and we know that Biden is selecting candidates based on their race, I think at that point it's fair to consider, are their merits actually equal to potential other candidates? Like, why are so many Asians being turned away that have better test scores? Could there be another vice president candidate who perhaps is Asian, who could have been a better vice president? I don't know. It's a good question to ask.
Okay, so
She is half Asian, just to be fair, but
I'm sure she put down black on her application.
Like I'm
Indian
technically
Asian.
Asian too,
Alright.
but no one considers Arabs Asian.
I do.
And
Oh, yeah, true,
I'll go ahead,
but-
Dream.
Well, they're not all Asian. Anyways, yeah. So I want to say that, I think with the whole point that DEI person is not qualified is it's nonsense. Because there's a bunch of people who aren't DEI that could be unqualified, and there's a bunch of people who are DEI that could be qualified. And what qualified is really based on a person who's making the case that they're qualified. It's a hugely subjective situation where qualified based on what metrics. And you can look at somebody on paper, be like, oh, this guy has a lower GPA. There's a bunch of people who have a higher test scores and grades, and they also do a bunch of like numeral, like more what's the word I'm looking for? More extracurriculars, right? Like this person has just on numbers, like on paper, more things, but then you're not accounting for like when somebody reads the personal statement or when somebody just looks at the interview, like there's more to it, and that's something that's unquantifiable. So like you're looking at somebody that got in, and a huge factor could be their race, sure, and then you're saying, hey, look, they got in, a big factor is because of their race, sure, but to what level that factor is compared to everything else, right? You have to you really cannot know, and you could to really know, you really just have to ask the interviewers or the people that's really taking this into consideration. I think DEI gets your foot in the door. And then like you have to really read. Hold on, brother.
Black people interview better than Asians.
Hold on, brother. What I'm trying to say is this simply, is that you're trying to say DEI aren't qualified. And I'm not saying that many aren't. We're not
saying that. That's not what
challenging the concept of qualified.
I get it. Thank you. What I'm trying to say is that there could be plenty of DEI people that aren't qualified. And then DEI, somebody being DEI, sure, you can it raises a flag to you like, hey, let's investigate into this person to see if they actually are qualified. Sure. But
no,
what?
That's not what we're saying.
Let him
just let me talk, please. And then if it doesn't apply, it's fine. I'm not naming you specifically, Fabian. It's okay. I came here late, so I'm talking generally. So what I want to say is, when it comes to somebody being a minority and then having a heightened sense of consideration, it doesn't mean that they're unqualified. You can maybe make fun of them, whatever. I just don't see a purpose for that. And what's qualified to you may not be qualified to us. Lacto's got it right in the case that what's qualified is just like what I think what's best for me. Like, it's your subjective thing. So like I'm what's qualified is a really weird topic to talk about. I just don't understand what utility it comes. Like, hey, this person is unqualified, especially when it's subjective to the person that you're looking through their lens of. If I'm hiring somebody and I'm like, hey, you may not have the best technical skills for this particular job, but then I think you're the right fit for this job because I think that the culture that you provide or your personality, and I think you have the potential that has a high enough skill ceiling where you will definitely grow into that to be better than the available applicants today. So like, there's a lot of things that a lot of people take into consideration, especially for the future. Currently they may not be, but then being in the position that they're at, they're able to grow into something that's further than anybody else compared to their competition could be. So like, that's something like I think I personally am, is that I may not have the best skills compared to my competition currently, but then I'm such a quick learner that my potential and my skill ceiling is absolutely higher than my competition, and I'm able to articulate that. And so me being able to articulate that and like demonstrate that through my history, like I don't have to be better than everybody else, but I could be better in one particular area than everybody else and have the ability to articulate it. To articulate it, because articulating it is super, super important. You could be the best, but if you don't know how to express that you're the best, then you may not be chosen. On paper, it's not the same thing.
Let me clean this up, right? So I agree with you that there is subjective bias in interviews and things that aren't going to be captured by SAT scores or by where you got your degree from when you're at a job, etc. And I absolutely agree with you that, let's say, a potential employer that's looking at a candidate might say, you're a fit for the culture of this position, or I like something about you. You can't, it's nigh impossible to measure a recruiter looking at you and saying you have a go-getter attitude. I understand what you're saying. The issue is with understanding what it is that we're actually against when we're talking about DEI. So when we're talking about DEI, what we're talking about is, I absolutely agree that it's good that companies look for individuals that they think might grow into the position, that you're looking for that diamond in the rough. The issue is when we're talking about diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives that are top down, right? They're coming from ESG, positions that are, massively funded in corporate America, specifically within hedge funds, et cetera. ESG started, right? Environmental social governance. It started mostly from a position in the United Nations from a guy that wanted to make corporations and companies more environmentally sound, and saying, how can we recognize that there is longevity and positivity to a company that focuses on environmental goals that might not necessarily meet what it is that shareholders want in the immediacy, but makes it a better long-term investment in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, because they're more environmentally sound and they're going to be more profitable in the future. Eventually that morphed into looking at the social and governance aspects of a company and the ethics of a company. And it was ESG that were able to find out and accurately predict two major things. One, Enron, and two, Facebook. They were able to look at the ethics of businesses and recognized that data sharing that occurred at Facebook was likely going to cause a price drop in Facebook. And similarly, they were able to look at the business ethics and the governance of Enron and recognize that this company wasn't long for this world in terms of being a good place for you to invest. These were all good things in the beginning. These were with good intentions. The problem is that ESG over time shifted more and more and more towards the concept of the social and the governance being about the social. It became about racial inclusivity. It became about racial bias training that doesn't actually fucking help anyone. And some research even suggests it makes people more racist. It became about things that aren't actually helping companies. So when you're an employer, all of a sudden you recognize that if you don't have a certain percentage of women, a certain percentage of black people, a certain percentage of people that identify as LGBTQ, what you're going to do is you're going to get a low ESG rating, and that is going to affect your ability to get business loans. And the way businesses operate is they don't operate off of cash flow. They operate off of capital investment. And this capital investment requires that they loan money off of assets and they use that money to invest in creating new products, et cetera. And that hopefully outpaces the interest rate, right? So if the interest rate of the loan is 2% per year and projected inflation is 4% that year, that's 6%. They need to take that money and make more than 6% profit so that they make that money work for them. And when you don't meet ESG standards, you end up being discriminated against in terms of the way that you're able to get loans and the way that you're able to get funding and the price of your stock being valuated in Wall Street. So you are forced from a top-down initiative to hire people that you wouldn't normally have hired. And the reason you wouldn't normally have hired them is that you have a large candidate pool. And then what DEI does is it knocks people out of that candidate pool that may be more qualified, may be better, may be a better fit for your company, but don't meet the ESG or DEI initiative. You need black women in programming, and therefore we have to knock out some of these white people, or we have to knock out some of these Asians, or we have to knock out especially Indian Americans, which is one that people don't talk enough about, so that we can get in more women, so that we can get in more black people. But when you do that across the board in the economy and in the government, what you end up with is you end up with people that are not as skilled at their job, not as good, and not going to grow as well, getting higher positions of authority that worse brings them into management positions where they're managing other people, where they can ruin even more things. It's not that we're saying that that individual black person or that individual female isn't qualified for the job. They met the minimum qualifications. The problem is that you're adding new qualifications that shouldn't be relevant to the position, which is what is your race, what is your gender. And what this does is this knocks people out of the candidacy pool that may be a better fit, that may perform better, that may bring you more profit, that may do a better job of governing some institution within the government. And on top of that, what's worse is that because those initiatives exist, it breeds racism, it breeds misogyny, it breeds doubt, because the people that are there that were given DEI positions and the people that weren't, always in the back of their mind, that little devil on their shoulder, they wonder, would you have gotten this job if you weren't black? And it's that very thing that ruins the culture of a company itself, the culture of governance within the state, which I don't really mind that much if the state's more inefficient. Fuck it. But again, it lowers inefficiency and it breeds racism. It breeds these problems that we're dealing with. And then people attack that, and then they go, how dare you bring up DEI? And it's like, you're the ones fucking up our economy and fucking up our government, and so that you can be actively racist against people that don't meet your initiatives.
We have no time, so do you want to know? Corey,
yeah.
Ali.
So, like, you're just talking about how people have used DEI to hire people that did a bad job. Like, I'm not against that. You're talking about having quotas. I am against it's got to be a certain amount of percentage. I am against that. I think
that's literally what DEI is. That's literally what DEI is. If you're against quotas and you're against intentionally hiring people that you wouldn't normally have hired based upon race and gender, then you are not for DEI.
It seems like you don't understand what I meant. you can have a higher consideration for people that are not white, and not have a mandatory minimum of it has to be 6%, it has to be 8%, right? You can just have a higher consideration, not necessarily be like, oh, we literally have to fill these spots no matter what at all costs. So I'm against that. That's what I'm saying.
But that's not what DEI is. Like I totally agree with you.
I know. Listen to me, please, because you said that if they're not meeting this 6%, whatever, that they're not going to be considered for the a loan or something, right? That's what you said, correct, Fabian?
Well, that it changes their interest rates and investment. It's a little more complicated, but
right.
yes.
So I'm saying I'm against minimum requirements for DEI. So that's what I've said. I know what I'm talking about here, but that doesn't mean I'm against DEI in general as a philosophy, right? That I think it makes sense to have higher considerations for people who have been historically been left out of the applicant pool, and to heighten their current day consideration because of the historical situation. That being said, it doesn't
that's
mean
not DEI.
Okay, listen to me.
Like if you personally,
what I'm trying to say is I'm
not missing what you're saying.
Okay, so if you're not missing it, I waited silently for you, brother. So just treat me the same thing that I treated you with. That's all I'm asking
saying
you.
Contradictions.
I'm not.
Like DEI is that
purpose.
thing.
I'm saying it on purpose. I'm saying I'm trying to compare the ideas. So that's how you. That's the purpose of saying a contradiction, because I'm trying to say here's the DEI that I want. Here's the DEI that you're talking about.
And Francisco d'Anconia.
Okay.
Contradictions do not exist in reality. If you believe that you have found a contradiction, one of your premises is wrong.
Okay.
Oh my goodness! This guy's actually
Dream. Finish your point. Then we got to move. You have limited amount of time. So
there's no way you're saying that, and this nigga monologue for 15 minutes. Anyways, I'm trying to move on, but he interrupted. You just say something.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead.
I'm trying right now. So, anyways, the DEI that you've stated is not the DEI that I advocate for, because the DEI that you stated is the. Why are you slapping your face? It doesn't make any sense. Because you're talking about
slapping my face because that's what DEI is. You're now talking about a new thing and just carrying on the name DEI. You're talking about individual employers choosing to have a preference for those that you believe may or may not have been marginalized, because they believe that there are diamonds in the rough, that there are individuals who haven't been able to shine because they have had potentially like negative things within their life, or maybe they believe in some form of privilege that others have, and that they're going to take a chance on these people despite them having less good scores or things like that, because they see something in them. And I totally am fine with that if you as an employer want to do that, but that's not DEI. DEI is coming down from companies. It is a process of initiatives to force more of this into those positions, not about just being open about it.
You can have all of that. You can have top-down initiatives to have a higher consideration of non-white applicants, right? And still not have a minimum requirement in the sense of a minimum quota, a minimum percentage of here's how many we have to hire by default. That's all I'm against. I'm saying
what it sounds like, and maybe I'm wrong here, but what it sounds like the problem is that what Scott's saying is that DEI is this package of initiatives, right? And then you're saying, well, I disagree with portions of this package, right? And the DEI I would like would be this, right? But
yeah, obviously,
what he's saying is that that's fine. And I may even agree with your new policy initiative, but that's not DEI as he sees it, right? Or at least how
DEI is defined.
It.
Yeah.
Obviously. So basically, you're redefining it, and it's like, okay, that's fine.
Hold on. I don't understand. Show me a DEI definition. Like, that doesn't even make any sense. What the fuck is a DEI definition? Like one that says, oh, by the way, it has to be this percentage of people included. Like, doesn't make any sense. Please show me a DEI definition.
Are you guys talking about like the difference between affirmative action, like specifically where it's like affirmative action is like the actual like enforcement of it versus just like having a company or whatever that
is the initiative.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying, like each company is obviously going to subjectively define how DEI means to them. So I don't understand how that's allowed to be done, and I can't do that on my own. Like, obviously, I'm trying to say here are the standards of DEI that I'm against. One that has a minimum requirement for here's the certain percentage of population of this or X amount of group.
Okay, no, I hear you. Okay, no, we'll just we'll throw the ball.
That's
in
like
Scott's
10%
court.
of what I want to say. You keep
I-
interrupting every time I try to make that point.
Hold on. We've heard that. We actually have heard that point. Hold on.
That's the point I'm saying.
Stop interrupting.
What I'm
Scott.
saying, hold on. What I'm about to say is that, hey, I'm going to put this back in Scott's court later on. He can present us with that definition, what you just asked for. Okay, right? Like if this is a set of specific policy proposals, then he can present that to us. But he will do that in a second because first we're going to get to Corey and we're going to Ali, right? Make sure we get these people in. We've been waiting patiently. All right, Corey.
No, bro, you can't do that when Lactoid and Faye, you've been talking uninterrupted for hella long, and I've been interrupted this whole time.
Hold on. Stop that right there. Stop it right there. Stop it right there. I fucking decide who talks. Stop it right there. And I told you we're running out of time, so I'm trying to respect everyone's time. I'm trying to move on. I recited your point. I made sure that it was understood. Right. And I'm saying, hey, like you asked a good question. Scott is going to have to reply to that later on to actually answer the question that you asked. But until then, we got to move on to these other people. Don't question me on this. Knock that shit off. You know I don't like it. Knock it off. All right, Corey.
Well, I think D10 is looking for a different DEI, DDI, if you will. But Lactoid. I think earlier you mentioned, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you mentioned something along the lines of, qualifications in the eye of like the beholder. Okay. And I agree with that assessment. We've gone back and forth in terms of like what is qualifications. And, I put it on the table, like people, generally speaking, are notoriously bad at analyzing candidates. Okay. And they used overall bad heuristics. They're notorious case. I think, I'm no expert on football because I hate football and it's stupid, but I think Tom Brady is a great example. It's like, notoriously overlooked, and who would have ever predicted that'd be like the best football player of all time? I think he went like 100 plus in the draft. But so with that in mind, okay, a couple of follow-ups. So you would probably, let's say, agree, okay, that we have an election coming up, okay, where people are going to be voting, okay, for the next presidential candidate. And so even though there's both on the left and the right, okay, this happens, but I think it's fair to say that, religious conservatives, okay, it's a bad heuristic that they would not vote for someone who is not religious, as in atheist is like a non-starter for pretty much the vast majority of the United States of Americans, but I think fair to say also on religious conservative circles. Would you agree with that assessment? Like that's
don't
dumb.
Think so. I don't think. I think it's pretty obvious that Trump's not all that religious, but yet he's been able to rally evangelical support like pretty
because
strong.
He's Christian. If he says he's anything other than. Like it's assumed that he's Christian because he's a white American.
I'm gonna assume that they're all naive as fuck. Sure,
he's not even assumed Christian. He says he's Christian.
Yeah,
I'm not saying he's not. I'm not saying he's not. I'm saying that like he's obviously not as Christian as these fucking evangelicals, right? I mean, they're going to church every month, every week.
That's not part of the team.
That's not what Crony said.
If he was a Muslim or
part of the team
or a Jew,
for sure. That's fair enough. Yeah, if he was a Muslim, he'd be fucked. For sure.
If he was Muslim or atheist, like Corey said, yeah.
If he was an outspoken atheist, if he was like, fuck that God guy, he's out. I agree.
No.
So you agree?
That's not what an atheist would say. All you'd have to say is, I'm an atheist. That's all you'd have to say is like, hey, what religion? Oh, by the way, I'm an atheist. That's all you'd have to say. You don't have to say fuck that guy.
I think religion would be like very much like in the strictest definition a minimal qualification. Sure.
Yeah, but you would agree. I think you would agree that being outright atheist is an explicit disqualification.
Yeah.
Okay, and so you would agree that religious conservatives, on average, by a bad heuristic, bad analysis overall.
Is he explicitly an atheist? Am I missing a question?
No. But they're using the heuristic of like they put him in the religious camp, so to speak.
Would I disagree with their heuristic of like religion being important? I personally would, because I don't find religion to be important.
And so let's say on that note, okay. So do you think in 2016? So I think you mentioned something about with VP, okay. You don't want a DEI pick, you want the best candidate, okay. And so do you think in 2016 Trump picked the best candidate for VP?
No. just to be clear, I think there's plenty of grounds to criticize both Trump and his VP picks.
Okay.
Both Mike Pence and JD Vance. And if you were to bring up the criticisms and say, I don't think he's good enough because of X, Y, Z, I might agree with you that those are like negatives, but then I would have to counter those with positives. And if your belief was like, if you believe Trump is not qualified, I mean, I don't really like fault you all that much, right? Like I think that the benefits of him are not necessarily in his experience.
Yeah. But so then what?
Being a Christian is a good heuristic. It's a good heuristic for conservatives. I don't know why you would say it wasn't.
Because well, no. For me, it's not a good heuristic for voting.
It even is for you. It even is for you because you have conservative values. If someone states that they're a Christian, right, you know that you can at the very least strong arm
your values from them
into maintaining conservative values. But if someone says, I'm an atheist, all of a sudden where their values are becomes something that you have to individually discriminate against and try and understand. But when someone is a religious conservative, you might not like some of the Christian nationalist rhetoric or things that they put in, but there's a whole bunch of other things like, are they going to be pro social emotional learning and to bring drag queen story hour into the school? Probably not if they say they're Christian, but if they say they're an atheist, all of a sudden I got to wonder whether or not they're going to be fucking pro drag queen story hour in the fucking school.
I do like my drag
I don't disagree with you. If all that I know about them is that they're atheist or not, I agree with you. But if I know one more piece of information, if I know that they are an atheist conservative, these are like the most base people on the planet, right? Because they're not afraid to shy away from the science.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree, but it's an easy heuristic for a lot of people. I don't think it's a bad.
Corey.
And so obviously we can't, mind read, but I'm curious, like how on 2016 when Trump picked Pence, like what do you speculate on his rationale for picking Pence?
To appeal to a voter demographic of like conservative Christians, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, and like so that heuristic is that any different from like Biden's pick for Harris? Just like to pretty much appeal to a base?
It's it's not necessarily all that different. Look, I was
no, it's totally different. One's an ideology, one's an immutable characteristic.
Hold on.
But you choose to be a Christian, you don't choose to be black.
Well, no. But it's not different in the sense of Corey's on the right path here. It's not different in the sense of here is something that's relatively unrelated to merit. In reality, arguably, it would be negatively related to merit, I guess, depending on your thought process. But like you're picking this person because of an appeal to a particular voting demographic. I was the one who said technically Sarah Palin was a DEI hire, which I would agree with. I think DEI is just
Ghosty brought that shit up.
Right. Well, I was the one who said
he agreed with it.
I must have agreed with it because I definitely recall myself saying Sarah Palin was like a DEI hire.
Putting words in your mouth, you agreed with it.
Yeah, and I will agree with that now, definitively. If anybody ever challenges me, I'll agree with it. I think that she was arguably DEI hire. I think that they said that, one of the major reasons why she was picked is because she's a woman. I think DEI is just like a category of we're picking you to appeal to a demographic, and it's related to race, gender, sexuality, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? Being a Christian is not meritorious, argue. Like I don't think so. Like what does being a Christian get you in a candidate other than what?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Sure. And we're gonna move on to Ali, but like you would also, and I think you already agreed to this last week that Joe Biden was a DEI hire, right? Correct.
If he was picked because he was a white man, yeah.
Okay. Sure. Well, he was picked because he was a white man. All right. Fair enough.
Well, no.
Can I just ask a quick question to Scott? But it's okay if I just.
Yeah, we gotta get to Ali. Yeah. We have very little time.
I understand.
Oh, reminds me of a quick question. So like Lacto, you're against affirmative action and people getting like these. Okay, wait. So then, wouldn't all the white people who got into Harvard over the Asian people? So if any Asian people were turned away because 8 white people got in, if the Asian people had higher scores, isn't that technically just affirmative action for white people?
So it would be. The problem is the amount of like white people that took seats from Asians is astronomically low compared to the amount of Black and Hispanic students that took seats from Asians.
Well, that's just because they say that, right? They say that the Black people took those Asian seats, but what if it was just like
the numbers show that?
Yeah,
that's only because they took in like Black people at that time. But I'm saying if it was, I'm gonna look in more, but I'm just saying if the test scores, because it's saying all the Asians have higher test scores than the whites, across America. It should stand to say that that no white people should get in over Asian people. All Asian applicants should have gotten in over all white applicants at that given time. And so any white applicants that got in,
because there were some Asian applicants that had test scores lower than some of the white applicants. There were some Asian applicants that had lower test scores than the black applicants, right? This is how it's just a question of averages. So if your question is, well, what if we removed all affirmative action for black and Hispanic people, but we kept it for white people, lactoid, would you think that's fair? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If by removing all affirmative action, it led to a world in which only Asians got into college and the rest of us worked like blue collar jobs, that would be fair. That would be a good world.
Oh, sorry, Ali, did you have anything else there?
Yeah, no, I'm done.
So, Scott, so Dream asked you a question earlier, right? Do you have some sort of official documentation or whatever that says DEI is a suite of packages that suite of policies that you put forward previously?
If you look at McKinsey and Company's definition, which is going to be the biggest DEI kind of investor, their definition is, that they give, their explicit definition is going to be very similar to what D10 Dream stated, right? Diversity, equity, inclusion are three closely linked values held by many organizations that are working to be supportive of different groups of individuals, including people of different races, ethnicities, religions, abilities, genders, and sexual orientations. The problem is what is it in practice, right? So anytime you look at left-wing philosophy, you have to understand that, right? Like you have to understand that praxis, as as stated by Marx, is going to be the most. Don't roll your head. Like critical theory, literally a 101 sociology class. They'll tell you critical theory's founder is Marx. That he's the founding father of Marxism. Founding father of critical theory. And so like what happens is you have to understand that what it is in practice is what I described. Now you as a company can say, oh, sure, we appreciate these things, but you're not going to get anything unless you can show those metrics. So McKinsey and Company, along with many others, are going to be investing on you based off of these things. You can also look at, let's say, AACSB for accreditation of schools, as well as we'll just leave it at business schools, right? They do have mandates. So there are DEI mandates in business schools so that you can get accreditations. You can look at other things like for counseling programs, right? You have KCREP accreditation. So whether or not you're licensed to be a counselor in America will go beyond just the state that you got it in, and you can actually go to another state and be a licensed counselor. You're almost certainly going to have to go to a KCREP accredited school. And in order for a school, let's say Liberty University, where I went, right, was KCREP accredited, you had to take diversity classes. We had to take multicultural competency courses. So there's part of it is a demand on education. Part of it is going to be a demand on outcome. Because even McKinsey and Company, that is like trying super hard to make it seem like this cheery and bright kind of thing, they have a section
exactly what I said, by the way.
In their definition, they go, what other benefits can organizations realize from inclusion and diversity? And of their 5 key domains, number 5 is improving a company's global image and license to operate. Companies that can maintain or increase their focus on inclusion and diversity during crisis are poised to avoid consequences such as struggling to attract talent or losing customers and government support.
Skipped all that. Sorry, that part's not important because it seems like
important,
sure, okay. We have limited time, so I'm trying to get through this quickly. So it seems like there is no like set policy, like this is DEI, right? I asked you for this, or Dream asked you for this, and then what you come back is with the definition from McKinsey, right? This neoliberal
the biggest company,
hellscape, like the blob.
Okay, Primecast, what's a millennial? Give me a millennial.
A millennial.
Define millennial.
Sorry,
90s. Baby,
so
no. It's really important.
No. I'm talking. No. I'm talking. Excuse me. So it sounded like when you were saying previously that DEI was this set policies, right? And that like our friend Dream was redefining those policies.
But even then, in your definition, you admit, like, oh yeah, well, these different companies have these different
No,
interpretations.
Dream is
You just
separating
happened-
the praxis.
You just happened.
You can't.
You just happened. Excuse me. You just happened to pick McKinsey. Okay, great, that's fine, right?
Why'd you
McKinsey's
pick
a
them
large
because they're the
company.
biggest?
I know, because it has its fingers everywhere. Great.
Mm-hmm.
But our friend Dream was saying, hey, like I disagree with this version of DEI, and I like this version of DEI. But if there is not a set of practices that is universal, or at least maybe handed down by governmental law, that says this is exactly what this is, then of course it can redefine it, because any company can redefine it. Now you can say that, well, there's these accreditations that give you access to certain benefits. But okay, well, all Dream has to say is, well, I don't want those accreditations, or I'll make my own accreditation, or it doesn't even matter for the purposes of what I'm trying to do within my business realm. Like what he was asking for is what the definition of DEI, since you seem to be so set on it, but then there is no set definition on that, right? It's just what these companies want it to be.
The issue is that you cannot take something that stems from or is a part of a form of critical theory, right? So it'd be queer theory, critical race theory, critical, well, I mean, actually, you could just say critical theory in general, or you could say critical legal studies, etc. You cannot take these and devoid praxis as a part of the definition. It is explicit. If you grab, for example, an introduction to critical race theory, right? Any of the volumes
Fabian, let's engage
within the
what you just
very
said,
first
Fabian.
chapter.
Let's engage what you just said.
Yeah, let me
of
finish
all
real quick.
DEI practices, of all DEI hires, how many of them had the qualification or the requirement of a quota, right? If we're talking about praxis, right, that means of all DEI being practiced, of what percentage of all total like organizations or people doing this said that there's a quota, minimum percentages?
That's just not how this works. Like that's
well, if the vast majority, but if the vast majority aren't having quotas, wouldn't you say that the praxis being
you're trying to
involved
simplify
is-
you're trying to simplify something into a practice that doesn't exist, right?
Okay,
so
then why are you so
DEI
confident in saying that the praxis is having quotas and percentages, and instead of whatever else it could be, right? Like I'm asking you, what evidence suggests
because
besides this one organization who happens to be the biggest, what
you're
about
just
every other organization?
you're just aggressively misunderstanding what I'm saying at this point. What
My bad.
I'm
I
saying
wanted-
is this.
I didn't want to aggressively.
What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this: is that critical theory, as it applies to businesses, as it applies to government positions, entails praxis. You cannot have a theory that is taught in and of itself. We can look at critical pedagogy, for example, and we can look at pedagogy of the oppressed by Paulo, right? Which is the number one cited book in all of pedagogy and all of the social sciences, with the exception of psychology. There's a couple of books that, a couple of authors that have more, not any more books. So when they're trying to teach critical theory, it's about action. It's about conscientiation. It's about, bringing forward Freirean concepts that create conflict and then resolving those conflicts, resolving those contradictions, if you will, in such a way that they engage in a critical mind. Critical theory is always tied to praxis. It always requires action. What you're looking for is like one law or one thing that says, blacks make up 13% of, the population in America. Therefore, your company must have 13%. And it's not one thing and one specific quota. Instead, what it is a series of pressures that create those quotas internally, because without those pressures, that force and that driving force wouldn't be beneficial to the company. So there are going to be government loans, right? And there's going to be a quota on that loan, but that loan is only going to apply, let's say, from like Small Business Authority might come out with a loan that says, hey, we're going to give additional money. We're going to give taxpayer money towards black-owned businesses, right? It's another thing, right? If I'm Grubhub or I'm Uber Eats, right? Or I'm DoorDash, right? And I put, and you go on there, you'll see these are the black-owned businesses, and you're wondering, does Grubhub love black people? Do they just love black people so much that they wanted you to know? Maybe. Or maybe it's because the fact that they do that changes their ESG score, changes how much investment they get, and makes them more money by trying to ham-fist to you things that turn off a lot of people, that wouldn't necessarily be profitable. So I do agree that there can be a culture that you as an individual employer have a desire to hire individuals and give people a chance that might not have had a chance in your eyes, and that's fine. But when we are talking about DEI, we are talking about a philosophical and social movement that is instantiated within government programs, within corporations, within hedge funds that push and pull all of these different levers and incentive structures that make it unprofitable for businesses to hire the best candidate for every position, but instead they need to balance hiring the best candidate with meeting different standards and different scores from these different companies so that they can maintain their fiduciary responsibility, which is a legal requirement. Because if they just say, fuck it, we're only going to hire the best person for the job, it's going to do bad things. And then all of a sudden the teachers union is coming after them because their stock went down because they didn't meet DEI initiatives. And all of a sudden this racist company that hired too many white programmers is getting sued because their stock went down because they didn't meet a DEI initiative.
Okay.
Like,
So
it is a complex web of bullshit.
So
But the thing
what?
is-
Like, sorry, you go first.
No, but the thing is, like, I keep hearing this thing about best candidate. What is best? It's an unfalsifiable claim to make, unless
It's subjective.
If making a claim that somebody did not hire what's best for the job is an unfalsifiable accusation to make, unless you have like internal emails saying, "Oh, I know that you're not the best, but I'm gonna hire them anyway." Like, unless you have that evidence, a smoking gun, it's an unfalsifiable claim to make. One, two. When it comes to the DEI thing that you've just stated about, like, it's a culture. So
Tyler
it's not
Fisher would be an example. Tyler Fisher, a comedian, has his agency on record, recorded phone calls saying that although he is an amazing fit and they want to get him into TV shows and advertising, their company can't represent white people at this time because it looks too bad on them to not be meeting certain DEI standards. That's an example of how they explicitly got rid of best people because of those standards.
That. You're including, I made sure to include that. Unless you have the smoking gun, it's an unfalsifiable claim. You had the smoking gun, so it's not unfalsifiable.
It's not unfalsifiable because you can look at it with simple statistics, right? If you have 100 candidates and then you add additional qualifications that reduce your candidate pool,
sorry.
It is statistically impossible that if you repeat this over and over again, you're not going to get rid of the best candidate. It's statistically impossible.
Dream, finish your response. Do you have anything else you want to say on it?
Yeah, of course. So I wanted to say that when you're talking about, hey, there's a quota in the cultural sense, meaning that, hey, we got to make sure that we have Black people or DEI people in our company in order to be, have a higher ESG score. I'm like, okay, cool. Now I feel like that's way more acceptable, right? But what's unacceptable, like I tried to explain in the beginning, was the hard quota, saying like you need to have this 6%, or you need to have this whatever X percentage in order to be taken seriously, in order to have that's what I'm against. And that's what I was trying to explain from the beginning.
There's no difference between the two.
There's
no difference between a hard quota that says it must be 8% and then a fuck ton of different governmental loans and programs and investment strategies that push those same things that have the exact same outcome, which is that if you don't have enough, you're going to lose in these points and your business is going to suffer. And therefore you have to get rid of candidates that you otherwise would have hired.
There's a huge difference because I'm okay with culture, right? Like dictating like social rules and having these social rules versus I'm against like these hard policies, right? Like it's the whole thing about what Jordan Peterson did in Canada, saying like, don't legislate my speech, right? He's okay with like speech evolving over time naturally amongst culture and socially, just like I am. I'm okay with people being like, hey, I'd rather go to the more diverse city. I'd rather go to the more diverse company.
I agree with you. That's not DEI.
that is what DEI could be, right? DEI could be a cultural shift within a company saying, hey, I want to be more diverse. I want to have a more equitable policy, and I want to have more inclusion, right? That is DEI. A company could say culturally, let's have a shift, right? And do it that way, not without having hard line policy. They just say, hey, let's change our focus. Let's change our initiatives to be more aligned with these goals, not a hard line saying we need a minimum requirement percentage. They need to be at least 30% ethnically Black or whatever, right? That's what I'm against. And I'm more of a cultural shift, a cultural preference.
So, okay. So the last thing I want to say, and then we got to, because we're out of time. I can stick around afterwards in case anyone wants to respond to me. I don't give a fuck. Like now, like I actually was getting closer to Lactoids and Scott Schwab because I thought they were making a few interesting points. But on that last bit that Scott gave, then it just I threw all that away.
Damn it, Scott.
I don't give a damn that a business has pressures put upon it by like the environment outside of it. That's what a business environment is, right? Like these business environments are responding to different pressures, different interests, right? And trying to conform themselves within that environment to maximize their profit. So I don't care. So that happens all the time. There's other pressures. There's other great. That's fine. There's other problem pressures on businesses that says that hey, like, well, you're a bank. You have to have a certain amount of cash on hand, right? Now, could they run that business more efficiently without a certain amount of cash? Maybe, possibly, but they have that regulation that says you need this certain amount of cash. Or hey, to do this audit, you need to hire this an accountant that has this level of accreditation, right? And that person is going to come with a hefty price tag. But to do this audit properly, right, and for it to count, then you got to do this. These are the pressures that businesses have all the time, right? And so if you're saying, there's these certain set of policies out there in the ether that when you add them all up, right, equal, well, I guess I hire a few more of these people rather than a few more of those people. So what? The exact same thing that we see all in businesses across the board. Don't care.
It's not the exact same. What you're saying.
And if it's, I will stick around, and if you can respond to me afterwards. I'm gonna get these people out of here first, and then I promise I'll stick around, and we can talk some more. Okay, all right. So thanks everyone for being here. Much appreciated. I'm going to respect everyone's time since 11:30 is when this ends, and I don't want to hold people here. Thanks all for coming through. I hope you really enjoyed this. I'll enjoy this conversation, most of it, parts of it. But thank you, Lactoid, for being here, friend. This was a lot of fun. I enjoyed fighting with you on the Trump thing and now this thing. This is really interesting. Thanks, friend.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate it, Prime. Thank you so much for having me on. Thank you so much for letting me talk about how trash Kamala is and the Democratic Party and all the shit that's going on right now. Just to summarize, look, there needs to be a primary election. If the Democratic Party is going to claim to be any kind of democratic institution, there needs to be some kind of process here. They're not going to, because they're not really a democratic institution. They're a political machine. And, while I would like it to be different, even if I disagree with them on core issues, which I do, and even if there was a valid primary election, that wouldn't mean I'd vote for them. But I think it'd be good for them, actually. And I know personally, I think Wick would be one of them, actually, people who are involved in the DNC who very much would prefer there be a primary process because of there's people, including Wick himself. I'm not going to speak for him. You can ask him, but I'm pretty sure, if I'm recollecting correctly, there's people who feel as though their votes sort of being ignored, which I can empathize with. I think I can understand that. The last thing I wanted to follow up, I wanted to end with, just because I promised Fanatic that I would do this every time now. We had a debate on O.J. Simpson, and I said I'd bring up every time that he needs to give me evidence of EDTA or parts per that human beings can't handle EDTA in parts per million in their blood as opposed to parts per billion. and he's currently refused to do so. So I'm going to reiterate that challenge, Fanatic. Let me know when you have that source. I know you haven't provided it yet, but let me know when you do, and then I'll stop harassing you. If you liked what I had to say, you can find me at LikeToy TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
EDTA. Don't know what that is. Maybe you can tell me later on. Thank you.
I'll tell you in my closing.
Okay. Well, thank you. Scott, please.
Yeah, I am Scott from Fabian Liberty. I am an anarcho-capitalist. I am the final boss of libertarianism. Yeah, I had fun. It was a good conversation. I think politics is getting fucking crazy right now. The attempted assassination, the stepping down of Biden, the kind of undemocratic, actions of the Democratic Party is kind of hilarious and ironic. But it is, who knows what these next couple of months are going to have in store for us. I don't know what the fucking October surprise is going to be after these last 2 weeks. If you want to talk philosophy, especially political philosophy, grounded philosophy in the non-aggression principle, or some of my objectivist leanings, etc. Come check it out. Want to nerd out. Fabian Liberty on Twitter. I mostly just shit post because I'm shadow banned as fuck on Twitter. I don't really care. So I just kind of shit post at this point. If you want to come watch the streams, check it out on YouTube. If Twitch ever rescinds their fucking policy that you cannot be on a stream with someone if you've been banned, then I'll probably come back to Twitch, because I do like Twitch. Even with all the whores on the front page, it is still one of the better programs in terms of like API and stuff like that. So I do miss Twitch, but I'm not going to go there and, get in trouble for saying something negative about queer theory, because all I did was quote Gail Rubin or something and then not be allowed on any panels. So, follow me at YouTube for the time being, and Twitter, and, throw Rumble a follow too. Why not?
I'm guessing by the horrors on the front page, he means all the slatterns.
Yes, slatterns is, we need to bring back the term slatterns. All right. Slattern is a perfect word to describe
I
somebody.
use that day to day now.
Yeah, because it's like some girls are not literally.
Hello, Slattern.
Whore is like too strong of a word for some of these things, right? Like some of them are just slatterns, and it's just below it, and it's a good word.
The best one, you look kind of slatterny today. That's a pretty good one.
Oh boy. All right. Well, thank you for that. Corey, thanks also for stopping by, friend.
Yeah, this was something entertaining, to say the very least, and I think you got exactly what you wanted in that calm exchange of ideas. But EDTA is a metal chelator. It's used I've used it personally in research purposes, but it's often used in, let's say, as a food preservative. Basically, it binds metals and all that stuff. It's very often used, I imagine, I know for sure, but I actually have some idea, in the conversation about OJ. It was probably came up with like forensics and DNA analysis, because it's often used for DNA it's used added to processing of DNA samples, because there are things in the environment that degrade DNA, and EDTA prevents that degradation of DNA because it's a metal chelator, specifically of magnesium, and DNases require magnesium. But all that aside, this is always a pleasure, always grateful, always entertaining. I never take it for granted. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv/CoreCam84. Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube, it's Corey Campbell. I'm a biochemist, and I'm starting a new lecture series teaching biochemistry on my own Twitch stream to a fellow streamer. We're on lecture number 4 now, this coming Wednesday. But yeah, D10, Ghosty, Doobie, Ali, Fanatic, Scott, Lactoid, always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
Love you too, friend. And I love when we have experts on who can, like, tell us these things. Thank you so much.
And actually, I haven't done the calculation, but probably humans can survive parts per million EDTA consumption.
Ooh.
Well, I'll stay out of that. Echo.
Right.
Thank you for resub, and thank you, Naritas. I didn't thank you on stream. I didn't thank you. Thank you for the 5 subs that you gave previously. Much appreciated. Guys, support the channel. It would be fantastic if you did, so I can do more of this. If you like, having these people on to get annoyed at each other. Then if you like that aggravation, consider supporting the channel. Or if you're on YouTube, like becoming a member or gifting memberships or what's the other thing? The super chats. Yeah, thank you. All right. Let's go to Ali because our friend Fanatic wants to be last. So Ali, thank you so much, friend.
Guys, it was a pleasure arguing with you today. I love coming here sometimes, especially in the politics panels, because I'm not the politics guy. I don't know too much. So to listen and to learn is very. I'm leaving this
What
country.
did you
I think
learn?
I've made that
What did you
decision.
learn?
I'm fucking off.
Go back to where you came from, bro.
Hey,
No,
Canada's
no,
just
too much,
upstream for you.
too much war, and not enough money. I think I'm going to Spain. That's where I'm
What
gonna
did you
go.
learn? Could you tell me?
Huh?
What'd you learn today?
Oh, I learned that I'm going to Spain. That's what I learned. I learned,
Oh, you just-
and you know what? I learned that I want some credit in these little numbers and polls. You know, we get the Asians, the blacks, the whites. Where are the Arabs? Where's the Arab?
You're an
Where's the
Asian.
Arab considering?
You're
Yeah,
an
I know, but see, he said we're white. You say we're Asian.
The census says you're white.
It depends
see,
what
that's
it
the census
depends
that
what
we're
Arab.
Caucasians, depending. See, I just want my own little categorical bubble, my own little check, because you know what? I feel like we deserve it. I feel like I
Free
feel
the
like
Middle
we've had enough
Easterners.
time to shine.
Yeah.
It depends what kind of Arab. you are.
Literally, hold on, sociologic.
What up?
So like I worked for the census as a census field supervisor during the post enumeration survey. So I was in charge of the state of Virginia, and northern Tennessee and a little bit of West Virginia. There is, dude, like you have race and then you have ethnicity category, like, and the ethnicity
Yeah, it's
category.
Middle Eastern,
allows
North
you-
African. Yeah, we have it.
Yeah.
But I gotta
But
go.
they're not on the regular papers. The regular application papers, it's either Caucasian or white. You know, I get Caucasian or Asian. That's all the only choices I have.
Yep. All right, let's.
You muted yourself.
You broke up. You're muted and hit not last.
Oh, son of a gun. You know, it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
now I can hear you. Go ahead.
Peace. All right, look,
Okay.
I love you guys. I'm out. If ever I want to have a debate with you and I tell you to be informed, do more than just read the Wikipedia. That's all I'll say on that. Peace.
Okay. All right. Dream. Thank
And
you
the
for-
sources that are linked within the Wikipedia. I just want to point that out.
Okay. Dream. Thank you for coming through.
Educated on
last
what?
second.
With
We did
to be
have-
educated,
I'll-
wouldn't you
I'll
need
expl- I'll-
sources
I'll
to be
explain
educated?
I'll explain
The ones that
afterwards.
he won't provide,
did-
apparly.
We did have
Yeah,
a whole.
those
He's
ones.
gone. Oh my God, guys, he's gone. Dream,
Of
thanks
course,
for
because he
coming
can't
in.
handle the heat. He's got to leave the kitchen.
Oh.
The yappers, the students and the degrees and university yapology over there. Anyways, I love the panel. It was cool. I think that they should have what do you call it? The debates. I think the debates would be useful, if not harmful. I think Kamala will still probably win. I really hope Michelle Obama would join in, but she's probably not doing that. She already did 8 years in that White House. She probably despises it. But I do think Michelle Obama being in would probably be like the highest, chance of winning against Trump. But Kamala, I still hope she wins. Yeah, I think the way to do it is to have like intensive debates for a month long. That way you have like as much time for the general debates as possible. For 1 month, as many debates within a week, as many cities, as many coasts. For like maybe 3 debates a week for the primaries for 4 weeks, and like have like a America's Got Talent type of voting polling after
Text
every
it in.
debate.
Send
Yeah,
the text
exactly. Text it in for whatever, and that way we can have like a consistent like idea of who's winning, whatever, and have it be intensive and short enough for us to finally have a winner in the primary at the end of it. And then finally have like whatever, like how many months do we have left? Like 2. After that happens, to have like the general debates. I think that would be probably the best. I think, and then DEI can be manifested in multiple ways, and if it manifests in a cultural aspect where this is just the natural progression of culture and this is what people want culturally, and if it's so against the grain, then it would backfire culturally, and you can see the effects of that, or you don't. And if it is slightly against the grain, but a lot of people are more accepting than not, then you see a progressive change towards that aspect. I'm against hard DEI, meaning in the sense that it has to be a certain amount of percentages mandatorily, versus a soft DEI where it just so happens that the best opportunities go towards the ones that are more culturally aligned with a set of standards. That's what I'm okay with. That being said, thank you for having me on. I'm D1O Dream. I'm actually starting my own nonprofit soon to help young people get into the gaming and esports industry. As you can see, I'm wearing a Warriors Gaming Squad t-shirt, and I just partnered with the Warriors last week to do my very first events for a 2K tournament and an educational panel. And just finished my master's degree in public administration last week. So I'm going up and up. Let's go.
Hey, congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. That's awesome.
And I was a DEI applicant too. So.
Oh God.
Why did I put that?
Sorry.
All right. All right. Well, we can toss that in the trash. But thank you. And we love to see people succeed here. So I'm glad your event went well, and I'm really glad that you managed to finish your degree. Okay. Next, Ghosty. Ghosty, thank you for coming through. This is a bit chaotic, but I don't know. This actually is not the worst it gets. But I hope you come back.
No, yeah, I'd love to come back. I always like being here. I was enjoying listening to the conversation, honestly. But I'm very curious about this OJ debate too, by the way. But
I advise everybody go to my YouTube and watch it in its entirety, and you will see why I'm so fucking upset. Okay, you will see. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So as far as like the Kamala Harris, I don't know, I could like criticize her for her past and everything. Obviously sounds like a pretty bad record, which I've like heard of her, like that being her main criticism. She was like very tough on crime and unfair and did fucked up shit. So that's fair, but like as far as like her upcoming presidency, run for presidency, I guess, race for presidency, I don't know how much like that past record is actually going to affect her policies, upcoming policies and shit like that. And I was going to vote for Biden. I trusted, in like their policies and what they were doing, and I liked what they were doing. I think they've been doing good things. So I honestly don't see that big of a difference in voting for her versus Joe Biden. So I know she's very unpopular, but I just think the Democratic Party probably should just like move past that and see her as kind of one with like Joe versus, I don't know. But I've like they seem to have very similar missions, honestly, in my opinion. But yeah, that's basically it.
Thank you. Yeah, and I really wish we could have talked more about the open convention thing, because I think I had a different opinion than many of you here, which is unfortunately we won't get to it, but it's okay. And last and honestly one of the best, my friend Doobie, thank you for being here. I really enjoyed hearing what you had to say, especially on the Trump topic, Project 2025. Thank you, friend.
Yeah, I'd encourage you to read it. Not Project 2025, I think.
Agenda 47.
Yeah, Agenda 47.
Yeah.
So actually, I think that. So I really, really dislike Trump, like a lot. But I think that Vance might actually be a reason for me to vote for him. But it really doesn't matter because I'm in California. But I hate the government enough that I think that I think they're planning to remove 100,000 bureaucrats. And just like the chaos that would cause and how it would require them to like rebuild, that actually might be enough for me to want to vote for him, to be honest with you. Just because I think the system right now, as it is just fucked. I think the administrative class is shit. I think both parties are fucked. I think they need like a major reset. And I think that Trump is the one to do that, unfortunately.
Oh my God. We'll have to
Can I
talk
ask
more
you
about
one
this later.
thing? Can I ask one thing? Like you said, you like really hate Trump, but you want to vote for Vance because then Trump will get to replace all these people that he wants to fire.
I think the system needs to be shaken up, like at the core, right? And if he goes through with
And
his
replaced
plan-
with Trump's people though, that you like really hate.
Trump's people, quote unquote, right? I think it's more likely there'll be people who are ideologically closer to JD Vance. Because I don't think Trump is like the idea guy. He's not the meat and potatoes guy, right? So it just seems
he wants to be, I think.
but he's not. But he's not though. He never has been.
So go ahead.
Yeah. So I just think that the entire system needs to be shaken up like heavily, and I don't think you get that with Kamala. I think with Kamala you get more of the same. with actually not even more of the same. I think worse than what we've had recently. Even with Trump, I fucking hate Trump. I'm sad he didn't die, but you know, I think that would at least shake up the system.
I would say that, Twitch, please. But all right, so Reverie done. If you guys anyone wants to leave, feel free to bounce. I'll stay here for Scott to yell at me and tell me all my ideas are shit, you know, as per usual. And but yeah, I'll stick around for a bit. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
What, do you want to hear me rant about OJ Simpson?
Yeah, I just want to hear this real quick.
Hold on, really quick.
I'll rant about OJ Simpson.
Debate, you got fucking destroyed. Just
Oh,
a minute.
go
You lost.
Doobie, go
You
fuck
lost.
yourself.
It's fine.
You're trolling.
Benedict's an
Hey,
intelligent
hey,
guy.
hey, hey.
He's an intelligent guy. He has great rhetoric. You lost. I'm sorry. It's obvious.
Yeah, that's why he ended the debate an hour earlier, right? Fuck, Doobie.
Yeah, you're embarrassing yourself. He did it.
I was embarrassing myself. He wanted to help me save face. That's what he wanted to do. He's a good guy, right?
Look,
I was so arrogant that I just couldn't see that. Fuck.
He had you in his best interests.
I feel bad.
How
for
do
you.
you-
It's
how
like
do
you
you-
don't
how do-
realize how much you fucked up in that debate?
Listen,
How do you
just to be
people
clear,
have time to watch other people's streams while also
Let-
making
let- let
content
me-
and, like working and shit? I don't know where the fuck. Like, do you guys sleep?
No.
I'm, I'm super lazy. It never works.
I work a full-time job, stream, and watch other people's stream. Okay,
That's what I'm saying. Like that third one is so low on my priority. People are like, "Did you watch
And
that
I
debate?" And I'm like,
motorcycle.
"Fucking no!" Like I
Well,
watched
hold
a
on,
clip.
hold on. This proves Doobie's superiority, right? He's a millionaire. He's managed to do that while working. He works while he's on
Well, to be fair,
VC,
I only
right?
sleep like 3
Watching the
hours a night,
streams. Right?
typically. So I think that I've got like some weird genetic thing. I don't know, but yeah. So I sleep way less than most people.
Yeah, same here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
how
what were you gonna
often
say,
how much
Ollie?
are you sleeping a night, Scott?
Yeah, how many hours? are you sleeping?
Fucking like 6 or 7 hours.
Disgusting.
What do you
Fucking
do with all your
princess over
time?
here? This is a
So
fucking
weird.
look at this guy.
I have,
Yeah,
look,
like-
so I have.
I'm
listen,
busy
I have
being a
family
capitalist.
stuff. Listen, I have. You know, like I'm not going to talk about how I make money. I that's something I just kind of like don't talk.
Apparently
about on stream
sleeping.
because- No, sleeping 6 to 7 hours is not too much
That's
fucking
a
sleep.
that's a lot of fucking hours, man. You're
Scott,
just
a lot.
wasting
It's a
it,
lot.
burning
Scott,
that away.
Scott, I heard
I'm
you.
I'm on a red pill podcast now where they're like, "Do you know how you succeed? I only get 4 hours of sleep. I
Four
never
hours,
wake
yeah.
up before. I always get up.
You
before the sun."
should continue for your brain health to continue to get more sleep. 6 to 7 is a good amount
I mean,
of
look,
sleep.
look. I mean, like I have other stuff too. Like, so
Why should we listen to you, Corey?
I'm not going to talk about. I'm not going to have the internet find out too much information about me because I don't need that affecting how I make money. But I also have a nonverbal autistic son, and so like I'm at least twice a week I'm getting him from ABA therapy and watching him until his mother is off work, and so I mean like I'm doing other shit too. But like I still like I'm just like, how the fuck do you guys fit? Because like I don't like I'm not trying to be a dick, right? I'm not saying your content is bad. I'm not saying that in any way, shape, or form, right? But like the amount of information that I can gain in like a 3-hour debate, right, is like whilst also then doing another 3 or 4 hour debate. It's like I don't have 7 hours to do that.
You know me, Scott. Like I don't watch other people's content. I don't know anything that's happening at any point in time. So like you usually
Dude,
inform me.
you will be lost. That is wild.
Yeah,
like
Prime
I will
isn't
tell you,
ending.
Prime Time's like
I need
you
to
know,
clarify
be like,
something.
Prime runs a panel and knows nothing
I
on the
need to
internet.
clarify. So when Prime says you should check out Lactoid, he's got great content. That's a lie. Like
No, it's a truth.
It's an ad. It's an ad. is
I
what it
need to
is.
quickly ask.
hold on,
Scott,
very
you
quick.
actually-
Hold on. Just like hold on. Very quick.
Homie, brother.
Just like Trump isn't necessarily lying, right? When he says that he doesn't really know the people involved and he's only got a cursory thing. Prime Kai is in the same situation, is not necessarily a liar by saying it's good content. It is good content, regardless of whether or not he watches all of it. It still doesn't make it a lie about whether or not it is
half
or isn't
of it
good
is my
content.
content. Half of it is my content. So I'd be like, right?
it's
So I
like
don't.
80%, 90%.
I was trying to back you up, Lactoid. Go ahead.
Well, okay. Yeah. I've heard that you hold not as crazy as what Fanatic believes. You think OJ's son actually did it? Is that a meme? Please tell me that's a meme.
No, that's not.
I mean, I haven't looked massively into the case, but yeah, that is my opinion. Is that OJ's son?
Is that what the other guy believes?
No, the other guy
Yeah.
believes something even crazier. So let me be clear here. I read through the whole Wikipedia and all the sources linked. I created an Obsidian in which I specifically cited all the sources, laid out all the DNA evidence, and I have it all in my Obsidian. I will share it with anybody who wants to take a look at it. I have the DNA evidence listed out, and it is obvious from any reasonable point of view that O.J. Simpson fucking did it. When I confronted, obviously, he murdered Nicole Brown and Goldstein.
And I'm genuinely asking this. What evidence points to OJ that would not also potentially point to his son? Is there any evidence?
Okay. Yes. So the DNA evidence, there's a lot of evidence, right? But the DNA evidence specifically is critical. I understand that some people might believe that, if you have your son, the DNA evidence might be the same. The problem is that's not actually true, right? There could be some similarities between your DNA and your kid's DNA by roughly half. But there was so much fucking DNA evidence in this. Okay, there was so much DNA evidence in this case. So let me give you an example. This is some stuff that I have written down. Simpson's DNA found on blood drops next to the bloody footprints near the victims at the Bundy crime scene. The prosecution estimated the probability of error was 1 in 9.7 billion. Simpson's DNA found in a trail of blood drops leading away from the victims towards and on the back gate at Bundy. The prosecution stated the probability of error was 1 in 200. Simpson, Goldman's, and Brown's DNA found on blood on the outside of the door and inside Simpson's Bronco. Literally, Simpson and Goldman, the two people murdered, their DNA was found on the inside of Simpson's car, the Bronco. The prosecution stated the probability of error was 1 in 21 billion. Simpson's DNA found on blood drops leading from the area where his Bronco was parked at his home to the front door. Simpson and Brown's and Goldman's DNA on a bloody glove found behind his house. Simpson and Brown's DNA found on blood on a pair of his socks in his bedroom. The prosecution stated the probability of error was 1 in 6.8 billion. Not a single one of this DNA, none of this DNA evidence, none of it was rebutted by the defense. Not a single piece.
Right, so
literally, it was just diverted.
My question is, would that DNA not also, especially specifically at the time that the trial was going, not differentiate between him and his son?
But it's in his house.
It would.
It's in his car.
It would. First of all, yeah.
His son was also living in his house.
His son
my
is not.
prevailing
His
theory
son has
is
different
not.
DNA than him.
You know,
Right,
I
but
know.
at
I'm
the
just
time-
stating that. That's
At the
I don't think
time,
his son did
the
live
DNA
with OJ. I don't think
at
his
the
son did
time,
live with OJ at the time.
the DNA evidence, right? At the time, the DNA testing that was done in the case would not differentiate between him and his son.
This is
Modern
a common
DNA
misconception.
testing would.
No. This is a common misconception.
Has
So
it been
D-
tested recently to
Yeah, so
differentiate
no-
between the two of them? To discriminate?
No.
I mean?
So DNA evidence was it was not particularly well known, which the defense very expertly took advantage of the jury in explaining it. But DNA evidence at the time was still relatively accurate, right? And so when you have consistent DNA evidence leading to OJ, not his son, who has different DNA, when you have OJ Simpson, his DNA specifically matching all of these specific things, literally from the area of the crime scene to the back gate, their DNA in his car leading back to his house, their
I'm not
DNA
interested
and
in
his
the
DNA.
location. I'm not
Well,
interested in the location. I'm
The
interested
reason for
in-
location.
I'm interested only in one factor: is at the time that it was taken, and of the evidence that we currently have as well, was that specific DNA evidence and the way that they processed it and did the tests at the time able to discriminate between his own blood and his father's blood? Because
Almost certainly.
Almost certainly. I think that's the best answer for this. Almost certainly, because again,
the last time I read up on it,
we have
like I said, I didn't do a deep dive
prosec-
like you did. I'm not that married. I don't really care about the OJ trial that much.
Right. But again, 1 in 9.7 billion was the probability of error for Simpson's, because Simpson cut his hand on the gate when he was leaving. So his blood was found there. The probability was estimated by forensic scientists to be about 1 in 9.7 billion probability of error. Now you're right.
I'm
not
not interested in the probability of error. I'm saying, does that blood unequivocally match him and not match his son? Because the markers they were testing for at the time.
I'll have
'Cause
to
that's what
agree with Corey here that it's almost certainly.
The
Right,
odds are
again.
So
Okay, go ahead.
Scott.
So did they test like the sun and say, like, looking at this has a better match, the son's DNA, or the father's DNA than the son's DNA to this piece of evidence?
There's no evidence the son was there. You said the son lived there. I'm not seeing that anywhere. I don't think the
Yeah,
son
no,
lived
he
in the
lived
house.
with they were separated, and he lived with Nicole. Like she had the kids. Yeah.
Yeah, the kid lived with the murder victim.
He had a
Right,
room.
so-
Sorry, okay.
So here's the thing.
Okay.
Let's say, and this is why it's critical that we be able to answer this.
Critical
right?
theory.
No, that's not. That's not. what
I'm joking. I'm joking.
I know. But I need to make it clear, right? This is why it's critical. Like I'm not married to it. I don't really care that much, right? But the last time that I did a cursory look at it, there were claims that were made in the by God, I can't remember the dude's name, but he wrote like a whole book about it. And then there were other about why he believed that was a theory. And the claim was, and this could totally be a false claim, but that the testing at the time and the way that the testing was conducted would absolutely have been a positive match for OJ and would have put out everything, but that it would also have matched his son. Because the markers they were looking for would be shared between the two of them or could potentially be shared. And bitch.
No,
stop shaking your head. The reason
as somebody who read through the whole Wikipedia and the links, like all the forensic experts, all of the DNA experts, they're all saying like the likelihood of this being a false match to O.J. Simpson himself was astronomically improbable. And
right, but that's not really what we're talking about.
That's not what they're asking.
That's not what I'm saying. Is that it wouldn't be a false
O.J.
match.
himself. No, it would be a false match if it was to his kid. What they're saying is that the likelihood of it being to anybody else, including his kid, would be astronomically low. We're talking
okay,
1
if that is
billion.
what they're saying, that's fine. If that is what they're saying, it's fine. Now, again, I'm not fucking married to it. The only reason I said that is that my theory at the time, again, I'm not married to this theory or whatever. I mostly say it as a meme. But from what but there was a part of me that was like, I don't know, maybe, right? And if that DNA evidence absolutely doesn't match his son, then it doesn't matter. But my idea was trying to understand all of the other relevant evidence is that like the hat that they were looking at was worn by his son, right?
No.
That there's pictures of him. I've seen the pictures where his
Well,
hat, his
you
son's
may
wearing
have seen pictures,
right.
but again, I've looked at the evidence and like
will
all
you,
the
will
clothing.
you stop being so fucking mad like I'm arguing against you? About
I'm
this?
so
And just let me
mad.
tell-
Listen, motherfucker.
Yeah,
everything
I'm not
you're
fucking
saying
a
is just
fanatic.
wrong.
No, I'm not. I
Oh,
asked
wasn't
the
there another
question.
guy involved too? In
Oh
the...
my God,
he
you
was
stop.
stabbed to death.
No.
Yes.
I thought there was somebody else.
Gold.
Or they speculate that like helped OJ do it though. There was like
So,
a second
hear me out.
person who drove the car, and his evidence was like, why would he be with the son too?
So the
It just
what
didn't
I
make
had
sense.
seen, right, is that his son went into a mental institution. He wrote about how he wrote after the murder that this is the year of the knife where I solved my problems with a knife when he was writing a poem about stabbing people. He left the state the moment that the murder occurred when OJ was doing this crazy fucking chase. The first thing OJ asked for was not for a lawyer for himself, but to make sure his son had a lawyer, right? That he left the state with a different vehicle and put it in storage for years and police never checked up on it. There was all these other things where it's like, can it be? And if you're saying, hey, look, the DNA evidence absolutely 100% says that this is OJ's blood and not his son's blood, then yeah, fucking, I don't care about all this other little circumstantial shit when the DNA evidence points 100% to him. I'm not married to it. That's why I was asking the critical question is could some of this, or, you know, the ones that were at the crime, you know, that were actively involved in the crime be that? Because when I saw that evidence, I was like, oh, maybe his son killed her and then killed them. And then OJ showed up to help him cover up the crime, right? Like OJ was like, holy fuck, like I got to protect my son in this situation, did the chase. He cut his hand on the gate, potentially. Right, like he covered up the crime, but that his son might have been the one that committed the actual crime.
Well, there were
That
also
was
boot
my
prints
hypothesis.
too. There's also boot prints too with OJ's shoes.
Wait,
Are
wait.
his son's like the same? Did he wear his like dad's
No,
shoes
none-
that
none of his
day?
kids.
Like
There's literally, listen, there's no evidence that his kid was involved at all. Now, if we want to go into pure speculation, I can't definitively 100%.
That's where I'm at. Is all speculation.
Hold on,
I'm not
hold on. Scott. Just in the same way, I can't 100% disprove God. I cannot 100% disprove that his son didn't do it. It's theoretically, it is equally likely that there's evidence for God as there is evidence that his son did it. I will say that. All of the evidence in the entire fucking Wikipedia and all of the sources linked, okay? Which Fanatic doesn't like that I read the whole thing. He says that's not enough because he heard Cochran's, his mom told him, this is why I was saying, making so many like references to this. He told me that he learned about the trial because his mom read the Johnny Cochran book and was telling him about how OJ was set up and that he watched parts of the trial and that's how he knows that he was set up. When I read the entire Wikipedia and all the sources, didn't do enough research.
That pisses me off so much.
It is.
That's wild.
And by the way, you can go. I'm not even fucking exaggerating. You can go watch. The whole thing's on my YouTube channel. Which, by the way, Fanatic didn't post our debate on his YouTube, but he did post a debate 3 days ago with somebody else about the OJ trial for some reason. Somebody who didn't confront him with these facts. I don't know why. It's kind of bizarre. Anyway, so not only is the DNA evidence like overwhelming that Simpson did it, we also have fibers from Simpson's gloves, the same ones found in his house. We have those fibers found at the crime scene. We have not only a blue hat that had hair consistent with Simpson, but there was also a dark blue shirt whose clothing fibers were found on both victims and were also similar to a shirt that O.J. Simpson had on earlier that night. Like he owned the Ford Bronco, obviously. And there's a shoe print analysis that determined that like it was the exact same kind of shoe that Simpson would wear, same size and everything. So we have, again, like motivation, we have the shoe size, we have fibers, we have the DNA evidence. He tried to run from the cops in a police chase. And he didn't do it because the LAPD is racist?
No, he didn't do it because he knew that his son did that shit, and he covered it up
Scott.
and was running from the cops.
Yeah,
Right, and all that
Let me
DNA
help you,
evidence
Lage.
is from
Let me
when he
help
got fucking was covering
No,
up.
so that DNA evidence thing is like, yeah, so I don't know for sure, okay? And like I don't expect
Ghosty's just
you
like,
to-
I'm fucking out on the OJ thing. I'm done.
I don't expect you to know, Lacto, because it's getting really into the weeds. But if you happen to know like how they specifically like sequence the DNA or like process those DNA samples, like that might be. But I can speculate, okay, where I sort of assume that they either do like I did like a southern blot or some sort of traditional like old sequencing technique, okay? Where even then, okay, like and these techniques go back to like mid 70s and the OJ trial was like mid 90s, okay? So these are like
mid 90s, yeah.
Yeah. And so if in fact they use either whatever southern blot or like, you know, old
Someone in my
style
chat just said
sequencing.
DEI is what let OJ go.
Unironically, it was appealing that the LAPD was racist. I'm not kidding. That was the only reason why he got off.
But so if it was
I'm outta here,
those,
fellas.
it probably take care of
All
it.
right, Corey.
That's okay, no problem. It really is like analogous to like they're recreating like a DNA fingerprint. That's why they're probably giving odds. It's like the odds, like what are the odds of this person, this location has the exact same fingerprint, okay, as O.J. Simpson. Okay, you can have in the mid 90s. That's totally feasible to pretty much recreate that at a DNA level. Of like this is just so unbelievably unlikely to the billion levels. As in, unless we know that there's an identical twin of O.J. Simpson around or a clone. Is just like so astronomically unlikely that you can it's easily to tease out.
Astronomically.
Yeah.
No, you're right, and this is like the thing I keep asking Fanatic for, which is evidence that because the argument presented by the defense at trial, which again it was actually explicitly false.
Gish galloping, bro.
One of the experts, which by the way, as an attorney, I can tell you, you can find anybody to say anything at the stand, right? That's the whole point of an expert. I'm sorry. But they brought on an expert, the defense, because we had some of the best legal minds ever on this defense team. They were incredibly smart. And this expert said, actually, so EDTA, which is a preservative, they were saying, obviously the blood was planted by the LAPD because it had EDTA in parts per million. And if the EDTA had been found in parts per it can only be found in blood in parts per billion. if it was found in parts per million in blood, that person would be dead. It was obviously what the reason why it was in parts per million is because they use blood in test tubes that they put EDTA in order to preserve it so they could throw OJ's blood on the crime scene and implicate him because they're racist. Literally the defense's defense at that point. The problem is their expert was literally fact-checked. And the source that he was citing that said that parts per million will kill you said specifically that human beings can actually survive with parts per million. In fact, it's not unheard of for people to get EDTA in their blood and parts per million if they eat food with preservatives in it, like McDonald's, like OJ ate earlier that night, specifically, right? If you eat preservative-laden food, your EDTA in your blood can spike to parts per million. And OJ Simpson was documented eating McDonald's, a highly preservative food, earlier that night. And the explicit claim that, oh, human beings can't survive EDTA in parts per million,
can we pause
that was
for a
factually
second?
incorrect. And I asked him, can you link me one source that indicates that EDTA, a human being cannot survive EDTA in parts per million? He can't do it. He can't do it. Scott, Scott,
Can we
why
pause
can't
on
you
that?
do it, Scott?
Oh, real quick. Can we just marinate on the fact that this man ate McDonald's right before he murdered these people? Can we like you're ready to murder somebody and you're like, first I got to get a double cheeseburger.
He was
like,
hungry. You got to build up the energy.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's so why if I eat McDonald's, that shit knocks me out. You know what I mean? Like that shit. I'm not willing to
Built different.
You know what I mean? Like,
He ran all those fucking touchdowns, dude. Like he obviously was built different, right? He ate some McDonald's and was ready to do some business.
He's ready to do some business. Like, it's just wild to me that you're like, before I go murder somebody, you know, not knowing it's going to be two people, obviously, but before I go murder somebody, you know what I mean? Like, I'm building up an appetite thinking about murdering this bitch. Let me get a cheese.
But just to be clear, this is why I'm so frustrated with this, because
all
the evidence
got a carbo load before the big game.
all the evidence that I brought up to you guys, the DNA evidence, the fiber evidence, the footprint evidence, etc. The evidence, the testimony from the guy himself. I literally fucking found the 1995 fucking testimony in court. I found it of the dude who testified as to the EDTA, and I pulled the source that he was referring to, and I found the source. It was an obscure EPA source referencing a British study, and it literally stated the opposite of what the expert was testifying to. And I presented all of it to Fanatic, and he just fucking ignored it. He ignored it, and then he muted me, and then he ended the stream an hour early. And look, if that was the end of it, if he wasn't like pushing this conspiracy theory anymore, like I would still harass him for it because obviously or whatever. But like, I wouldn't be as upset. 3 days ago, he posted a video of him arguing with someone who's uneducated on this about O.J. Simpson. He's still pushing this narrative that O.J. Simpson was innocent. And I don't know, that seems a little bit shitty when two people got murdered and you're just ignoring the evidence, right? I mean, a woman got killed. I don't fucking know. I mean, doesn't the truth matter here when with these kind of stakes?
Well,
I agree with you.
He's a critical race theorist. The truth doesn't fucking matter.
He said I didn't do enough research because I read the Wikipedia and all the sources it contained. Prime, if I read the whole Wikipedia on a subject and I read all the sources contained within that Wikipedia, and I found the 1995 testimony, let's say, of a specific person involved in the controversy, would you say, Lactoid, you might be a little bit more informed than the average bear?
I would say that, friend. I would certainly say that. Yes.
I just love that you're this.
I'm not letting this go. I'm not letting this go. I will never let this go.
We confirmed that you can read that, though.
Yes, I will. I'm serious. I will never let this go.
Yeah.
Unless I will tell you the conditions for me letting it go. If he apologizes to Nicole Brown's family, I will let it go. If he says, Nicole Brown's family, I apologize, I will never do it again. He doesn't have to apologize to me. He can say, Lactoid, fuck you. Fuck you, but Nicole Brown's family, I apologize.
Does he have to like does he have to post a video, or can he just say, I apologize in private?
Either. No. He has to say it publicly, whether it be on Twitter or on a video. He has to apologize to Nicole Brown's family. If he does that,
publicly is a little better.
I will drop it. I will never bring it up again.
Because in my head, I was imagining them getting a letter from being like, oh, there's a
No,
letter.
no.
Where
I'm
did
not
this
gonna require
letter
that.
come from? And then open it up, and it's like, I vehemently believed in OJ, and here are all the reasons why. But you know what? I'm sorry, and I've changed my mind. And them just being like, what the fuck, man?
Signed
Can I just?
fanatic.
Can I just?
I don't think that's
fucking-
any crazier than anything they actually get in the mail. That family,
Probably not.
honestly.
That's probably yeah. They probably get some wild. I imagine they get shit all the time from like racists. You know, like I imagine every couple of months they get something in the mail. It's like, you white bitch, blah blah. You know, like fucking.
Yeah, people on both sides, I think, like have their thoughts, and fair enough. Yeah.
Well, I would assume
one more
people
thing.
that think OJ's guilty probably don't write horrifically derogatory letters to them specifically. Like,
I want to say one thing. Literally, in order to prove that EDTA can be found in parts per million in somebody's blood and they can still be alive, one of the prosecutors took a sample of their own blood and presented it to the lab, and it tested for EDTA in parts per million. Because
that's not good enough for me.
Because he ate fast food before.
I need us to resurrect from the dead the guy that did that Super Size Me documentary, so that I can see unequivocally that McDonald's causes EDTA levels.
That's Morgan Spurlock. Yeah. Interesting.
And well, EDTA is even used as a legit medical therapy, as in like to extract excess metal from people's blood. I don't know what
put in
concentration.
people.
Yeah.
So like
I don't know what concentration.
Like when Avatar Korra like got poisoned, all she needed was some McDonald's, and it would help poop out all of the metallic poison.
Well, I did this too, Corey. I actually did this too. I literally I took like what the average amount of EDTA you use for like to inject somebody with when you're doing like a blood transfusion, and then I calculated that by like the volume of somebody's blood that they have, and it came out to parts per million.
That's why I said it. I have another count.
How far are you willing to go on this? Are you willing to do a blood draw on stream?
Yes.
After eating McDonald's.
Yes.
And have
I
Corey
will.
come over and test your blood.
I'll
Right
live
there.
stream the entire.
If we can arrange it.
Actually, you go to Corey's lab so that it's in a safe environment, and just Corey, don't tell anybody at the university you're doing this. All right, we're gonna go into a clean room, and we're on stream. You're gonna eat McDonald's and then have your blood test.
Yeah,
look, that would be amazing content.
No, I'm open. I'm open to doing it. Like if I could do it,
the best content.
I'll look into it. No, I'm gonna look into it actually. Now that you mentioned that,
can you imagine posting that YouTube video of you in a clean room having your blood test
is imagining
after eating McDonald's?
I'm very much imagining it right now. I'm gonna look into it.
That's the most viral video I can think of in politics.
I'll ask my doctor. I got an app that I use for my doc. I will ask him if I can get my EDTA tested, and then I will eat a fuck ton of McDonald's beforehand, and I'll get my EDTA tested, and I'll present the results on stream. Yeah, I'm not gonna pull a fucking boogie, okay? Like if I can make this work, I have to see if my insurance covers EDTA testing. But if it does, I will do it for sure.
Why
not that expensive?
You're amazing, and I love you so much. I think you're great. I really do. That's amazing. And I would watch it. I check that out.
It'd be weird, wouldn't it? It'd be fucking weird, but it would be interesting.
All right. Well, that was the thing. Scott, did you want to yell at me about anything before I leave?
I mean, I don't want to yell at you about anything. I think it's funny that you know, were you serious in your closing remarks that you were coming towards Lactoid and Maya's position on DEI?
Yeah, no, actually, yeah, 100%.
Okay. So, but then you changed your mind because I described Leviathan socialism and how our economic model is going towards fascism, and then you unironically supported fascistic tendencies in the market, where the state and the World Economic Forum and large companies can exert pressure on these companies that it's okay so long as it's not an explicit specific law, right? Because I find that to be crazy that you endorsed fascism on your stream, unironically, and that like I find that crazy. Yeah, a little bit. I don't need to yell at you about it.
Well, I have a question for you, Scott. Although it's unrelated. Although Prime wants to respond.
If you have a question for Scott, maybe you should go first, and then.
It's sort of well, so like I think you're in your opening statement, okay, today, I think you characterized. Sure, fair, yeah, technically, yeah, you're right. You characterize pretty much the Democratic Party as undemocratic, which I don't necessarily disagree with. Okay, there are clear problems there. And I think you brought up, one of the issues of like, Joe Biden refused to debate. So I'm curious, do you think Trump should have debated like Nikki Haley? Do you think it was like, let's say, cowardly to dodge all the debates for the RNC?
I don't know that cowardly is the right word.
Do you think it's undemocratic in that sense then?
Well, yeah, I don't value democracy, right? So like, I don't really care.
So, okay, yeah, sure, That's fair enough.
I personally don't value democracy. My issue is if you are someone that deeply values democracy and you are someone that keeps talking over and over again online about how Trump is a threat to our democracy, and then I think it's kind of sad to a certain degree that you are a supporter of the Democratic Party, the supporter of the DNC, someone that quote unquote believes in democracy, and you haven't had a Democratic primary since 2008.
Okay, so well then, do you think, let's say on Trump's part personally, do you think it was undemocratic of him to refuse to debate?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely undemocratic to refuse to debate in that regard. But I don't value.
I know you don't value it.
Yeah, so it's like I don't really care, right?
No. Well, yeah, I mean, but like,
so I mean, like my biggest problem is like this concept of like, democracy isn't necessarily a contradiction, right? But saying that the people you elect in a democracy are representing the will of the people is, right? Because people have individual differences of opinion, and you can't represent the will of contradictory. You can't represent contradictory wills. It's not possible, right? So it's fine it's not fine. I think it's aggressive, but it's not illogical to say that you personally value democracy. But to say that democracy is representative of the will of the people is just a contradiction. It's not possible for a candidate to represent the will of the people. They can only represent individuals that desire those outcomes, not those that disagree. I mean, I guess it would technically be possible if like we became a hive mind and everyone always agreed.
Like the board.
So long as humans
one day
have differences, right? Like so long as some are smarter, some are stronger, some are taller, like so long as we have individual differences, and so long as we have subjective value, right? Which is to say that like, we have an order of things that we value, right? Like some of us like tennis more than football and vice versa. Then yeah, it is statistically impossible, especially in a country of 350 million people, right? Like in a voluntary society, that wouldn't be the case because, you would opt out of the society in some regard. But you can't have an involuntary system of 350 million people and then represent their collective will. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I mentioned last week that I'm sympathetic. I'm not the most pro democracy person, or I'm sympathetic to undemocratic philosophies.
But yeah, anyway, I was gonna say I liked not liked but what Lactoid was saying previously about the college admissions. I haven't looked at that paper myself, but I know Lactoid does his best to put things out honestly.
Everybody look at it, and if I in any way misstated anything, please correct me. Because
yeah, I know like I said, like I know you do your best when you presenting these things. But it seemed to make sense, like the way that data was presented. So I didn't think like everyone else was like questioning the way the data was presented, but it seemed like it made sense to me. So that's fine. Like I can see how, specifically when we're talking about higher education, that like there could be some honest concerns there, right? Since it's the gateway for people to get into all these other things. But I was saying that like I don't care about the pressures that businesses have to face in terms of like hiring, right? It's not like
why.
One second. One second. Our friend here has joined us.
What's up,
Hey,
Admiral
Gibbs.
Gibbs?
How y'all doing? Y'all surviving, thriving?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm surviving. So
he was on a boat party and was having a good time.
I was.
With apparently a lot of hot women.
Gibbs,
and-
Gibbs, why aren't you partying with the women that I saw on Twitter? Why are you on here with us sweating?
They're in the other room.
They're in the other room and you're here with us? What the fuck?
Admiral Gibbs pulls like I had to do a public
does.
apology. Admiral Gibbs pulls, like I
but like he does the most impressive thing, which like he pulls and then makes them wait in the other room while he gets on stream and talks to us.
That's his masculinity. That's why he pulls, because he's a fucking man that says, "Look,
I'll
I'll be back
toxic,
later."
but it's definitely toxic. I don't know for sure. I can't tell you how to give a good relationship, but I can tell you how to have a real fun time.
How to have many relationships, yeah.
Relationships.
Thank you, friend. But yeah, to Scott. Yeah, so like I don't care about these pressures. Are you gone?
Oh, I'm back. I don't know what happened.
Okay, all right. Well, there you go. Yeah, so I don't care about these particular pressures, right? And that they may make a business necessarily inefficient. I mean, the businesses have these pressures all the time. It seems like the heart of what you were saying is that you don't like regulations, which is, we know. we're very much aware of that. But from part of your comments, it was like, well, the long-term effects of this is that this business is less efficient because you haven't hired the best people, while also acknowledging later on in other parts of your comments that that's not necessarily how recruitment happens, right? You'll maybe get a person who's meets the minimum qualifications, but there are other reasons why they hire them any which way. So to me, taking into account a person's race and gender as just another of those requirements is fine. Like I don't think I don't even believe that the loss in if there even is a loss in efficiency, that it's some fatal thing, and over time we'll have positive effects. So I'm fine with this piece of regulation.
Okay, so let's break this down. Let's break this down. So first and foremost, you believe
before you go, what are you talking about right this second, just so I know what we're talking
diversity,
about.
equity, inclusion.
Oh, so we're talking about the DEI vice president. Got it.
Sort of, we were. But
Thank you,
we're
Gibbs.
talking specifically.
I gotta bounce as well. I gotta work tomorrow. Fucking bullshit.
Yeah, buddy.
Love you guys. Thank you.
Fair enough.
Always a pleasure, Lage. Take care.
So let's start from the ground. So you believe you were coming around to the idea that it would be a bridge too far for, let's say, America to say every company must be represented by, let's say, 8% black people, right? Because the current population is 13, so you need a minimum of 8%. That would be a bridge too far, correct?
Well, I didn't say that. I was specifically talking about colleges, and I could see how that the policies that Lactoid was describing, or at least the outcomes that he was describing, would be unfair and particularly pernicious in that realm.
All right. So what percentage would, let's say, instead of it going from like 1,300 Asians to 4,000 Asians, it went from 1,300 Asians to 2,000 Asians? Is it because it's too much? Is that what your issue is? Is that you're okay with pressures and philosophical pressures that take individual Asians that would have made it into Harvard, but now they can't go to Harvard? You're okay with some Asians being discriminated against by DEI practices, but not too much of it?
No, friend. So what I'm saying is that, like, I was getting closer to your position on schooling, but like specifically on corporations is where I was disagreeing. So I don't know why we were going back to Harvard, right? So
I'm trying to figure out the difference, like why you're okay with discrimination in, let's say, someone getting a job, someone having finances, someone being able to feed their family, buy a new house, go on vacation, live out the American dream versus the earlier version of that, which is getting a good degree? Why is it that there is a difference between racial practices that discriminate against certain people from being able to live out the dream of going to Harvard is not okay, but it is okay when those same pressures are forced onto corporations and companies for, let's say, the best positions in coding, for example, like a full stack coding position, where they're kind of forced to get a job that pays $30,000-$40,000 less, because they're working at a different company because they don't get that great job, versus an Asian that's kind of forced to go to UCLA instead of Harvard. Why is one okay but the other isn't?
I'm actually becoming more okay with it now that I'm thinking it over again. But ignoring that for a second, I don't think that when the hiring process equals, I reject the idea that the hiring process equals the best person. I went into like a lot of detail on this last week, I think, is when we talked about it. But yeah, I think that hiring process equals the best person, and that necessarily you've lost. Okay, yeah, that necessarily you've lost that. If you introduce other requirements into this. And I would say that often, I won't go that far.
You don't lose the best person. You lose what it is that you value as an employer and as a hiring manager. Like, you have values, right? And those values are tested in the market, right? Like, so let's say company A and company B, has, with no external pressure whatsoever, right? Company A decides they want more black people because they believe that that is a cultural enrichment to the company, and that's going to give them insights based upon their unique experiences that they wouldn't get from only hiring like the whites and Asians. And company B is looking purely at their their performance, their college degrees, their like measurable metrics, right? And because of this, for whatever reason, it excludes more black people than company A does, right? You have those values. And so what those values are doing is they're being sidelined. We're just popping in, popping out, popping in, right? Those values are being sidelined, right, by those outside pressures, right? So you don't necessarily lose the best candidate. I absolutely agree with you, right? Like, the best candidate might be missed. As I said multiple times, there might be a diamond in the rough, right, where you're missing somebody because you're not taking other variables into account. But you as a hiring manager, you as a company that creates a policy, right, you're testing your values and your philosophy on hiring, et cetera, in a competitive market against other people that have different values and different things that they want, different philosophy. And so it is the market that then determines price based off of whatever it is that you produce and how good that product is and how desirable that product is and how much profit you can make off of that product.
Well, that's
so you're not losing necessarily the best candidate, but you are limiting your ability to act on your values and hire the people that you would want based. You see what I'm saying? Like, so I agree.
No,
you're not losing the best
I don't.
candidate.
That has little to do with the process of DEI.
What are you talking about? You just hopped in. What do you mean?
So,
how does
like,
that have little to do?
You spoke about, like, let me not get you wrong. So you spoke about how a company has a market to meet. There's certain values that certain values of the product that they're trying to produce, or a certain value of the customer they're trying to meet. Certain values
that would be
that they want the product to meet, right? Or values of the clientele, the values of their stakeholders, values of the board, values of the culture.
Sure. I mean,
But
values
that's not always
subjective
true
in
of every
individuals,
business.
but that's
It's
not
not.
necessarily what I'm talking about. But that's fine.
Okay, so what more? What did I miss?
Well, I'm not specifically talking, though you could add that into the discussion, the values of the customer, et cetera. But the values of the customer will be based upon the product, right? It won't, the hiring process isn't going, like, so there is psychic profit that exists in a market, right? Where, like, I want to purchase between Five Nights at Freddy's 2 and Five Nights at Freddy's 3, right? They're not very different as products, but I have a subjective value where I prefer one over the other, and I gain psychic profit. So you're not wrong that some people may value diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives in a company and choose that product because of that, because they gain some psychic profit. Just like if you're on Grubhub and you see black-owned business, right? You might choose that because you want to support black-owned business, right? And you gain some psychic profit. But for the most part, what I'm talking about is the values of the hiring manager in grabbing an employee. And when you add additional qualifications, right, those values then play less of a role and they become less efficient at expressing themselves in the market.
Maybe
So
are you using the black-owned business tag to figure out what restaurants you're not going to go to?
That's what it sounds like.
I'm just joking.
No, I have
legitimately. It was too easy.
I have legitimately thought about that before, but it's just like I'm not going to punish that company for
Should have been that. Should have been
for
that.
taking advantage of
Easy
what's
dodge.
available to them.
Nice sidestep, but
Yeah.
So I
I'm
couldn't-
not
I couldn't
sidestepping. I'm
resist-
being
I couldn't
100% honest here, right?
I feel like
I
you're
have
avoiding
legitimately
the soul food. I feel like
No, I
you're
have
avoiding the soul food category, but
Let me tell you, y'all know that I'm not missing the soul food category. So I'm saying that right now.
So,
But,
but okay,
no.
so
but all
I don't
that,
care-
all
not a
that-
sidestep.
Okay, sorry.
So I don't. So let me just answer, and then you guys could go on because he asked me something specific. So you talked about the hiring managers and their ability to express themselves through hiring, right? Because that is expressing a set of values, and you're testing that against other companies and their values, right? Whether which one can be more efficient or deliver the best product to the market.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. So I guess, as I said previously, I don't care that these things are. There isn't a pure expression of these of their values. I don't care that that they are having a particular pressure. Now, like you said previously, right? Like the pressure could be that, well, if I don't have this diversity program, well, then I lose access to this particular opportunity, right? Like companies conform themselves to get opportunities. If for instance, let's say they're going for a contract, right? And part of the contract specifies, well, that you have to have this number of employees, right? That you have to have 250 employees, you have 200 employees. Now, having 200 employees has worked for you, and you've done very well, but you need an extra hire 50 employees to qualify for this contract. Okay, well then you're going to conform yourself. You want that contract, then you want to conform yourself so that you're eligible. So if there is pressures or tax breaks, like let's say it was in the form of a tax break, right? That they had access to because they're trying to diversify their employees and on the axis of race or gender, perfectly fine, right? It's a good goal overall, and if you don't want to take advantage of it, then don't take advantage of it, right? If the fact that you'll miss out on opportunities isn't necessarily a concern of mine.
So we're talking about first. I think it's important to differentiate because you said, like, what if it's a tax break, right? So the question first becomes: are we dealing with a market mechanism, or are we dealing with a government or top-down mechanism that is utilized from companies that are utilizing government resources, right? So it's kind of like three categories here, right? So your market mechanism would be this just naturally occurred, and people in the market want to support, let's say, black-owned business, right? So there is, if you're, or maybe not black-owned business, but a business that has a certain amount of black or LGBTQ or women, et cetera, right? So that's a market mechanism, and I don't particularly value that. I don't particularly agree that we ought to do that, but it's perfectly legitimate, right? Like there's nothing you can say that would make that aggressive in any capacity, right? I would not part of my moral philosophy. So then number two, what we're talking about moving away from that is pressures from institutions like the World Economic Forum that are that are taking in tax revenue, that are taking in donations, that are getting loans from the International Monetary Fund, right? Part of your tax money, part of that is being utilized to prop up individuals that want to push forward stakeholder capitalism. I have a big problem with that, right? Because now it's taken the choice, the liberty out of individuals and companies and applying pressures that have the same effect as would regulations in the industry. And then third is just the straight up blatant government like intervention in the market here, which is, the Small Business Authority, prioritizing loans to certain people based off of their skin color, right? Which obviously disadvantages people that don't have that skin color, that giving specific advancements in the market. That's not really a market pressure in any way, shape, or form. So like in those three domains, right? So like I take issue with that on principle, even setting aside the entire philosophy. But once you add in the philosophy, it's like, well, why do I have a problem with all three of them, right? And the reason that I have a problem with all three of them is the basis for the philosophy is not for efficiency. It's not for progress. And it has its roots in critical theory that I think is antithetical to individualism, individual ideas, and the progress of the praxis itself is exerting pressure and exerting economic pressure on people based off of immutable characteristics. And I find that fundamentally racist, though it isn't aggressive. So like, sure, like you're allowed to do it. I just don't think that it's right or good. Like, I think we should treat people equally, not based off of their skin color and presume some
that doesn't happen in practice ever. That's unrealistic. Because we never treat people equally. We have never treated individuals equally. The whole process of affirmative action was to push in individuals, not just to find the diamond in the rough, but to put individuals into places where they have been kept out of access. Right? They have not been allowed in those places. They have been deemed culturally unvaluable. Right? So now the effort was to strategically take these individuals and put them in there because now this better represents the values of the culture at large. So when
I think that's a non sequitur, right? So I agree with you that individuals have subjective value. And so that means that individuals are going to have an in-group preference, right? Like, for example, blacks have the strongest in-group preference in America, followed by Hispanics, followed by Asians. Yeah, and then white conservatives have a lower in-group preference than do all other races. And white liberals have an out-group preference. And in all of those instances, right, I absolutely agree that in-group preference, right, for your tribe, for your race, for people that have similar cultural experiences as you, right? They may speak your lingo. They may have, shared experiences to a certain degree.
I think all
that subjective value exists.
We don't need to measure the values of the culture by like preferences. We could just look at
this is a metric to understand that you are correct that those things exist.
Yeah, but it produces
there is
observation. But it produces observation bias when now you're only looking through certain things through certain lenses, and you're totally disregarding other measures. For instance,
no, I'm not.
Economic measures.
I'm not disregarding other measures by saying that I agree that human beings have subjective values, and often those subjective values tend to coalesce around in-group preference. And that, yes, if you have a bunch of white people in an institution, they're going to have, specifically white conservatives, right? They're going to have an in-group preference. They're likely, most of those people, not all of them, right? They're likely to view a black person, Hispanic, and Asian, right, with some less familiarity, some less comfortable situations, even if they're not in any way, shape, or form racist in their actions. They're still going to prefer someone that's more like them, and vice versa. I don't disagree that those things exist. The non sequitur, right, is to then act like affirmative action is actually correcting these measures, or that affirmative action is good because those things exist. Like those two things don't connect.
My goal is to increase human flourishment in general, right? You know this. And I do this through
Taking my
a
taxes.
compassionate. Yeah. I'll take your taxes.
Taxation is theft.
I'll do that. I will absolutely do that. I'll steal from you then. That's no problem. No.
Also, nice to meet you, Azzy. I've never met you before. I was just saying.
Yes, nice to meet you as well.
Yeah,
but your prime doesn't allow me on these intellectual conversations
because he's one of the most. You're one of the most handsome guys I have in my panels. I don't want to distract everyone. Right?
He
They're
likes
all
to
staring
suck
at you,
bastards.
right?
You know what I'm saying? He likes to suck
Fabian, a good-looking guy, man.
Baby, I've said that before.
Appreciate you.
And so my friend Gibbs.
It's because I'm 13% black, right?
No, I'm
That's what
okay
makes
with
him
being
look
ugly.
good.
It's wonderful.
His
That makes
results
everything I do more
himself.
impressive.
Oh my
Can't
god!
make those jokes. And...
He gets it. Yeah, but
Yes, I can.
you're gonna have to show me. You're gonna have to send me
value
pictures
DEI.
of some of these women you're pulling, man. Like, because I'm hearing apparently you're legendary, and I want to see.
I mean, I post a lot of stuff on like the Insta and the socials and Twitter. Just follow me.
I don't know how, but he does.
Yeah.
You'll see wild times.
But anyway,
I'll tell you,
I'm
it's
sorry.
stupidity. Just be stupid.
Oh, okay. I will actually learn that.
That's what Hedy Lamarr
because-
said about women: is if you want to be attractive to, what she said to. I have to paraphrase, but Hedy Lamarr basically said, like, if you want to be attractive to men, to just like dress just a teeny bit slutty, a little bit promiscuous, and to act dumb.
I mean, this is my strategy: lie to white women, gaslight Latinas, and it works perfectly. There's a difference between the two. I'm just kidding.
That's why DEI is in place, man.
I will learn your
Well,
dark
I mean,
arts,
I'd be benefiting from DEI. I'm Hispanic. I know I just look white. But that's we got white privilege and DEI going for me. We can't lose.
I will
Hispanic is an ethnicity, right?
That's what I'm saying.
I'll learn from your dark arts later, huh? I just want to finish this point.
Go ahead.
If I can remember the point that I was about to make. Do you remember the thread I was going down?
You want to enact human flourishing through
Yeah.
That's right.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so I want to increase a human flourishment, and like that's my overall goal. The method is
me too.
Doesn't particularly matter. Just that overall that we have a positive impact.
Well, it does. It matters, right? Like if you had a village, right, that was perfectly happy, but like one person was like being raped constantly in a basement somewhere.
God
like,
damn, bro.
you'd be
That
against
went
it.
real dark, real fast, right there.
Dude, I know.
Well,
this
it's a
example, 'cause
common
you've
thought
given this to me
experiment, right?
Yeah, you've given it to me multiple times. No, I hear you, friend. I hear you. Okay.
Even if that would
but-
maximize human flourishment, you wouldn't do
cry
it.
for help. He's saying, stop saying that. Stop saying that.
I hear you. And I, with the caveats that you want me to insert there. Okay. All right. But in any case, the point that I was getting at is that I don't necessarily care it's through DEI as you understand it or whatever, or like affirmative action. Let's say that instead of we had gone in those policies that we had you wouldn't like this either, but like massive government investment into like the Black community, right? Like we're just going to put massive money into this community through some other ways, right? To increase, to allow them to create their own businesses, or build their own infrastructure, whatever it is, right? Yeah, this was the program we're going to do. I mean, just like they did to white individuals, through like the veterans program. His name I'm forgetting, right? After was it World War II in Vietnam, right? That type of stuff.
I'm talking about the GI Bill.
The GI Bill. Yes, I'm thinking of GI Bill. Thank you so much. There's many times that the government has specifically invested in like white families, but we don't think of it in the same way, right? So anyway, if we did the same thing for Black individuals, right, rather than trying to force inclusion into white spaces, okay, great. That actually might even be more effective. And if it is, then let's do that. I'm fine with that. So it doesn't particularly matter to me. So when we talk about like these corporations not being able to express themselves, through their values, through the hiring process, right?
Their whiteness.
Yeah, their whiteness. Then I don't necessarily care. I don't care if it makes them like less efficient. I don't care about any of that. I understand that there is this wrong that's been done through locking people out of these opportunities, right? Building their own businesses of themselves. And this is a path to righting those wrongs. So I'm okay with it.
So my big contention here, right, is it seems like you're saying something that is, I would say, we'll stick with contrary. I don't know that it's an outright contradiction, right? Which is to say that you value human flourishment, but you also value less efficiency in the market. And to me, those things are to me, that's a contradiction.
I didn't say I value that. I said I don't care if that happens.
Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
Efficiency doesn't mean
right. You value
efficiency doesn't always mean human flourishment.
So I disagree. I would say that when you say
slavery
I
is
value
very efficient.
no, it's not actually. It's economically really inefficient.
What?
There's a reason. Listen, there's a reason the South lost the
I don't
war
have to pay
because
for people.
80%. No,
Yeah,
slavery is inefficient.
Less people and less industrial capabilities. I mean, that's why they lost the war. Like,
Right,
I mean,
and where was
because-
80%? 80% of industrialization was in Richmond, Virginia. Why?
Yeah, but hold on.
Because a
Hold on.
slave society. No, I'm not holding on.
If I
it
have
is-
slave
it is
labor building
not
my
efficient.
phone, that's way cheaper. It's way more efficient. Like, I don't know what you mean that it's not efficient. Like, just because you have that one example, I can't think of another example.
So you
where
have to define
slavery
efficiency.
Wouldn't be
please.
more. Yeah, I like.
You got to define efficiency because you're losing us.
Okay, yeah. So I'll get into it. So when you say I value human flourishment, right? What you mean, correct me if I'm wrong, by human flourishment, right? Would be some subjective measurement. It can't be an objective measurement, right? And there are some objective measures that you can take that you might say track or correlate with human flourishment, right? Like such as infant mortality or, longevity or, things like that. But ultimately what you're talking about is flourishment is people's desire to reach, their self-actualization, right? And to have right. So, I mean, if you mean it from a psychological perspective, and if you mean it from a physical perspective, right, you mean technological innovation, you mean progress in that regard, you mean lowering of prices of all of the goods and things that people enjoy, that makes them happy, that people desire.
And part of this is economic opportunities, right? Having economic opportunities.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Absolutely agreed. Right. Part of it is the ability to go out and find meaningful labor that makes you feel like you're doing something good for the world and for society, doesn't break your back, etc.
Yeah.
So my issue with that is when you value racial pressure to presumably right the wrongs of a difficult to measure but presumed systemic oppression of groups of people that obviously aren't going to be one-to-one on an individual basis, but as a whole you believe belong to certain categories of people over efficiency in the market. And as he said, define efficiency for me. What I would say is efficient is the would be several metrics, but ultimately what we are talking about is I would say is trying to think the exact Austrian economic term. Apologize for just a second while I drum through. The increased production of labor, right? So, an hour of labor produces more, right? Produces more of a thing, right? So artificial intelligence, for example, is an extreme jump in the productivity of labor, right? A company that institutes AI can choose to fire 40 people and thus lower prices, or they could have all of these side projects that they couldn't afford, but now they can afford to do them, thus creating new jobs, creating new products, creating new things, making prices cheaper across the board, so that the flat screen TV that used to be $8,000 in 2010 is now something you can buy at Walmart for $130 bucks on Black Friday, right? That is what that productivity and labor means. And so when you say that, to me, that is a contradiction. And the reason that is a contradiction, and the way you say it, I think, is more contrary than a contradiction, is how is it that you value human flourishment, but you are willing to set aside you are willing to value more than human flourishment, this presumed righting of wrongs, but sacrifice the very thing that leads to the most human flourishment, which is increased productivity in labor, which means lower prices, more jobs, economic growth, increased longevity, technological advances that lead to, less infant mortality, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera,
Yeah.
that give us all of the things that we want and desire and allow us to self-actualize. To me, that doesn't track.
Because
Sure.
you're it doesn't track because you're necessarily equating it as saying because we valuing flourishing, we won't get to the efficient process down the line or the efficient outcome down the line. That's why it's not like.
Well, humans
I
aren't
would say
immortal,
a
right?
one-on-one
So if we
equation
delay
of,
that, if we delay that, recognizing that at least at the very moment,
humans aren't immortal, but
aren't
I just finished watching Demon Slayer, and apparently the will is. So like the human.
Fair enough, right?
And the human will tends to go
but-
towards progress and human efficiency.
But Scott,
Okay, sure, but you're not alive. You're not alive to experience it, right? You know what I mean? Like how many
So-
demons, right? Like if you push off the killing of the demon, right? Then that means that new demons get created, right? And more, and the demon slayers have to fight the demons.
Not
right?
necessarily.
And right. Well, it does mean that, right? If you forego progress
Not
in the
necessarily.
immediacy it absolutely
No, no.
does mean that.
No, guys, before you guys go off on a tangent and argue that, let me just get my points out. I do want to eventually leave. So let me just finish this part, and you guys can go on and yell at each other. I love it. So one, I don't think that the market is necessarily the most efficient way of delivering those benefits, right? So that if these firms are more efficient and this firm is more efficient, we have a bunch more efficient firms that necessarily translates to a better life for all people. I think society can have ways to corralling those resources, those benefits to certain individuals, and then leaving out others. So that if we simply left the market, however you want to describe that, to its own devices, that doesn't mean that a better life for Black people. We'll just use Black people for now. So keep that in mind. I also and
You're correct in that regard, right? Like the market is amoral in that regard, right? The market gives us more based off of what it is that we value, what the consumer values. That is what it does, right? So if the consumer doesn't if the consumer, let's just say every white person tomorrow woke up legitimately racist, right? Like woke up like 1950s Klansman fucking style, like I just fucking hate the hard R's, right? And and we had a completely unregulated market, right? The market would absolutely disadvantage Blacks insanely, right? Because the market would demand, like every person would go out and search for a Black-owned business and be like, fuck that business, right? So like you're correct in that the market the market doesn't necessarily drive cultural change, and it doesn't necessarily drive meaning in people's lives. What it does do, right, it is factually the most efficient source of increase of productivity of labor, which is what drives technological innovation, which is a key component to human flourishment.
I think.
That's a very
this-
convoluted. It's a very convoluted statement, and there's so many imaginary factors that you're implementing because
Name one.
humans don't operate like the market. The market is just the market itself is just an idea that we utilize to get the most to maximize output. But
Wait,
that
hold
doesn't
on, hold on.
necessarily
I don't
mean
think
we're
the
gonna
market
get.
is an idea. I think the market's like establishes itself like that.
Well,
it's an
Thomas'
idea
principle.
actualized. It's an idea
it's-
actualized. Well,
What's
go
the
ahead.
Thomas principle, right? Like so for example, the patriarchy doesn't exist because there is no patriarchy, right? But if the patriarchy exists in the sense that it is held in the minds of people, right? And then people change their behavior based upon this shared belief system, or this, you know, this set of factors that we encapsulate into what we call the patriarchy, then the effects on the world are real. Right. So I agree with you that the market is, there's no like market tree that has market fruit, just like honor doesn't exist. Right. Integrity doesn't exist. None of these things are material. It is an immaterial. It is an abstract. Right. It's an abstract thought, but its effects on the world are real. And so when we're talking about governing principles,
Racism
then it
isn't
is
real,
absolutely
but-
right. Racism doesn't, there's no racism tree that like you get points of racism off of, right? But if people share this belief and they hold that belief and then they act based off of those behaviors, then its effects in the world are real. This is the Thomas principle in sociology. So like, yeah, I don't agree. I don't disagree with that. But to say, oh, it's not real, therefore, right? Like compared to what we are comparing it to is any other form of wealth distribution and of trading what it is that people value for what it is that other people value, right? And the market is the most efficient means of doing so, because all other forms such as government wealth distribution, you know, socialism at the far end, all the way to a monarchy, etc., these are all less efficient than the market.
I don't necessarily believe that they necessarily are less efficient than the market.
It's not a belief for me. It's just a fact.
Okay. Fair.
Facts just mitigate. I mean, that's why these are fundamental beliefs.
I don't know. The reason I was like pausing when I was after you had responded previously was because I was wondering, I was going through my mind and thinking, okay, well, there's all these other things, events that happen that spur innovation, and I was wondering if you would think that is a market forces, and maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't, and then I thought, like, I don't know, maybe it doesn't matter, and maybe I shouldn't go down this route in the first place in the conversation. I don't think that that's the market necessarily the most efficient way for that human flourishment. We've agreed that it's not necessarily the most efficient way of distributing those resources. So I'm okay with an outside force putting pressure on the market, even if it's an artificial pressure or whatever, to do so. So to say these private agencies, we're going to give you incentives to drive you to take these actions, right? We're going to give you these incentives to, like, for instance, we're going to give you incentives not to like have like a kid like raping business, right? Like maybe that would be like really profitable, right? Like, hey, we have kids here for you to rape.
Well, that wouldn't.
But like the government says, the government says, hey, no, we'll put you in jail.
Well, that wouldn't be like, that wouldn't be capitalism, right? That wouldn't be a free market. Like having a business that rapes children is aggressive, right? It is obviously an abuse of those individuals, which is anti-capitalistic in the sense
that's fine.
In the sense that is not what the children want, right? The children are not desiring to be.
Well, hold on. Yeah, but so just because it's
they're
aggressive
incapable
doesn't
of
mean it's not
consent.
capitalistic. Like that. Hold on. Just because it's aggressive doesn't mean it's not capitalistic. If like say there's a Native American, like, I don't know, what are they called, reservation, and they got oil. And Exxon goes, come on, we're taking that oil, and it benefits more people. Yeah, they might have got disenfranchised, but you know, it's still capitalism. You know, it's
That's
still
not
helping more people.
capitalism. That's not
It
capitalism.
is capitalism. Yeah, it's definitely capitalism.
No, it's not capitalism because capitalism, as defined through libertarianism, right? Through what I am saying when I say capitalism, right, is the free trade of individuals based off of their own voluntary transactions. When you are using violence and power,
we're self-volunteering this for them, you know.
Yeah, like
Well, no,
does America
you're
operate
not.
on a libertarian?
You're
Does America operate on a libertarian definition of capitalism?
Well,
or at all times consistently.
Well, America doesn't evolve. That question doesn't make sense. America doesn't operate on a definition of socialism either. America doesn't operate. If you're asking what type of
That's
economy
what I mean.
America, no, that's not. You're not saying anything. You're not saying anything like that. Like it's a nonsensical
You
statement.
missed the point. No, you missed the point.
Yes, I did, because like America has a mixed market economy that is that has private property rights enshrined within its constitution, which makes it capitalistic, right? Which means it's close. It has some tendencies that are similar with capitalism, but it also has socialist policies, such as, Social Security, for example, is a socialist policy, right? So it's a mixed market economy. That doesn't mean anything.
America is an amalgamation of different concepts and different efficiencies to get to the place that we want to go at the time.
I'm arguing for
the
capitalism.
culture values. So like the invisible
I'm arguing
hand,
for
Adam
capitalism.
Smith's invisible hand, the Pareto principle, things like Six Sigma. Those things are all just like ideas of efficiency that we use within the marketplace in order to get a certain level of output, right, for efficiency. But that doesn't necessarily mean we get human flourishing from it.
Well, those aren't ideas
or at
that
least
we
don't
use
get
to
the
do anything.
according
Those
to
are principles
according to what
of how
Prime
markets
says,
behave.
According to what Prime idealizes, he wants the maximum amount of people to have human flourishing, right? So
yes,
we've seen that in practice, only the minority of a minority amount of people who can operate at efficiency are able to accumulate that said happiness and flourishing, and everybody else ends up at the at the foot of the at the foot of the table, getting all the scraps, and we find that a lot of the times, like I'm losing my words here because it's like 2 a.m. A lot of the benefits of capitalism does not end up reaching those individuals at the bottom who cannot operate at efficiency. This is why we said human flourishing does not always equate efficiency in the marketplace.
So
oftentimes we have to couture, we have to change the marketplace to match the current ability of the people, the current ability of the culture.
So there's a lot of unconnected things here. So first, you stated that the Pareto distribution. I don't remember what else you said. You stated
they were just examples of like
the Pareto distribution. Okay,
it doesn't matter.
I gotta go. All right.
Yeah, I said a lot of things that aren't related, but they're all right. Take care. I said a lot of things that are unrelated, but they don't have. They're just market efficiencies.
Okay, so
all right,
so
take
right,
care,
so what you were discussing is like the Pareto distribution, for example, is an economic principle. It's not something that somebody uses as a means to achieving anything. It's an explanation of market phenomena, right? So it's descriptive, not prescriptive. So that like doesn't act like what you're saying doesn't make sense because it's just a fundamental misunderstanding of what, like, for example, the Pareto distribution is, right? Also known as the Peter principle, which is from those what is it? I can't remember the exact Bible quote, but like from those, it's like basically stating that those that have the most ability, get an exponential kind of growth in what it is that they attain in wealth, etc. So
it's like those who steward their wealth well will accumulate more, and those who steward it poorly will lose their abilities or lose what they have.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
like
fine
the parable,
with that.
The parable of the master and
right, but it doesn't have any relevance. It doesn't have any relevance to the connecting statement that you have, which is that people utilize this as a means of achieving something. It's not, you don't utilize a descriptive phenomena, right? Like what it is saying is when people are left to their own devices, and the Pareto distribution isn't just economic. It's true in socialism. It's true in fascism. It's true under monarchies, etc., which is, right, like those individuals that have something that is highly valued, right, by those around them, gain more than those that are lacking in those things that other individuals value. And the beauty of capitalism is that the less regulation that you have by state authorities that are aggressive in nature, conflict inducing, the more that distribution is able to occur. And you go, well, look at that. That's economic inequality. That's a growth in the Gini coefficient. But the problem is that when you view it in that way, you're viewing wealth as something that can't be created as opposed to something that can be created. And it's very obvious that wealth can be created. There isn't some fixed pie. And so the more that those people are able to gain, the more they're able to become richer and richer and richer and richer, right? How do they become richer in a voluntary system, in a voluntary market? Well, you can only become richer in a voluntary market one way, which is giving something to other people that they want to give up their property or they want to give up their time, right, in order to gain that. So the only way that you can get richer and richer and richer is because you have something of value. And the more you give value to other people, the more you make their life better, the more their lives are improved, the richer you get. That is how you, like, the creation of a billionaire under a purely capitalist economic system should be cause for celebration for everyone. The more wealth you have should be proof positive of your ability to give human flourishment and value to more people. We ought to celebrate it. Now, obviously, in a mixed market economy where there are socialist regulations and there are things like the Food and Drug Administration, and there are all of these ways that you're capable of engaging in crony capitalism, that you're capable of using bribes and using the state to punish people that you're in competition with and all these other things. The creation of billionaires becomes something that we're saddened by in a certain regard, because we recognize that those people in many ways have gained their wealth by engaging in systems that steal and punish other people. But the correct answer to that is not more market interventions by the government so that we can fix presumed problems, because all that does is create inefficiencies and unintended consequences. The correct answer to that is to get rid of those very systems of socialist policies that are creating the environment that rewards charlatans and frauds and cronies and abusive people, and make the market freer so that we can, of course, celebrate that wealth creation, because that wealth creation is directly correlated to the human flourishment of everyone else.
Granted, would you still agree that the minority of individuals, yes, through their own will and ability, are able to accumulate the most amount of resources? And yes, that may be a good thing, but doesn't that still entail that the minority of individuals will be able to effectively work at market efficiency and accrue all those resources for themselves?
What do you mean?
So then now we have like a lopsided. So I'll say it again. It's like the most talented will accrue everything, and the ones who are least talented, right, who may have a multitude of skills, but not, they can't really hone down on or master on any of them due to like life circumstance. Now, they aren't able to accrue things that allow them to sufficiently live and flourish.
No, I don't agree to that. I think it's the exact opposite. I think when you have some people accruing a lot of wealth, this is again kind of a reformulation of the concept that wealth is a fixed pie, right? That what is happening is that as the wealthy get wealthier and wealthier, that this must mean that they've extracted wealth from other individuals, when in fact they've created wealth. They have developed new technologies, found new ways to manage things, etc. Like the best way to make money, for example, in a capitalist system, one of the best ways to make money is to reduce prices. If you can reduce prices, then what you do is you increase profit, right? Like Walmart does this very effectively, for example. Walmart has they make like a couple of cents of profit per item sold. Right, like their profit margins aren't.
How are they able to do that in practice?
Right, there's two ways that they do it. One of the ways, the good way,
child slavery in other countries. That's how.
No. Like one of the ways, the good way, right, is that they reduce prices. Right, so Sam Walton worked for Sears.
I understand the good way already.
But right, I'm going to do both. I'm going to do both. I promise.
But can you divorce?
Yes, I can
it
divorce
from the bad? Okay, so let's skip.
It depends on what you mean by divorce it. Well, no, like
divorce it from the bad method, which means that there is a level of, and I hate saying this, there's a level of exploitation of other individuals or other companies or other
Yeah.
countries.
So I'll explain. Right. Well, you don't want to hear the good way. You want to hear the bad way. Got it. How is Walmart?
No,
bad?
it's not that. It's not that I don't want to hear either or. It's just I acknowledge both. You don't have to word it out because it's also
Right, so I'll
I just want to
explain-
hear the divorcing and why this is still a net positive.
Well, I didn't say that Walmart was a net positive or that billionaires are a net positive. What I said was in a completely capitalist society, in a fully capitalist function where everything is transactional and every transaction is voluntary, then the creation of a billionaire should be celebrated. I'm like, it's going to have to be a case by case basis whether or not it is a quote unquote net positive when dealing with this. So when we look at Walmart, for example, there's a lot of good things that they do, and they make money by reducing prices and right and you know, recognizing when he worked under J.C. Penney, James Cash Penney. Right. When Sam Walton worked as a clerk for James Cash Penney, he saw how he beat Sears and how he beat was it Wharton, I believe, catalog, right? By recognizing that people were moving into the cities. And the best way to make profit was, instead of having a catalog that went on trains, the best way to make profit was to move into the cities and create department stores. That this would be a more efficient model of getting things quicker and cheaper to people that were moving into the cities. Because in the 1920 census, you could see that more people lived in cities than they did in the country. And it was the first time in American history that that was true. So he did the same thing, but with the suburbs, recognizing that there was a, you know, you can call it white flight if you want. I don't care. People leaving the cities to go live in suburbs. I was just being cheeky, but right, you know,
I know.
for whatever reason, right? For whatever reason, they move into the suburbs. And he realized that larger stores could contain more product in them at a cheaper price, because, you know, you have to warehouse things, and warehousing things costs money. So, but if you can warehouse them in the city where you have less space and it's more difficult and transportation's more difficult, it's more expensive. So he moves out to the suburbs and start this. All of these things are great. And the way that they pressure other companies to figure out efficient ways to reduce prices, all these things are great, and it makes cheap things. What's the bad? The bad shit that Walmart does is socialism every single time. One of the things that they do is they pay their employees terrible wages. Why do they pay their employees terrible wages? Well, one of the things that they do is they have HR people that train employees at Walmart on how to get on government benefits. What they are doing is they're actively taking advantage of the fact that government benefits exist so that they can reduce can reduce wages, right? And what does this do? What this does is this forces out mom and pop stores and creates lower prices at Walmart than mom and pop stores, because mom and pop stores want to give people the dignity of making a quote unquote living wage. And what that does is, when they don't depend upon things like food stamps or things like, TANF, temporary assistance for needy families, et cetera, and they don't depend on those things because they want to give a living wage, well, they have to increase prices. And if you're the consumer and Walmart's cheaper.
But this is now directing the conversation to removing the responsibility of Walgreens to the mom and pop shop who are now
Walmart, but yeah,
who are trying to compete in the marketplace because of they're abusing the socialist policies. Granted,
yeah, I'm agreeing that they're abusing the socialist policies.
I was not foreseeing you using.
I give you another
getting
right.
the
So here's
employees a socialist.
They do that. They train them on how to use these things, and it's disgusting.
Okay,
right? It's
yeah,
disgusting.
but it's not disgusting. That's
It's a
just
creation
the system
of
at play. A lot of times they employ individuals who qualify for these socialist benefits, and now because it's at play, they're taking
They do
good
both.
intention processes.
Right, they're doing both, and they're manipulating socialist policies to create their own profits.
So you're saying
instead of
get
paying
rid
people
of
a
the
living
socialist
wage.
policies.
Absolutely,
Get rid of the
and Walmart
socialist
would be
policies.
forced
I
to pay
agree.
people
We
more.
should definitely get rid of the socialist policies. I
Well, another
absolutely agree
example.
with that.
Another example is that Walmart will go into towns, right? And what they will do is they'll go to a town and say, "Hey, we want to build a Walmart here. Will you give us a massive tax break for the next 10 years so that we don't have to pay property taxes
true,
for the
they
next
do
10
that.
years?" And then they'll say, well, oh, this Walmart's going to bring in so many jobs and it's going to, you know, bring in traffic because people are going to want to go to Walmart from like whatever podunk area. They're going to drive 30 minutes to come to this Walmart.
They don't really care
Again,
about that.
Which is true.
No. But we understand that like further down the line, right? After the 10-year process, and then the prices of like the real estate go up, the community prices go up. Eventually, those who are unable to afford it have to move out. So individuals who can afford it move in.
I don't think Walmart does that. But Walmart usually does.
No, it's just by nature of the practice. When you have like companies bring in individuals who are able enough to work in those jobs long enough, and then they stay in those communities, and then you start to see a diversity of talent and ability coming in, then it brings in, it accumulates wealth in that area. Like, I think they call those, like, I can't remember the word.
Yeah, wealth.
But
wealth. Yeah, wealth is created that way. Yes.
Pole stores.
But I wouldn't say Walmart does that. Walmart tends to gut communities. It tends to be that
it's
Walmart
50-50.
comes to a community.
It's 50-50 depending upon
It is 50-50, yeah. So there's a lot of communities that when you put a Walmart there, it actually like helps the community thrive because it brings money to the area. Mom and pop shops can open because there was not an economic influx. The economics had like moved to other areas where say there was a Walmart or Target somewhere else. Nobody's coming to that area. So it does bring the traffic, like you mentioned. It can bring new income, people that are working in the local area. And they also do, and Walmart's really good about this. They're really big about educating their employees and providing scholarships, much like HEB. So like the local community gets a lot of like more what is the word I'm looking? It's like if they were suffering from brain drain, now they're no longer suffering from brain drain, at least at the mid-tier level or lower, like to
I agree.
like that next step. So like
I agree
it's pros
that
and
there's
cons
good
depending on the community.
Right, I agree that there's good and bad. He asked me specifically to divorce the bad and the ways in which companies are taking advantage.
I didn't foresee this bad, but even I see how you were able to divorce it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like socialism either, but I don't know if those are bad things that
but
we're talking about right now.
This is like a mindset of like, okay, yeah, this is also a form of like of application of the bad, but there's other forms of bad application as well, like the corporate social responsibility, whether you take that term seriously or not. A lot of people don't. Is that this company has this? Yeah, exactly. A lot of people don't, like, and they teach it in business schools. It's not fake because that's the point of DEI.
Right, but what I mean to say is what I mean to say is that, like,
that's how, like,
I'm not saying that there ought not be corporate responsibility. What I'm saying is that the only real corporate responsibility is to your shareholders. And at the end of the day, that's all that really matters to most of these individuals.
No,
they
that's
pay
just
lip
the
service.
most important one. But then when your shareholders also care about your cultural impact, that also matters as well, because your shareholders are not the only stakeholder in the business.
They're the only
competitors are, the customers are, the community that you're in is your stakeholder. Your employees are your stakeholder. Like, that's not the only stakeholder.
All of these translate. All of these translate to profit. All of them translate.
Yeah, all of these do. Of course, all these do translate.
Which translate to your shareholders.
We tend to value the shareholders more because the shareholders are going to be the ones sitting at the board meeting talking about whether or not they're going to invest in your company and what you can and cannot do.
Right,
and then that in turn affect your stock price and people like listening in on your Robinhood business meeting and at the end of the quarter.
If your goal is how do I increase my stock valuation, right? That's my goal. How do I increase my stock valuation and get lower interest loans and be able to get more capital to grow my business? If that is your only goal, right? How do you achieve that goal? Well, one of the ways that you achieve that goal is by paying your employees more, potentially. Right? It may not be profitable to pay your employees more. It may be. Depends on your company. So, for example, Costco, right? Costco is one of the biggest fucking businesses in the grocery market. It is huge. And people, I mean, they've had some problems recently. But why was Costco successful? There are plenty of reasons why, like, that's just the kind of the wash of businesses, right? Businesses get too big. You get, Max Weber pointed out, right? You know, the bigger a bureaucracy gets, the more you have this process of like people rising to the level of their incompetence, right? So they get less and less efficient the more they get bloated. But
Yeah, that's true.
nevertheless, right? Like you know, when you have a small company, it's very easy to manage your employees. But when you have a giant company, you can't manage all your middle management. And so the way middle management rise up is they do well, they get promoted, they do well, they get promoted, and eventually they suck at their job, and then they don't get promoted and they just stay in that position. And now your entire middle management is full of people that suck, right? So like corporate bloat is a thing. Economies of scope as opposed to economies of scale is a thing, right? But nevertheless, setting that aside,
There's a lot
one
of
the
ignored
ways,
variables that go on because there's a lot of like knowledge loss as people move up. So like right now, there's a lot of individuals. It happened in the school system. It happened in education. It's happening a lot of the energy companies where a lot of the older individuals, older employees who are now retiring, and they're taking a lot of that knowledge with them, and that a lot of the new employees have lost that hard, crystallized knowledge. So now they're going in having to relearn the job over again. But now it's their attitude towards learning and getting better at the job has changed, because now we're dealing with the individual worker who only wants to stay at a company for like 2 or 3 years before transitioning to the next company, or they want to work at home because they just value their human flourishing more than the efficiency of the company. So like,
well, now that is efficiency though. That's what I'm trying to state, is that like so for example, working from home, right? Like let's talk about working from home, right? So when you work from home, you have a lot of boomers and Gen Xers, right? But a lot of boomers that have this mindset that you have to be in the office 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. And the thing is that you can get that, right? And some companies will have remote work and some companies won't, right? You're talking about psychic profit, right? This is what I'm discussing. It's like there is a profit and a real consequence as well. That if company A offers me $30 and company B offers me $20 an hour, obviously I'm going to pick company A because they pay me 50% more than company B. But if company A demands that I come into the office 9 through 5 and it's an hour commute, well, now I have, an hour, 2 hours a day of time that I'm not being paid for, that isn't calculated. I've got to get dry cleaning done because I need to look good in the office, right? I have the stress of the added time and being in traffic and, getting up in the morning, getting ready in that regard, that's added there. I have, the wear and tear on my vehicle. All of these things are money. And so if company A finds that they're only getting, let's say, 10% more revenue because they have everybody working in the office, but company B has to hire more people, right? Because their workers are less efficient because for whatever reason, people work harder in the office. Well, that's going to come out in the wash. What is actually valued more? What is actually better for the company? And what you may find. Go ahead. Right,
they
but like it becomes
hybrid. They offer hybrid models to try to get the best of both.
Hold on.
Yeah, and that might be what's superior.
Well, okay, so yeah, you use the keyword "what you may find," right? Like it also depends on like who you're hiring, right? Like if you kind of mentioned this earlier, the bigger things are the bureaucracy, like more you get mediocrity.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, of course, it does come to your. Let's say company A and company B both hire $30 an hour.
I'm not
company B is
going
to get way better employees.
I think you're absolutely correct. Well, you're absolutely I guess it is a little somewhat situational. We don't really need to dive into all of that. But what I was saying though, you're absolutely correct with the bureaucracy. Like running lean and mean can be good. And when you have a leaner company, you can definitely even if I'm paying people less, like if I have better so I pay people less than most people for mine. Like I put everybody on salary. For my Imperium, business sales, everybody goes on a salary, and it's lower than the industry standard. However, they have residual and commissions, right? And then I also offer benefits. So when you combine it all, it's like higher or equal to like anybody that's comparable salaries wise for the same positions, right? So and I give the option to work from home, right? And so I could compete with the same people over here who are like, oh, I'm going to pay you $90K a year. I'm like, well, I'll pay you $40K, but you're going to get commission, residuals, and benefits, and you can work from home. And they're like, oh shit, well, I'd rather do that when I have the possibility of making the same amount of money and I get the convenience, right? It's all competition. This is kind of why there's the industry
and you're in competition with other people to figure out where that sweet spot is, right? If you started noticing all of a sudden that you were getting like people were leaving for better opportunities, and the people you were getting
There's no
weren't.
better opportunity to me.
Right, you get what I'm saying. But if you were to notice, for example, that like people were going to other positions to make that 90K, right? And that the quality of applicants that you were getting weren't people that were super experienced, and you had to train them, and like they just weren't the best of the best anymore. You might go, I'm losing money, but if I hire people at 45K, if I bump up this number a little bit, right, I might retain some employees, lower, get higher retention of my employees, and get a better applicant pool, which is in the long term going to make me more money, right? So I mean, you make that decision based upon the market. That's the thing about when I say the socialist policies are less efficient, and the reason for that is that there is an unimaginable amount of data that is contained within price. The price mechanism has an insane amount of incalculable data, right? So if I'm the commissar and I am tasked with building a train from point A to point B, and there's a mountain in the way, right? I now have a choice as the commissar in old Russia of either going around the mountain, which will require more steel, but we'll get there in the same amount of time, or going through the mountain, which will require explosives and engineers being the key thing. So what do I do to figure this out? Well, under the Russian system, the socialist system, well, we just go, well, obviously this state project needs an engineer. We choose to go through the mountain because, we did some study that said that this will be better in the long term, right? And they centrally plan it, and we bring some engineers. Under a capitalist system, the way that I determine this is price. I go, well, how much does it cost all this steel? And how much does it cost to hire an engineer that's going to get me through the mountain? And what does my profit look like in the long term? And I estimate that profit. And so what occurs is that the price of that engineer has an incalculable amount of data in it. It has where are engineers valued? How many engineers do you have? How good is the quality of education of engineers? Do farmers need engineers for irrigation systems, or are farmers okay? And then because farmers might need engineers for irrigation systems, it all trickles down to how much does a farmer get paid? How much are people willing to pay at the grocery store? What kind of foods do people prefer? Are those avocados? Because avocados require a lot of irrigation in California, as we see. Almonds require a lot of irrigation. Things like oranges in Florida don't require that much irrigation. And it goes on and on and on and on.
Are you an educator, Fabian? Scott? Excuse me.
No, no, sir.
They would love your talents because, that they're searching for you. Maybe you should do it. Maybe you should.
He said, "Mold the minds of the youth to the libertarian."
I feel like you should be in a community college somewhere, or.
I mean, what I mostly I do
teaching
do
like advanced history in high school.
Right, like that's what I'm doing. Hopefully by my stream. Obviously, it's super late at night, late in the stream, and I only have like 17 viewers right now. But I mean, like that's because it's fucking 1:41 in the morning, right? But that's what I'm trying to do in my stream, right? Is provide entertainment to people and political debates and
but it's entertainment. I'm talking about like utilizing your skills in the marketplace. Not only
right, but what am I doing right now?
Of course, there's going to be a cost.
What do you think these people that are watching this now?
Being entertained at 1 in the morning, probably smoking hookah. They're not writing down what you're saying unless you're sending them DVDs.
I like that this guy's got faith in humanity that it's hookah that they're smoking. That's what I'm saying.
Hookah could be vape. They could have
a lot of things.
Someone in my chat said community college. Someone in my chat said community college got him. Fabian ego destroyed.
Got him.
No, I just feel like it would be like the most efficient time, because if you have to go to like a general university, they're probably going to ask you to spend a lot more time getting accredited when you could just apply to like a community college job.
You'd be surprised though, like
just work a few hours a week.
Within the
my
colleges,
grandmother is
though,
a professor. To be fair,
the colleges though are pretty meritocracy though, like meritocracy, or whatever the fucking word I'm looking for. They're meritocracy, right? Like there you go, meritocratic. Yeah, they're pretty good like that. So like one of my professors she was working at like she like didn't have her doctorate yet, and she was like working on her thesis, and she was like teaching at like UT Pan Am, and then she got her doctorate. And she got hired at A&M as like a professor, and then like we have the Bush Library, so like it's a big deal there, like over here, so that she had the creds. But then like now she's like the head of the program at like LSU Tech, and it's like this girl went from like nothing, right, to like now she's like the head of like a school, moving up. Like there is definitely a way you can get in there if you just like.
You could be an adjunct professor for all I care.
Yeah, you just grind in
and
that shit.
community college doesn't necessarily like. I was just working with somebody at elementary school, and now they have a job with a master's.
What's hilarious?
Teaching.
What's hilarious
community college. So it's
my
like,
undergrad. My undergrad in grad school is all in psychology and sociology and counseling, and I end up talking
that makes
about
a lot of
economics
sense.
way more than I do psychology and stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, like poli-sci is just group psychology, in my opinion, right? Like, and then history is like the study of like everything that's happened, right? So I got my
and
undergrad, my major was
macro
whatever.
microeconomics. There's a lot of psychology involved in it anyway.
Yeah, and like
Yeah, macro
economics is probably
especially.
switching to both. Like if it's like, oh, if I'm poor, I'm gonna have bad psychology going on. If I'm rich, I'm gonna have a little different mindset.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. And behavioral economics is essentially, psychology mixed with economics. But I'm primarily Austrian, so there's that.
Also explains a lot.
I mean,
no, I mean like in my economics school, not in. So you have
These are too easy, baby. These are two for two tonight.
MMT, Chicago school, Austrian. Like these are kind of the big. Actually,
Did
Austrian is
you,
very small.
Did you like do any painting before you went to school? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, and
I'm a bad painter.
We maybe gotta watch this guy.
all I'm saying is like you're able to like your total recall is very excellent late into the night, unless you say this is your normal waking hours. Like I need to reset my circadian rhythm.
This is kind of my normal waking. This is late for me, but I'm just very passionate about these things. I'm very passionate about economics. I know that's such a nerdy thing to say, but I think I'm passionate more so about philosophy.
Yeah,
but this time of night I don't get into
mentioning-
philosophy.
Me mentioning that was more of this like a small like diatribe to like give you your flowers, but I mainly wanted to say like when you brought it like full circle back to the incalculable measures or the calculable data, right? That's generally what I was saying. Like a lot of this stuff becomes like almost imaginary or infinitesimal. Like when you try to equate the efficiency of like yes, on certain like I could put it on like a diagram or a chart, and I'd be able to probably find the like equation between like human efficiency and market efficiency and human flourishing, right? You could probably like find a actual equation for it. But I feel like you said, within that equation is probably going to be something incalculable, and you're probably going to have something imaginary within that equation. So
yeah, which is subjective.
I feel
value.
that. Yeah, so it's subjective value. So this is why I'm saying DEI is subjective. To bring it all the way back, DEI is a subjective marker, right? That we were using to bring back not only like a economic flourishing, but a social and emotional flourishing as well. There's a lot of individuals at a time who were like the best, like the best manager or the best valued individual, but because at the time the social culture was not ready or did not allow for those individuals to be in those positions, right? They were disregarded, just like a lot of the Asian population right now, who are the best to be in the position as a student or in the position as management. They're being disregarded. Matter of fact, and even that is like intangible and not necessarily valuable, because in any company at any time, you may have the person who is best on paper, but they can't speak right and they can't answer direct questions. So you don't put them in the position. So when we're talking about the perfect applicant or the perfect worker, it's not really those individuals are made, not necessarily found.
I agree with you.
Hey, hold on. Before you move on, let me ask you a question real quick. Let me just ask a question. So, like, Addy, just to clarify though, Do you not also admit that there are situations where like DEI could actually harm people? Like say, and I'm not talking about the people like the white guy that got left out on the job. That's not what I'm talking about. Maybe putting people that were underqualified or like somewhat qualified, putting them in a position and where they fail, and it's actually costing them like
You
their
don't,
jobs. And
yeah,
stuff. Like
but that
I know we don't know,
requires
but like do
that
you like?
requires a level of foresight and prophecy where you're like,
No, I'm
okay,
not talking
we
about
knew this
foresight
person was
prophecy,
going
but
to
we
fail.
could
Unless
probably.
unless you're doing what Fabian was talking about initially, where you're just bringing these individuals anyway, which is a lot of these DEI programs anyway. They brought on just for
Right,
the
and then but that's my
just
point.
for
Is
the
you have a lot of
money,
stats,
and
like
they're built to fail. They're not necessarily built to succeed. People don't really care for them. In fact, like he
wait,
said,
hold on.
a
You
lot
think
of
that
them makes
companies
them
are
more.
like trying to make them to fail? Like I don't know if that makes sense. That
Yes,
doesn't
they.
sound very efficient.
No, it's very measurable to see that a lot of individuals will be put in the DEI position, but will not get the funding or support or like
He's not
resources.
wrong. He's not wrong at all. Right? Like if I'm a
to
company,
have
if I'm a big,
I would have
if I'm a
to
big
see
company,
stats.
Like,
Like, I would
no,
have
no.
to
Let's
see
say I'm a big
stats.
company. No, he's not wrong.
not-
He's not
it's-
wrong. Hear me out.
I
Like,
mean, I
let
think
me
that y'all. I'm not
contextualize
saying
it in
he's
narrative.
wrong. No, I get. Hold on. I'm not saying he's wrong. I get the concept, right? Like where it's like we didn't really want to. We're not going to put money into it. It's going to fail. It's going to go like a chocolate loss. But I also see the idea of like, hey, we're forced to do this. Let's put some money into this. Let's see if we can actually make this successful. And I don't see businesses that they're saying, hey, why can't we
that's a
make the
pipe
best?
dream.
No. Like I can't even tell you how many times I've told somebody, even this like last week. Well, let's make the best of a worst case scenario, right here. Like right, like this is like whatever. Here's what we can do. Like you know, if you have something forced on you, like with the center point energy thing going on in Houston, I sell electricity. Guess what? I'm getting a lot of fucking phone calls about the electricity being down. Well, so what do I do? Well, hey, listen, we can't do nothing about electricity. Center point. What we can do is we can sell them a different service. So you know, like we get in there, we use a bad situation to turn it into a sales situation. Like same thing with the DEI. Why wouldn't they take? Hey, we're forced to do this. Why wouldn't we like make this a profitable situation? I don't get the idea. I'm not saying it doesn't happen with the opposite, but like why? I know that I'm doing that
There's a
already.
lot
I don't
of
have
reasons.
DEI situations, but
It's
So
a lot of
hold on,
reasons. The most popular ones Fabian listed already.
So like
yeah, I
let's
don't know
say,
if I'm
let's
buying
say
that though.
I think what the claim is, right, and correct me if I'm wrong, Azzy, right, is that if I as a company, I'm only as when you have things pressured on you, you're only as good as the inspection, right? As opposed when you do something for your own sake, you're as good as you value, as you want. So let's look at efficiency of agriculture under the USSR versus the United States. We saw agricultural growth in efficiency under both, right? The USSR got more efficient. They got more crops per acreage, right? But we saw a tripling compared to the USSR in the growth rate in America during the same period of time. And you go, well, why is that? Well, one of the things that we can see is under the USSR, when inspectors decided to do detailed inspections of ground being plowed or tilled, what they would find is that they had the appropriate amount on the outside of the farm. But if you would go into the inside of the farm, it would be a very, very small amount of land was actually, it was only the topsoil was like churned up, right? The rest of it was like, they basically didn't work hard at doing that. You wouldn't do that in America. And the reason you wouldn't do that in America is because it's going to get shitty growth. You're not going to grow as much corn. Your corn's going to die as soon as the fucking good heat comes in, right? As soon as the sun starts bleeding and it's like 100 degrees, your corn's going to die in the middle of the field because it doesn't have strong roots. But in the USSR, it's perfectly rational to know that you have a certain amount of acreage that you have to get done and you don't get to keep the profits. You don't get anything from it. Your job is just to do this. So you do it well on the outside. So when the inspector comes, they go, good job, but you don't do a good job on the inside, right? So the same principle can happen with diversity, equity, inclusion, where you are a company and you go, look, our ESG scores are getting low. People are saying we don't have enough diversity. We might start some pilot program somewhere, but we're not really invested in it. We don't think it's going to do super well. So we'll kind of do the bare minimum and we'll start this program and we'll talk about how we're helping people. We'll start some recruitment program from inner cities or something, right? And we'll be like, look at this cool recruitment program we have, etc. But they don't actually care about the program being widely successful in launching these young men that they bring in into long-standing careers. What they want is they want people to go, you check the box. You're doing the socially responsible thing. And so the opportunity isn't actually meaningful because they're doing it to check a box so that they can get their ESG score low, so that they can tell shareholders that they're doing all the things they're supposed to do, and they can work in the short-term profit. They're not deeply invested in these individuals that they're, let's say, pulling from low socioeconomic status, high crime neighborhoods, and actually investing in giving them lifelong opportunities, right? Because it's not a genuine desire. And so I agree with you that like it is intelligent for a company to go, well, if we're going to do this, let's do it right. And I think that's a good business, and that's probably why you're a good businessman. But a lot of people aren't going to put in that work to actually make the best of a bad situation because it's risk. It's risk. Every dollar I put into this program is potentially $1 lost if I don't get returns on it. And if they calculate that they can put $10 million on it, but they can make $30 million in profit because it checks all the boxes, they're not going to put the $50 million in it that may potentially lead to something good in 10 years. They're just going to put the $10 million in it and be like, all right, well, it's whatever. We lost 10 million, but we gained 30 million here, $20 million growth. Hell yeah, smiles. We did the right thing, and we got the tax write-off. So that's kind of that's the issue with when you force these things onto people and they're not actual market pressures. If you want to look at a system of market pressures, the best way that I would look at it is I would look at it in interesting ways, insurance companies, car insurance companies. So if you work in the car insurance industry, not in underwriting, but in claims, and you work in so these are the people that like work with like when you call them and you're like, hey, I got in a car accident. What do I do? How do I get this fixed? Etc. Right? You have 4 levels within the insurance industry. Some of them have 5 levels, but usually it's 4 levels. So 1 is customer service. These are the people that you call and go, hey, I have a claim. Then it gets elevated to one of 2 places. So the second level is property damage. Hey, a tree fell on my car, etc. The third one is medical. And that is, hey, I was in a car accident. I had to go to the chiropractor. I got to deal with these medical claims. That requires a lot more information. And then the fourth, that is the final elevation, is litigation. This is where like we're no longer like people's lawyers are fighting and we need someone to be a mediator between lawyers. And this requires even more knowledge. Geico is really famous for insane micromanagement of their employees. People hate working at Geico. But Geico is also known for giving the best training whatsoever. Geico doesn't give a fuck about your college degree. They don't give a fuck about where you come from. They treat that shit like boot camp. When you get to Geico, you either fucking get fired or you leave or you work your ass off and you go to all these different schools and you learn all this shit and you get a really good knowledge base. And what happens is a lot of people wash out after 5 years or so. But then they'll go to Nationwide and they'll be like, I got Geico on my resume. And people are like, ooh, this person knows what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's a real thing. Like, if you get a company that's known for, like, excessive,
right,
like, in one area.
Right. So here's the thing. If Geico thought that it would be that they could train people in that way, why would, and that blacks on a whole are just this underprivileged group of people that just aren't given the appropriate education to be able to succeed or not given the appropriate opportunities. The way that Geico pinches pennies, they wouldn't hire white people because they could get these people in at lower costs because the market doesn't value them as much because there's this structural racism. They would hire nothing but black people because all they do is train people in every single solitary thing they do and micromanage the fuck out of them. The reason they're not doing this is because by and large, it's not profitable to hire black people because in any large amount because their work isn't any less valued than their skill. It might be slightly so, but not to such a degree that they feel it would be necessary or profitable for them to only hire black people because they do an extensive amount of training. So yes, is there bias? Is there racism? Is there these things? Yes. But if you leave the market to itself and you allow the market to function, Geico isn't the Ku Klux Klan. Geico just wants to fucking make money, and they want to train people their own way from the bottom up. And if there was, let's imagine that everybody was super racist. Geico would hire tons of black people because they would make tons of money grabbing people that can't get a job anywhere else for $2 or $3 an hour less than their white counterparts, train them, and then fucking engage.
You know what you're unironically like describing, right?
I'm being descriptive. Go ahead.
You're describing them like hiring or hiring migrants. It's like when they're I was watching Food Inc. and they would hire migrants who would work for pennies to the dollar to pick the oranges.
Yes.
Right? Instead of hiring individuals who
yes.
are
Yeah,
trained
but hold on. But there's also
awesome.
another level to this.
Awesome.
There's another level
Bring
to
them
this
in.
with the
Yes.
So I also on a ranch, right? Like we've been doing that. We've hired migrant workers.
That's morally good. Yes. Bring them
right.
in.
Yeah, we've been doing that for forever, right? But now what's happening on top of this is now automation is coming in, and you talked about efficiency earlier. And since we're having the automation, we're hiring less people because everything's becoming automated. So like just because something's more efficient, I guess it actually goes to somebody's point y'all making earlier. Efficiency doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be, good for like the mass number and quantity of people. Because if hundreds of people are not getting hired each season now, that's 100 people, several thousand people total that aren't going to have their income coming. I don't know, so I don't know where I was going with that, but basically,
it's good. It's good. Like if I bring in migrants, right, and why are they here? They're here for better economic. They're here for better economic opportunities than what is available in their home country, right? If I'm hiring them for more money and more profit in real terms, right? Because obviously rent goes up, obviously food is more expensive because the market is, the average salary is higher here. If their position is better in this country, why the fuck wouldn't I do that? What we're doing now is we go, hiring migrant workers and, poo-poo, that's not good.
And then qualified individuals are readily able to work now to go for the lowest hanging.
Just to reverse.
Yeah, if they're more qualified, then they can get a better job. Like if they're more qualified, they can go get a better job. Right? Like I'm trying to make a profit to make fruit and vegetables cheaper. And the way that I'm going to make fruit and vegetables cheaper is by hiring migrants. The migrants get to move to this country and get a better deal than what they were making where they were at. And you get a better deal because your fruit and vegetables are cheaper when you're working a different job so that less of your money that you earn has to go to fucking
But hold on, let me just throw
and
an
it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to do a good job. It just means that
if they're doing a bad job, right? Let's say they're doing a bad job, right? Well, then what does that mean? That means I lose profit. If they suck at their fucking job, because I'm hiring migrants that for whatever reason the job is too complex to break the language barrier, right? Like for whatever reason, like they come in, English is a second language, right? And so like the complicated processes costs me money. It's going to cost me money to do that. And if it's going to cost me money, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to up the wages and I'm going to hire more locals than migrants. But if it's a job that anybody can fucking do, why wouldn't I fucking hire people that work for less and make cheaper prices?
Well, let me also give an addition
because it's unethical.
Well, hold on.
Why is it unethical?
Hold on.
Who's
There's actually another point to be made in Fabian's argument right here. So I'll give you an example, an anecdotal example right here. I used to work for a law firm, Barry and Stewart, right back in the day, and they're like the real tough, hard ass, whatever. And they were just running through legal assistance because people would come from other law firms and just like they didn't like their system, whatever. And so I deduced it with my fucking just big brain knowledge. Hey, why don't y'all just get somebody with no experience and y'all train them the way y'all want from scratch, right? So we got this girl in there. She was like a bottle service girl. I got her hired here, and now she's a fucking lawyer at this firm and like as a partner because she like learned the system. They liked her so much. They taught her. She was willing to like adapt, even though she was way less qualified. It was like we could teach them in the system and then we could go. Now I know this is kind of a specific example of like legal action, but like it's not applicable to like, I don't know, migrant like work specifically, but you could use this across like the board for other industries.
It's different. It's different because it's not like she's not a migrant and she's not like the
but she's way not like
most
qualified.
vulnerable. Yeah, it's not about qualification. It's about vulnerability. You're going for the individuals who are.
What do you mean though? She's
most desperate.
Minority female.
You're going for the ones who are most desperate, the ones who cannot properly like advocate for themselves in case something bad happens. In case there's
Not-
little
nobody thinks
liability.
like that. Nobody thinks like
There's
that.
little liability if somebody gets hurt because
Why
you
can't
can't,
they?
No, there's
Why
more
can't they advocate for
liability.
themselves?
No,
Here's why they
because
can't
they're not.
advocate for themselves.
They can't legally. They can't legally get representation.
Pause. So
terms
every
of-
single time, hold on, pause. When I nail you to the wall and I say, explain why this is a problem, every single time, what you do is you say, well, here ultimately is why government and socialist policies have caused this problem. I agree with you. You're correct. Migrants are disadvantaged because our immigration system incentivizes individuals to come over here illegally, and because of our tax system, and because we do not have an appropriate immigration system that is an invitee system where companies or families can bring people in because they want them here. And yes,
do
you
have
are
those
correct that they
processes,
can't advocate for they can't advocate for themselves because they're illegal. You're correct. It is the government once
Yes.
again
Let's
causing this
hold
fucking
on.
problem.
They still can advocate for themselves.
We do have those processes, though. We can both agree that those processes just need to be, they need to be pushed more. We need to grow those processes more.
No,
Our
I'm for an
businesses are
invitee
looking
system. I want all immigration to be like H-1B1 visas. I don't want a lottery system. I don't want a cap on who can and can't come into this country. If you want to come to this country, here's what you do.
Cap. There has to
No,
be
no,
a
no.
cap.
Here's
there has
here's
to be
what
a cap
no,
because we
listen.
need to
You don't
now
have to do a cap.
provide the
That's how you do.
infrastructure in order to house.
No. Here's the thing. You don't. What you do is you say, you want to come to this country? Number one, be invited by someone. Number two, somebody has to pay in the event that you damage anything, that you commit any crime,
Somebody.
or for government services. You don't
Somebody
get any
gonna
fucking
pay.
government.
So
You
now
don't get any.
You're making. This
No,
is
no,
like
no,
this
no,
like
no.
co-signing
No,
on
no,
a
no,
loan.
no, no.
Yeah, that's
It's like
exactly what it is. That's exactly
like
what it is.
co-signing on a loan.
Yes.
It's an invitee system.
If
Yeah,
I'm a
exactly-
company,
exactly right.
yeah,
That's
that's
what
what
it
I'm advocating for. It's like if you want to come to this country,
You never heard
and
his
I'm
whole
a-
spiel here?
if I'm IBM, right, and I want to bring in,
This is
I want
not
to bring
human
in people.
flourishing in the slightest.
Yes, this is. This is human
this
flourishing.
Is the
Absolutely.
Most, no, this is the most amount of risk where if somebody makes any type of slight mistake, a whole livelihood.
What do you
could
mean
be
by
dis-
any?
dis-
No.
Well-
Not a slight mistake. You're being silly.
Mr. Bill,
Yes.
You
great.
are
Thank you so much for the
responsible.
raid, Mr.
You're,
Bill.
It's
if
because
you have
co-signing on a
oh, no,
loan
no, no,
can
no,
be
no, no.
messed up. All it takes is
No,
a month of
if you-
depression, and somebody messes up on their messes up in school, and all of a sudden they can't get the job that would be that would require them to pay back their loan. That would enable.
Well,
them
hold
to
on,
pay back
hold
their
on.
loan.
Tough
Excuse
tits
me.
on that part.
No,
That's,
no. You have a
that
co-signer
sucks
on
for
the
them.
loan.
Sucks
That's a
for
lot
what
of risk. This is why we don't
No,
really.
it's not.
This
Listen,
is why
listen,
we don't
listen,
really.
listen. You're
push
arguing
co-signing of
against a
loans
system that
because
you,
there's a huge amount of
I,
risk.
I agree. You're both right.
you're arguing against a system that you don't understand. So here's what I am. I'm IBM.
No, I think he
right?
understands
I'm
it. I
arguing
mean, he's not
against
wrong with
Chris-
that analogy.
No,
I-
listen to me. Listen to me.
what do you
This
mean
is
he's
why
wrong?
this man needs to be in
Listen-
school. He argues.
Listen
like
to me. Listen. Listen
Yeah,
to
I
me.
mean,
Listen.
no,
to me, listen,
don't let him
listen.
get by with that one. You were right.
No,
You
listen
were
to
both
me.
right.
No,
This
listen
is
to me.
like Destiny
Listen to me.
and who is the
Listen.
socialist?
No, stop saying what this is like and listen to what I'm saying.
Who is
Here's
the
what I'm
Jordan
saying.
Peterson?
Jordan Peterson.
Listen to me.
No,
Listen
not
to me.
Peterson.
Listen.
This is
Listen.
Luciferian
I'm
need to
IBM.
be right.
No, listen. I'm IBM, right? I want to hire coders, right, for my company. Now, I can hire American employees for this position that are paid, that expect a payment of $80,000 salary, or let's say 120, right? I'm in California, 120. They're Indian Americans that just graduated college that are in a market that doesn't have jobs for them. That
Why they
say,
gotta be Indian?
I'll because it's a place that a lot
I'm
of
just
coders
trolling
come
you,
from,
bro.
like,
Don't let me
that are
stop you.
educated. There's a market, right? So they say, I'll do it for 50,000, right? So one group says they'll do it for 120. One says they'll do it for 50,000. That's a 70,000 difference. But here's the problem. Under an invitee system, right? They need to somehow get to America, and they need to have some type of cosign or some loan or some other thing in order to utilize, so that if they utilize or damage public property, if they commit a crime, if they
It's usually the
default on
business
their
who takes
rent,
on the risk.
etc. Right, the business takes on the risk by inviting this person. Say, I want this worker, and what they do is they put up like a 30 grand loan, and then they pay them 50. And guess what? They're paying 80 cumulatively, as opposed to paying 120 for the American worker. They make $40,000 profit off of every single worker that they bring in, and the Indians get to move here and have a good job. That for a couple years they go through this system and they learn skills, they learn the language a little better. Actually, they probably already speak English, but they get a little better. They have these opportunities, and if they want to later, they can apply for citizenship,
Okay,
etc.
but that would
What this
only
does,
be that would only be
I got a bone to pick with this.
what
when
it
you're done,
does.
Azzy.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Well,
let me
sorry,
s-
Fabian.
Yeah, I'm gonna joke. What in the fuck was that? Did you just sit here and advocate for
Like,
like
do you
a
want this to be
loan
the
system?
yeah?
Like,
do you want
bro,
this to be the end all be all?
No, hold on. This is like
no,
the
I want
biggest,
anarchism
like,
to be the end all be all. I want the
right. Yeah, but
dissolution
you're
of
like
the entire
you
United
don't
States.
really want anarchism though. You want
Yes, I
like
do.
moral. You want like moral anarchism, which
No, I want anarchism.
Okay, well,
It's
we can
morally
come back to that in a
bankrupt.
second. But like, let's right now with what you said. Like, I feel like you've complained. Maybe just like litmus test here. You can tell me where I'm missing something because I'm probably am missing something here with your belief system right here. But with what you're saying, you've complained previously about things like banks having like this aggressive negative control over things, and then at the same time, you just advocated. Like, and I'm paraphrasing, summarizing. I know you've been way more specific. We don't need to go into that. Just you can tell where I'm on. And at the same time, you just advocated the system that you want is the IT system, which I could maybe even be on board with, but I don't know about this loan sharking, which is what that's going to turn into. And then you're going to have like, what do they call them? Like trust funds here coming in and buying like thousands of these, and they're going to turn them into. It's going to be you're going to have literally a invitee loan bubble that's going to burst at some point. Like just like we had a house.
Where's the bubble
That's what you're
coming
going to create.
The bubble's gonna
But that's what you do.
gonna pop
You
because
bubble,
you're
you do a bunch of loans together, just like they did with housing
yeah
loans.
because it's like it's
You've
like-
just made like 7 jumps
If
to like
people
this
default-
to
I'm
this
just-
future
just
where
saying-
shit is gonna.
No, I'm
No,
saying
it's
no. This
found-
is
it's based
off
upon
the previous
historical
thing.
data.
Yeah, it's like every time a new one
No,
of these
it's
things
not.
comes along. Oh yes, it is.
No,
This
stop.
would not be
Stop,
regulated like
Fabian.
that unless they came ahead and were like, we got to
No.
stop this.
That's
ahead of time."
historically
They never do it.
accurate.
Every time there's a new one, it makes a bubble. It pops like they do
You-
exactly.
you're-
the same
now
thing.
you're
now
making
you're
this up.
now we're pushing
You're
now
saying-
you're like putting it all on the productivity of both parties to make sure they uphold the end of the bargain, and that's not
Yeah,
always
what happens-
I don't know
Hold
if
on,
this is
pause.
the best system for
You're-
IT. I just think it's funny that you're putting these two things to go together when you're like a moral like anarchist. Like
No.
you know what I'm saying? You'd be like,
I'm
we're
an-
out-
I'm
you
an
know, if-
anarchist.
If it was
I'm
me
anarchist
saying
all
this, if I was saying this would make sense. Because I'm
No,
all about, hey,
I'm
let
a-
me give you all your money, bitch. Like, well, you're not like that. So I'm a little confused.
You're not make a cohesive argument. Your argument
I'm not.
is
I'm,
all
not,
over
I'm
the
asking
place.
your argument. I'm asking your no. That's
Yeah.
because your argument's over.
He's
I'm only
qualifying
It's not
your
all over the
argument.
place.
qualifying
He's
your
not making an
argument.
argument.
I'm not making an argument at all.
He's qualifying. He
yeah.
may be incorrectly qualifying it, but he's attempting
Yeah, that's
to
what I'm
qualify
asking.
it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to.
So
like,
we're
understand.
asking you, is this?
You're
like
asking me to
what
prove
you're
a negative.
proposing?
How? You're,
No, no,
you're
I'm
asking me to prove a negative, which is how can you prove that this bubble that I
No,
made
you're
up
being too offensive.
will happen?
No, you're
That
being
won't
too
happen.
offensive.
No,
Forget
no,
the
no, no,
bubble.
no, no.
Ignore the bubble.
Ignore the
I'm
that's what
defending
we're
against
proposing that's
a
going to
positive.
happen. But that's not our qualification of what you're
Yeah.
saying.
You got
So
to
you
explain what I'm
can
trying
you
to
can
do there.
ignore the
Okay,
bubble
so the
part
positive
entirely.
Okay, so here's the thing. Your claim is that there will be a bubble.
No,
Where
no,
you-
forget the bubble. No, forget the bubble.
because
I'm not gonna
that's-
claim.
we
I'm
may
trying
be
to get you
wrong.
to clarify. I'm trying to get you to. Let me try again.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
If
Forget
we
the
may be
bubble thing.
wrong and you may be right, are we accurately qualifying your position on the invitee system?
I'm asking because previously on other panels too, like you've advocated for like moral, like capitalism, like you're a moralist, you like have moral. I mean, whatever. If I say the wrong word, let's not be nitpicky. You've like definitely like advocated for like morality, right? Okay, so whenever you're advocating for like a bank or some kind of bank, which is in my mind, you know, it would be something I would advocate for, which I think is kind of interesting. You would
Apple
advocate
Card.
for it. Yeah, because like this is like a nefarious or semi-nefarious entity based on historical data. They definitely take advantage
Card.
of like a loan system, and you're proposing a new loan system as part of this invitee thing. I just don't see how you can't see how these two are like kind of contradictory to me. Maybe maybe I'm am I wrong.
So what I would say is the ultimate goal is the destruction of the state of the United States of America.
Well, if that's
That
your
is my
goal, then
ultimate
this is the way to go do it. Yeah, that makes
but
more
this
sense
isn't
then.
this isn't an accelerationist position. This is a more financially stable situation than the one we are currently in. The one we are currently, dude, you let me explain, please. Okay,
Please, I'm ready.
Our current
I feel like you
immigration.
explained it. Keep going.
No, our current immigration system. I don't feel like I
Needs
need
to
to
be
explain
overhauled.
the
Overhauled, I
failures
agree.
of our system and how much when you bring
it's
in
dog shit.
oh my fucking god, Admiral, when you bring in millions of immigrants and then you put them in a position where they're able to use their children as a means of gaining welfare systems. And when you have nonprofit, non-governmental organizations that are funded by the Department of Homeland Security and funded by the DOD, et cetera, that then give them lawyers, representations, et cetera. What you have is you have a massive tax burden that is occurring with our current immigration situation that's crippling some cities. And so the proposal here is, how do we move it into such a system that is closer to what a private property line is, right? Because here's the thing, goods can move across borders only when invited, right? If I want to buy something from Mexico, it doesn't matter, oranges don't magically walk themselves over the border and pop into my fucking yard. They only get there because humans desire oranges and they pay somebody to throw a bunch of oranges in a truck and come across the border. But people are different. People can come into a country whether or not they're invited because they have a desire to move from point A to point B to get more economic, whatever it is. The problem and the contradiction is that we have public property and public services. American citizens pay taxes that is stolen from their wages, from their employer, from, import taxes, from all these different forms of taxation to pay for schools, to pay for roads, to pay for parks, to pay for all of these things. And when you bring in millions of immigrants that do not have high levels of economic productivity and in many ways have a marginal propensity to consume that is over a value of one, where they're taking in more government resources than they actually make, and they're spending all of their money, but then they're also taking money from those tax systems. It burdens those systems and it creates all kinds of other socialistic issues within the market. It creates all kinds of problems, as we know. My proposal is that a company or a family member has to get a loan, and they have to say, this loan is a certain amount of money in order to bring somebody in. If you're a man and you come over to this country and you become a citizen, right, and you want to bring your children or your wife or something from some fucked up place, right, you have to have the credit and you have to have the money in order to secure this loan. And if you're a company and you want to hire migrant workers, you need to do the same thing. This
So
ensures
if your credit score. So if your
Yes.
credit, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I don't mean.
Yes.
But
Listen, the default state of man is poverty. You are
alarming.
born with fucking nothing. You
all
are
right, I
born
agree
with
with
nothing.
that.
Now listen, here's a third thing. If you are a fucking non-profit organization, right, and there's a refugee situation, then obviously you can go to donors and you can go to charity parties and you can host events where people come in and pat themselves on the back and fucking
You can't caveat
eat
like this
$20,000
if you are
plates
advocating for
to do the
the
same.
invitees.
No.
You can't.
Bro, no, I
caveat
think
like
that the nonprofit organizations, anybody can invite anybody. You don't need a familial connection. You don't need a work connection. The only thing you need is the money to do so. So if you're a nonprofit organization and you're like, hey, Haiti's going through a tough time, like we need to secure $10 million so we can invite, these fucking like 100,000 people.
Why do you want it to be a
then you do
loan
that.
as opposed to just like a flat fee? If they were like, all right, 50 grand, bam, fee, yeah, you can get them in. Like, as opposed to, like, you need a loan. Like, you specifically mentioned a loan, which is why I keep coming back to my issue.
Because I don't want because I don't want the money to actually. So some portion of the loan would be utilized for government services, et cetera. But another portion of it is money that you don't actually have to pay unless something occurs, right? So you're So if you invite, let's say I invite my husband
award or grant.
Well, no, it would be money that only exists in the event of an issue, right? So like if I invite my husband, I'll give you an example. I invite my husband over or my wife over, right? And then my husband turns out to be like a gangbanger and like commits a bunch of property damage and crime, right? The loan is there to guarantee that the event of that happens, somebody other than the American taxpayer pays for that. You are responsible for the people you invite.
Check this out. Okay, I have two issues with this. One, I don't understand how that's better than just like, you know what?
It's
We're gonna
collateral. Sorry.
Well, hold on. Yeah, I get the collateral. We're just going to preempt that, and everybody's going to pay $50K. That's the worst case scenario bill thing, like, or $100K, whatever. Like, I don't know what it is. I'd rather have that, and I'll tell you why. Because I just can't believe. Now, if I had made this kind of up with this system, This is a system I would have come up with. So like I like have to know, are you saying this because you want this to like destroy the American economy and you see this as a way to anarchy? Or do you like think this is a viable system? Okay, so
I think
I'm real
this is more
confused then.
efficient than our current immigration system. I think our current immigration
Listen,
system is
anything is
crippling
more
our
efficient
economy.
than that, bro. We can talk about that in a second. But like I'm just having one real issue with this. And like it's just because I've heard you on other panels, so I'm trying to like reconcile. Like I feel like I would have came up with something like this. Because I would have been like pro-corporatist. Like I'd have been like big time banks. Banks are going to be the ones that benefit. You know that the banks are going to be the ones running this game, right? On this, like I just so I don't
Everyone
know how
would
you
benefit.
No, they wouldn't. No, like they would not. Everyone would not benefit because you're going to be going off
Who
credit
wouldn't
scores.
benefit?
Who wouldn't benefit, bro? Anybody that has
wouldn't
to take
benefit?
out this loan with a bad credit score is going to not benefit.
Well, then you don't get. Then the loan doesn't get approved. Go fuck yourself. I don't care.
No,
that your
you get a
husband's in
fucking
Libya.
no. You're gonna have a way higher fucking rate. And then what's gonna happen is when the bubble pops, or if it hypothetically, then your loan's gonna be cashed before you even have the option. And what are we gonna do then? Send people back just because their loan got cashed?
You're not getting a loan from a bank and then having money in the bank. What you're doing is you are showing that you have a certain amount of money and that you have a certain a good enough credit score to have the ability to come up with cash or secure another loan in the event that the person you invite commits a crime, damages property, etc.
I understand
how
what
do
you're
they
saying.
how do they typically calculate their ROI for a payback on the loan, right? What are the factors? Like
Well, so like we're not talking about a bank issuing you a loan.
Wages,
right?
salary.
The only time a bank would issue a loan would be in the event
that's actually a good point too.
So the only time the bank would issue a loan would be in the event that you're forced to pay up because the person you invited has committed a crime and needs to be deported. Okay, so you have to pay for the cost of the
Why wouldn't you just
deportation
get the money
and
up
the
front?
damages of the crime.
So
Why wouldn't I
not
just get the money up front?
Because
Yeah,
you don't
like-
need the
Why
money
not
because
pay cash?
But we need the money. We're in trillions of dollars in
Why
debt.
not
You don't
pay
think like
cash
what are you
for the
talking about?
card
No,
instead
hold
of
on.
living
now you're
it?
bringing in this as a solution to fix the debt, whilst also
I'm
saying
just
that
saying,
it's
why
irresponsible
not?
and not
It's not
financially viable.
irresponsible.
Like how it can't be both of
I'm
those
not.
things. That's silly.
Hold on. I didn't say any of these things. I didn't say it was. Hold on. Well, first of all, I said this sounded like something I would have came up with. So that's a strong endorsement that I think it's economically viable. I just am surprised that you're advocating for it because I feel like this is like, for lack of a better term, immoral, amoral. Like, bro. 'Cause I'm just like I can't stop
all
thinking
public
about the
property
bad
is
ways.
immoral. The existence of
Sure.
the state is immoral.
Well,
I am trying to say, how can we have a situation that brings us
protect
closer
people
to
without a
private
state.
property rights and individual rights and moves us away from the current
But
system
here's what I'm
that is
asking.
completely socialistic and crippling our economy?
Why, even in your like best golden days scenario, why wouldn't you be like, hey, if they can afford to give me the money up front?
And hold on, did you say all public or private property?
Oh yeah, bro.
All public property is a violation of human rights.
So libraries are immoral?
Yeah, because
Yes.
it's a public property. Yeah, the whole thing. He doesn't believe in the government state at all.
I'm an anarchist. I don't know how many times I have
Yeah.
to say this before people keep getting surprised when I say anarchist shit. Like
That's almost
people are like I'm an
Welcome
anarchist.
to Twitch poll, baby. Let's go.
No, it's just like it's unintentionally.
I don't delve too
ableist.
much. I don't give
why
a
is
fuck
it
about
unintentionally
ableism.
ableist?
Because
Like,
a lot
what?
of
Like, why would I care?
individuals that's
but
what
why?
I'm saying. I know.
But why
That's
is
what
it
I'm saying.
unintentionally ableist?
Because a lot of individuals who are differently abled use that public property because they
at the
can't.
expense of other people.
That's the point of resource sharing. If you don't
Yeah,
believe in
fuck
resource sharing,
resource sharing. It's theft.
which this is, so you believe this is why I was having an argument with Narnitas or whatever his name is, Garnitas in the chat box during Prime's thing, talking about nature. I said to counter his position that white people have civilized civilized communities, and I said those communities are usually built on a mound of dead people. And he said, well, he
That's all
said
communities are.
nature. Yep, nature is competitive. And I said, not necessarily. Nature is also.
Well, it's not like that at all because I'm against aggression.
Nature is also compatible, right? Where the in a compatibilist worldview, there's resource sharing. If you don't believe in resource sharing, where individuals who cannot get for themselves are allowed to get from a part of yours or a part of a pie that is shared so that they are also able to, because that's also part of human flourishing. Unless you understand, unless you have
I don't believe
unless
in
you
that.
I don't think theft. I don't
unless
think
you
theft
have
is
the
human flourishment.
I'm not an
it's not-
anarchist, but I don't believe in that.
no. Theft means theft. Sharing
It
is
is
not
Taxes
theft.
are theft.
Oh yeah, so
No,
yeah,
taxes. No.
Okay. As, let me
Because
try to explain. Let me try to like build a bridge here, just to, like
public
I-
roads.
I would like-
public
I'd
roads.
like- I'd
so
like
get rid
your
of public
microphone.
roads.
So as,
I'd
let me
like
just,
your
like,
microphone.
Let me just paint like a metaphor.
Share it with
for
me.
you. Like this is my metaphor. This is what Fabian's trying to tell you. And I mean, to
You
an
can
extent,
come over. You can come over on weekends, and you can use my microphone. when
No,
I'm
no, no.
not
I don't
using
care
it.
what you think. I don't care what you think or when you're not using it. Right. I've decided via popular vote. Right. Me and 10 people got together and we decided that we like your microphone and we'll use it better than you. So it's just sharing. Fuck your rights. Fuck
No. That's taking a word
Okay,
and
so
putting it over
actually-
a different concept.
No, so it's the
you-
same thing though.
That's
It's the
what
same
the
thing though.
state
So
is.
hold on. Yeah. So yeah, actually, he's not totally wrong. This is kind of the argument I was about to make right here, right? So say I work all the time. I own my own business. Now I got to pay tax. I pay tax on like input payroll tax. I pay all this other taxes, lots of taxes. And then I go and I turn around. So what is a tax? The government's coming in and saying, what do I do? What happens if I don't pay taxes? Well, then I go to jail. So the government's literally put a gun to my head and said, hey, we're going to take your resources, your money that you earned, and we're going to go and distribute it amongst these other people, despite the fact that they're not providing any net value, like potentially to society in some cases, right? Like,
Wow.
like I mean, that's what
There
they're
you
doing.
there you have a differently abled individual as your progeny. Right?
No,
And
so
you need help.
let me
That's not what
bridge
I'm
the gap. Let me bridge the gap because Admiral Gibson.
I mean, I'm just saying.
are
I'm not
different in
saying
this regard.
necessarily
So-
this is what you're saying. This is what I'm saying.
No,
this
hear me out.
This could be a conclusion of what you are
Yeah,
proposing.
but I would pay. But my difference between the conclusion is I would expect me to pay for my progeny that's less able, right? I don't expect you to pay for
Of
my progeny
course.
that's less able.
Of course.
We say of course, but that's what the government's doing.
No, that's what you end up paying it yourself anyway. You just need assistance.
No, I'd rather
Because
just pay
unfortunately,
myself
not
and
everybody.
accept stolen money from other people.
Yeah, I don't want that assistance. I'd rather just
It's
pay it
not
myself.
stolen money if there's buy-in, but if there's just like DEI, if there's no buy-in, it doesn't work.
No, it's
Well,
listen.
define buy.
listen.
I mean, yeah, define buy-in though. Like,
I'm not-
buy-in
listen,
You know what I
when they're
mean
putting
by
a gun to my head. Well,
Listen,
they're putting a
what I
gun.
mean by
Well, that's what I'm
buy-in.
saying. If they're putting a
I'm
gun
not
to my head,
buying.
that's
Buying
buy-in.
doesn't mean you're gonna lose. Buying doesn't mean
Listen,
you're gonna
listen.
lose your job if you don't sign the
This
HR
is-
Well, this is
contract.
like
Buying
extortion.
means, hey, buying is like what you were saying earlier, Admiral Gibbs. Hey, I want this program to be successful, so I'm gonna be all in.
Okay, so what's the difference between this and like the Italian guy and like Goodfellas coming in and saying you're gonna give me 500 this week for protection, and it's like, well,
A
what's
gun.
the buy-in? Well, okay, cool. I agree. I'm a Texan. That's 100% the correct answer. But like, you know, if I don't do, what happens? They burn down my business. Like, you know, I guess it's like I bought
They may
into
not
like
burn
not
down your
having a-
business. You just don't
They
get
might
protection. So if somebody comes in crazy and tries to attack you, they're not gonna help you out.
I mean, you know,
So let me
I
tell you
don't
a
know
little
about that
story.
one.
Let me tell you a little story. So one of the older videos on my YouTube channel is regarding a concept that I call the Richmond Trade Association. Right? I just kind of talk about Richmond, Virginia. Right? So let's assume for a moment that there is no longer any theft of people's property in the form of taxation. Right? Where I come in and I say, "Oh, I like part of your paycheck. I'm going to take it so that we can create these government services to get these homeless people off the street and help them out." Right? So now all of a sudden, their streets are just flooded with homeless people, right? Because there's no government program to help house or, give these people food or give these people shelter. So like, what do we do in this situation? So you have this concept of the free rider problem, right? We talk about this in unions all the time where, if it's not mandatory to join the union and pay union dues, then a lot of people simply won't pay union dues and they won't join the union, hoping that the union will kind of like go along without them and look after them. And what ends up happening is the union lacks power because they lack members and they lack the money to be able to like form the meetings, etc. So what do we do in this situation in a free market? Well, see, the thing is whenever a problem occurs, a market void has been created. There is a problem that people want taken care of, which is there's homeless people all over the street. If I own a business, right, I don't want all these homeless people, and I have to hire security that's expensive to keep the homeless people from breaking in. It's a problem. Everyone recognizes that it's a problem. So how do I solve this problem without just taking money from everyone? Well, I'm a young entrepreneur that realizes that there is this problem that exists. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get a loan from a bank, and I'm going to get this loan to build a shelter that's going to help alleviate some of these problems. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to all of these individual businesses and say, hey, I'm the guy that just built that shelter. And I'm starting this new initiative called the Richmond Trade Association. And I want some membership dues. I want some stuff. And if you do, and if you give me some money voluntarily, I'll put this sticker in your window that everybody recognizes as the Richmond Trade Association. And this sticker identifies you as one of the people that is helping solve this problem. And all the people that live in the community know that if a business has this sticker in their window, they're one of the good guys. And it makes them feel good to buy from them. It makes them feel like they're doing the right thing. They're voluntarily going into these businesses, maybe even paying a little bit more money than their competitors, simply because these are good people that do good work. And then what I do is I grow it. I start hosting events, right? So now I'm going to have a music festival. And I'm going to have local bands that aren't quite that famous, right? But they want to get seen. And the Richmond Trade Association has it. And then I sell licenses to food truck companies that come to my event. You got to pay me $5,000, but you're going to be one of the good guys. And there's going to be this huge festival. And we're going to make a bunch of money off of it. And we're doing it all in the name of charity. And you build it and you build it and you build it. And eventually we realize, hey, we've got a flood problem because Richmond happens to be right on the river. But now that I've got this capital and I've been gaining this money, I'm going to build a flood wall. And I'm going to put Richmond Trade Association all over this fucking flood wall. It's going to be massive advertising. Everyone that comes in is going to be like, yo, those fucking people, they get shit done. And you grow and grow and grow this business until eventually it leaves Richmond and creates a new market void where a new person can come in and do the economies of scale don't necessarily transcend, and then so there's an economies of scope where another local agency can fill the void if the company does, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying that like that homeless people shouldn't fucking exist, or that like if you're homeless, go fuck yourself, go die. What I'm saying is when you steal money out of my paycheck and you limit the growth of my business and you limit the growth of my ability to donate to charity, but also to get a better home and to spurn economic activity all over the place, which makes everybody have more job opportunities. It makes everything better because this money is taken out of the market, and you give it to some 3-letter agency that ends up doing study after study after study that wastes fucking money, that creates things like TANF where people have to fuck up their dignity and call this company every week to be like, I promise I applied to jobs, et cetera, et cetera. And we create all these government employees and we waste all of this money not actually solving the problem because there's no economic incentive for them to solve the problem, because the government knows that it can just tell you, be a good boy and pay your taxes. And then they keep giving it to this thing that doesn't have to run efficiently, because why would it run efficiently? It's free fucking money as far as they're concerned. And it runs like shit. It doesn't fucking help people. It becomes bloated and it doesn't solve the problem, and it creates and maintains perpetual poverty, because solving the problem would mean that they lose their job. So instead of actually doing things to solve the problem,
same thing can
I don't disagree that I'm not. Yeah, I absolutely agree that the same thing can happen.
but then
What I'm saying is that you don't, when you steal money from me and you have a system that is incentivized in a worse way, yeah, you should replace it with not stealing money from people so that resources can go to their most valued means.
So resource sharing doesn't mean resource theft.
Okay, you can't have involuntary sharing.
You can qualify you can qualify taxes as resource theft, of course, absolutely.
It is.
But when we talk about resource sharing, we're talking about individuals pulling out of their pocket, out of their resources, so that they can get those homeless people off the street. And
if it's voluntary, I'm for it.
And
Yeah, if it's
hopefully,
voluntary, I agree with that as
get
well.
those. And well, that's what the sharing portion is. Sharing
Yeah, but it
is
should
charity.
be voluntary, right?
Sharing,
Hold on.
But taxes
charity
aren't resource sharing.
is
Taxes aren't
voluntary.
charity, bro. Yeah, taxes are like someone holding a gun to my head saying you're gonna pay this.
I'm not
and we're gonna
necessarily
use it how
talking
we
just
damn well
about taxes.
please.
And tax, and this
okay,
is why
that's
we
fair.
didn't. And taxes aren't necessarily theft either.
Well,
right?
okay,
But
I
it's
agree with
just
that. All right,
how
I agree with
it's
that.
just
Like
the
this,
application of the
so
tax
this is where Scott and I
system.
disagree. I like do want some kind of government, right? Like I like. So I understand the need for some taxes, right? But I'm pretty pissed when I see like 99.9% of the government is just fucking like
Yeah, because you
not
you
what it
advocated
want it
for
to
like a
be.
government. You advocated for like government like like interjecting into the the invitee process of
Well,
people taking
Yeah, I
out
mean,
loans
well, I mean,
per se.
I was saying that would be something I would come up with because I'm more like I guess
No,
weenie,
but
I'm like the
Fabian
corrupt like capitalist.
absolutely
You know what I'm saying?
he
Like
absolutely advocates for some sort of taxation. It's just the level of
don't.
taxation.
No,
But
he
then there's
absolutely
no
does not.
government.
Yeah, he's
But then
got
there's
no
no
taxation.
government.
Yeah,
There's
he
no
doesn't want
government
yeah, we want no
intervention in
government
this
at all.
invitee process at all because there's no ways to sustain that government.
Yeah, that's why I don't see that as a good
Listen,
thing. That's
Because
kinda
those,
what's going on.
those individuals aren't getting
No,
paid in the government at
the
all.
problem is that open borders is also a government intervention, right? Because
Oh, that's for God, I'm
if you
sure.
if you have open borders, right, and you maintain an open border, but the police still make it illegal for you to shoot people that go across your property, and the police still maintain public roads that they allow migrants to drive on and come into your community, that's still government enforcement. When the police say that it's illegal for you to not hire people that you believe are immigrants because that's racist or that violates the Constitution, for you to say no Irish need apply or I don't want any fucking Mexicans here, right? That is government intervention by the police state. When you are a landlord and you're forced to rent properties to people and you're not allowed to discriminate based upon their immigration status, that is government enforcement. When the government creates public parks and public schools and steals money from your paycheck and then allows immigrants and open border that come across open borders, that is government intervention. There is no system where the government isn't involved and stealing money from you in any immigration system other than the total dissolution of the state, which is my ultimate goal. The reason I propose an invitee system is that it moves us closer to a more efficient model that is more privately based, that requires individuals to pony up their own cash, that doesn't put additional burdens on taxpayers against their will, and it allows people to bring in people as they are invited. Yes, it is not a
extreme
perfect
level
system.
of fraud that there's an extreme level of fraud that is not. I'm not saying it's necessarily going to happen, but the risk of it happening is cataclysmic according to that model, right? If
The risk
everything
of
is
what
just
happened?
private,
Fraud in what regard?
fraud, bullying, greed, individuals.
Greed is
who
good. Greed is the
utilize-
highest moral aspiration of man.
Greed is not.
Nothing
the
is better than
highest
greed.
moral.
Greed is the absolute.
This is
highest
why
moral.
this is why nature is competitive, because there is no resource sharing, because everybody is in it for themselves. That's
Yes.
not.
The most good that a man can do is-
so this
is
is a
to
survival of
act
the
in his
fittest.
own
This is a
rational self-interest.
Darwinian misinterpretation. So
There's
Darwinian
no misinterpretation. There's no
It was-
misinterpretation.
It is.
I'm
a
not
Darwinian
quoting Darwin at all.
misinterpretation.
I'm not even saying that. I'm saying greed is the highest.
I know. I'm not saying you
aspiration of
are. I'm
all
just
of man.
saying like this survival of the fittest. This greed is the highest morality, which you did say that. So
Yes.
even
Yes.
though you aren't, I'm just equating it to this overall thought that nature can't be compatible. It has to be competitive. It's like
I think competition is good, but that doesn't.
But
have
it doesn't
anything to do
equal.
with,
It doesn't equal human flourishing at all. It
Yeah, but
means
what-
self.
but, like,
it means
human
individual
flourishment-
flourishing. It's no,
So
no.
can I
value
ask you a
individual.
question?
Yes, individual.
Human flourishing means
What
the
is the
most amount of
smallest
people
minority
at a
of
time
humans?
are able.
The smallest
human
minority
flourishing
is the
means-
individual. You
Wait,
cannot.
what-
You
can I ask
cannot
a question?
get rid of an
But-
individual's ability
But
to
human
flourish.
flourishing
and say
is a
that you're
macro
creating-
game.
But can I ask
Human
No, it is not.
flourishing
It is an individual
Human
game.
flourishing
Hey,
is
you
You cannot
definitely a macro game.
sacrifice individual desires and wants and
like,
needs
ah,
at the
ah.
altar
Let me
of the
just- can I just
collective
get clarification?
and say that
Soft
you are
thing,
for
brother.
human flourishment.
Hold on. What is all right? When you say human flourishing, like, can you like just so like for clarity, like what do y'all mean, like specifically?
Human flourishing means the the ethical use of resources so that the population is able to survive at its maximum available a maximum level limitation, right? So like it's maximum limit. So you want as many people alive at a time.
Like
That would be
happily
achieved
alive
through
or like
anarcho-capitalism.
Yes,
bad alive. Like, because you could have like tons of people living and then like
Forget
live real
happiness.
low.
Forget happiness and mad because those are just like variable emotions.
Okay, what
But
standard of living then?
a
Like,
level
was it
of
like-
joy and a level of joy
Level
and
of
peace. Where
joy.
even though people get mad at times, there's still a level of peacehood where people still have like they can cope.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
I got you. I just was
Here's
curious
the
to
issue.
try to like figure out
Here's
what
the
y'all were
issue.
meaning by that.
Yeah,
Right,
and I'm
so-
nitpicking
so-
on the words happy and all that. But
No, hold on,
I'm not gonna be
Here's
like,
the
gotcha.
issue.
Yeah,
Here's
it's
the
better
issue.
articulated as peace and joy.
Here's the issue, right? Is when we define that's a fine definition, but the problem is that there is individual subjectivism that is snuck in with that definition, which makes it unworkable as a means of
course, it's
measuring
his
from the
definition.
outside. Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that his definition is of human flourishment, of like peacehood, right? Well, what is peacehood when you are advocating for stealing property from people? That's not peace.
I didn't advocate for
right?
stealing property. I already
You're advocating for taxes as a means of establishing human flourishment,
because a
which
limited
is the theft.
a limited.
of
I thought you were libertarian. Isn't there like small government involved where there's like a limited government?
Well, it depends. It
with the
depends.
max
It's like
amount of freedom?
levels.
I mean,
There's like levels of
anarcho-capitalist.
libertarian.
So I'm
Yeah.
the
Like,
level. I'm the level of libertarian where there's the limit of taxation to the point where the government isn't some
So,
overarching.
He wants no government at all.
Let me
That's
give you an
what he
example.
wants.
Let me give you an
And
example.
he wants
right?
no state. He wants.
he wants
so
no
and
state.
you want
Yes.
no state.
I
So-
want
No
state. Some state.
I want state because state
I want
allows
some
for
state.
protection. State allows for protection of culture. State allows for protection of people. State allows for protection of individuals. Individuals are usually stronger
State
as a group.
tramples on all of those. The state tramples on all of those.
Listen,
But
That's
listen,
not necessarily true. That's if that's
Yeah,
a
it is
state
true.
run.
I agree. I
That's
agree.
a
Hold on.
state. That's a state run with contradictory
the state can
ideals
look out for
and
its
and a dual mindset. So a state that isn't allowed.
If a state
state
is
that doesn't adapt.
involuntary, if a state has involuntary programs in which you are subjected to and you have no choice other than to not
You
live
leave
in
the state and you
and
go
it's-
to a new state.
right, other than to not live in them, as I said, right? Then by its very nature, it is conflict inducing, and it
but that's
is
tough tits. It's
No,
like
that's
makes
it
right.
is
but
not.
no, no,
It
no,
is
no, no.
not.
It's
It is not protecting
of course,
human.
but
Look, they have the biggest dick. Like, why are they not in charge? What do you mean, though? Like, I don't understand.
Conflict is a natural progression of any relationship and any process. You cannot have. You cannot have
I'm
growth.
defining.
You
the
can't even have a
the
growth.
conflict. No, listen.
You can't have
conflict
growth
is
of
what-
anything without conflict.
No, you're using.
And I'm getting
conflict
I'm getting philosophical with the
no,
word,
no.
of course.
When I say conflict, what I mean is when different individuals, when two or more individuals wish to use scarce resources towards opposing means, right? So I have a stick, okay? And Robinson and Crusoe are stranded on an island, and there is a stick, okay? Robinson believes that we're going to be on this island forever, and there's this really good stick that he wants to turn into a fishing pole. And Crusoe is like, no, dude, I need that stick for my raft, okay? I need a stick for my raft so we can get off this fucking island, because I'm not going to be Wilson over here fucking going crazy screaming at this. I'm motivated to get off the island. Now listen, who's right and who's wrong? Well, it's hard to know because we don't know whether or not Crusoe is actually going to be able to build a raft that's going to get us off this island. You might die, right? And it might be Robinson that is right in his assessment that it's better to use this stick for a fishing pole to catch fish so that we can feed ourselves, so that we can live, and then maybe a ship will come by and notice us. Now, both of these individuals want to use this same stick. They can't both use this stick towards their two different goals. And so an ethical system that demands that Robinson give up, or that Crusoe give up a rightful claim to the stick, because they were the first person to use said stick, and they were like, this is my stick. An ethical system that says, actually, for the collective good, you need to give up your stick so that we can build a raft, so that we can all flourish and have human flourishment by getting off this fucking island and going, to the mainland. This is an ethical system, and it's just resource sharing, and it's good that we do this because we're going to get off of this island, is an unethical system by its very nature, because it is conflict inducing. Robinson found the stick first. He came up with a goal for the stick. He has the first user principle on said stick. And when you say that Crusoe gets to steal Robinson's stick for the greater good, based off of an assumption of what you think may be, and you subvert Robinson's will to Crusoe's will in the name of the greater good, you have just created conflict in your ethical system. And
the conflict was already there because the individuals who wanted to get off
but
the
anarcho-capitalism
resourced island to get to the mainland where there's more resources.
Anarcho-capitalism is an ethical system because it has an answer to what do we do with scarce resources when people wish to use them for opposing means. It is the only logically justifiable position, which is that the first
most able was
the first user. The first user of the stick, the first person to lay claim, see the stick, and have a goal in their consciousness to utilize said stick is the one that owns the stick. When you extrapolate this upon millions of interactions, it is conflict resolving every single time because there is a solution, and the solution is the
first come, first serve.
It is absolutely first come, first serve. Yes. Because if you have an ethical system that says everybody has a right to the stick,
so if you
right, and you say everybody has a right to the stick,
so that one person survives, and the 9 people, the other 9.
What ends up happening is you have just justified a system where 2 people are capable of using one resource towards opposing means, which is an impossibility. It's a contradiction. Robinson cannot use the stick Robinson cannot use the stick in order to fish. You have taken away his right to do so.
Well, I'll tell you what my solution would be, and Easy, you're not gonna like this any better. My solution would be like, whether I'm Robinson or I don't remember the other guy's name, would be kill the other guy, and then I do what I want with the stick. So
because that's what's gonna happen. That's gonna happen eventually.
That's what I would do. Like,
in an anarchist system, death.
Somebody's gonna die. It might not be me. It might be me. It might be him.
You're talking about
death
avoiding
is inevitable
conflict.
for everyone.
Yeah, so there's no such thing as avoiding the conflict scenario.
Yeah. So say you're trying to avoid the conflict.
That's an imaginary.
No, I'm not saying. Hold on, pause.
Again, it's an imaginary.
It's not imaginary. You have.
It is.
No, you have
an incalculable data set.
You have.
Let me ask you
you have.
Scenario.
Hold on. No. This is very important.
What would you do?
Admiral Gibbs, hold on one second. I'll answer your question just 1 second. But listen, you have changed what it is that I said. I never said that humans are going to get away from conflict, or that conflict isn't inevitable in some degree. What I've stated is that you cannot justify your system as ethical if it is conflict inducing. That the only system that you can state is an ethical system is one that is conflict resolution.
It's called getting to the problem. It's not necessarily winning. It's getting to the problems as fast as possible so you can get to the solution even faster. But if you disregard the problem altogether, you stifle growth. Because
I've not stifled any growth or disregarded
the first come first serve method. At least let me get, because I always wait 5 minutes or so before I interrupt you.
Go ahead,
so
you got it.
You can interrupt me. Just wait about 5 minutes.
That's fair.
Let me get a couple sentences. Like, you
I gotta get out of here soon. It's almost 3:00.
Yeah. Oh, you're an hour ahead. It's matter of fact, no, you're not. You're probably on it. Are you on the East Coast? You're on the East Coast.
I'm on the East Coast.
Probably in Canada. Yeah. Okay, so you are avoiding the problem altogether by going to a first come, first serve.
I'm not avoiding the problem. The problem is that 2 individuals wish to use a scarce resource towards opposing means. And what I'm saying is you have to have.
So that's necessarily. That's not necessarily a problem.
Necessarily
that's
inherent,
just,
but it will occur.
That's just a inherent aspect of the scenario.
Yes, this is what all economic philosophies attempt to do. How do we distribute scarce resources? That is the question that socialism is trying to solve. That is the question that capitalism is trying to solve. That is the question of monarchy is trying to solve. That is the ultimate question.
The
that every
hybrid
system
model
of government
is
sorry.
I would agree with that.
That is the ultimate question.
Yeah.
How we have scarce resources. People wish to use those scarce resources towards opposing means. The question then becomes, right? How do you resolve the conflict, which is the desire for multiple people to use it? The answer that anarcho-capitalism or libertarianism gives is that the individual that has a justifiable claim by being the first user of said property, by embordering, which is an intersubjective communication, they have allowed everyone else in the area to go, hey, this is my stick. I've showcased in some regard so that everyone else can understand this is my stick, no one else's stick. Carve my name on it, whatever, right? I built a fence around my property, whatever. And then no one else has a rightful claim to that because I, as an individual, have laid claim to this thing. Socialism says everyone has a claim. This is a conflict-inducing system. The reason it is a conflict-inducing system is because it's impossible for this stick to be in two places at the same time. Someone must sacrifice their claim. Altruism. They must give up their claim, either voluntarily, which is a conflict resolution, right? If they voluntarily decide, you know what, I don't really need the stick, go ahead and build the raft. Or involuntarily. Now, against their will, against their desire to go out into the world and shape their reality towards their own interests and goals, they must give up their desire, their will, and what it is that they laid claim to for the benefit of others. They must sacrifice. And what I am saying is that that system requires coercion, it requires violence, and it requires forcing human beings to go against their own desire and will. And this cannot be stated to be an ethical system. And that is what taxation is. That is what socialism is. That is what government regulations based upon vote in a democracy is. That is what a monarchy is. When the king says, fuck you, do it my way or else. It is ultimately, it is the mob. It is those in power stating, you will do as we decide because we have the numbers or we have the guns. And I am saying that is not ethical. The only ethical system is one that actually resolves the conflict instead of inducing the conflict. Voluntarism, the ability for me as an individual to work towards my own individual needs.
This is misdiagnosing the scenario to say that the problem is never solved. No, in the secondary scenario, it's just that you just incur more problems, but you get to solve the problem.
Yeah, well, hold on. If I kill the other guy, I have no problems because he's dead.
During the sharing process, a sharing of resources, there is a negotiation process that always goes. It must come to pass. There must be some sort of negotiation where people start to weigh the ups and downs of the scenario of which direction are we gonna go? Are we gonna go left and stay on the island, or are we gonna go right where you can go to the mainland and then potentially come back and get me? Right?
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
now you just come
like,
into more and more problems, so there's more and more innovation. In the first come, first serve. Yes, I agree with you that it may be more ethical to allow the firstborn, first come, first serve method where there's least amount of like conflict induced because the person who is first come and even in that, the first come first serve model, that person may not be the most. And I thought you were also into the free market as well, right? That first come first serve individual may not be the most able, most talented, most beneficial person, but for the group, they're only benefiting themselves. If that's what you're advocating for, good. That means the rest of the rest of the population does not flourish. Only the self flourishes. Only that individual
because
flourishes.
in a free market system, resources go towards their most valued means. Right. So if let's say I inherit $100,000 in, the anarchist, you can call it a utopia. I wouldn't, right? But let's say I inherit $100,000, right? Now, let's say I'm an idiot and I don't know what to do with this $100,000, or I inherit property worth $100,000. I can do with my property as I wish, but the tendency is always to go, well, not always, but the tendency is to go for resources to go towards their most valued means, right? Which is to say, if I value maintaining my land and keeping my land, then I value it and I want to keep it. Maybe it has sentimental value to me. It's difficult to describe what the value of the property that I used to hunt on, that my grandpa gave to me in his will when he died, right? Who are you to say that we need to build a highway on that land, and actually our collective desire for your land is worth more human flourishment than your desire to maintain nature and to have a balance with the forest and to occasionally go out and hunt the deer when they get too overpopulated and feed myself and to bring the earth oxygen. Like, I value this land.
Hold on.
And
None
nature
of that
deeply.
matters. None of that matters.
Manifest destiny was evil, right?
Well, hold on.
Manifest destiny was
Well,
evil.
that's not manifest destiny.
Right?
That's not manifest destiny. Manifest destiny is saying that humans have a God-given right to go out into the West and kill the fucking Indians and get the land and lay claim to homesteading their land. Like,
Listen,
there's
let me ask you a
aggression
question.
in that.
What if, like, we could solve poverty in the United States by invading other countries? We could just completely solve it. Everybody be rich. Poorest person tomorrow be like rich. Would you be like?
Well, no, I wouldn't agree to that. No.
I know you wouldn't agree to that. Is your name Azzy?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
What do you think? What would you be like? Fixed all the United States problems with like poverty. Like if we invaded, I don't know, Iran tomorrow.
Dude, you shouldn't have to think about this. What the fuck?
I should have to think about it, because if they're an enemy and they're burning and wasting their resources while other individuals could possibly benefit from those resources.
Because if you're okay with taxes,
think
what's the
about
difference between this and taxes, right? You know, like we're just
the difference is
okay with
taxation. Taxation is depending upon your state.
We're taxing
Another
Iran
state.
for existing where there's oil. You know, like
I'm not taxing
that's
Iran. I'm just
it's the same
raising. I'm either gonna raise it to the ground or I'm gonna integrate it into my system.
Or yeah, both is fine. Yeah, we should I agree. I knew we could make you a capitalist Republican yet. I had faith.
It's not
We go in
capitalism.
there, we're gonna get them. It is. It is.
No,
We
it's
go in
not.
there, we take their shit, and we build our shit there. I like it.
It's not
I'm with you.
we don't necessarily have to take
socialism.
anything either. We
It's
could
not
just,
socialism if I fucking sell it to Halliburton and they're doing it.
It's democratic socialism. Yeah.
It's not democratic socialism.
socialism.
It's private companies
It's a
that are
democratic
paying
republic,
politicians to get shit done. You know, they just happen to give them the
With
kickbacks.
social
It's
integration.
corruption, maybe.
Actually, if we want to be more accurate, it's a subset of socialism, fascism.
Exactly.
Like you're arguing
No,
for fascism.
It's not
I'm
necessarily
arguing
fascism.
for a
It's
corporate.
absolutely
a corporate,
fucking. You're
I'm
saying
arguing for
the
corporate-
state. You're saying the state is going to utilize its resources to create the new Gibeon empire, and the corporations
or
that
just the new
align
American
with the
empire.
state's interests and the corporations that align with the values of the Gibeon royal
How is
family
that any different
are
than
going to be
taxes?
allowed
Tell me how
to
it's different than
engage
taxes.
in a market.
Like, yeah, say like let me give you an example, right? So taxes
I
are
agree.
them
Taxes are theft.
Right, I agree. So okay, now I'm just gonna
aggression.
make this on the. I'm gonna go
Obviously,
on
it's
the
on
macro
a
scale.
larger
damn,
scale.
Damn, Iran, y'all got a lot of oil. Y'all been talking a lot of shit. Ooh, it'd suck if someone came and took that oil and just threw it over there, you know, and like we
Like
took
you're
it. Like,
unironically arguing in favor. You're unironically supporting my argument, right? Like they're just different forms.
I mean,
of
I already know that it's not socialism. It's not socialism. That is
Or
military capitalism.
there's a third option.
Militaristic capitalism.
There's a third option. We move in and integrate to their system.
Yeah,
and
we just like
flourish
take it
there.
over.
It's not
No.
necessarily. It's not necessarily.
I don't want to
taking
jerk
it
off to
over. It's
girls'
called-
fucking ankles. All right,
We
I don't wanna be in
we can
Iran.
Americanize them.
There's only three. It's either you leave it alone, you take it, or you integrate, and then there's subsets of the integration. Either we
There's a
integrate
fourth
into them,
option.
or they integrate into us.
There's a fourth option.
There's a whole bunch of options. We really want to dive into this, but yeah.
There's a fourth
There's a whole
option,
bunch of
which is
options, but I'm just
there's a
going
fourth
along
option.
with the.
The fourth option is the
scenario.
libertarian option, which is that we repeal all of the laws that are
You're not
regulating private
libertarian.
military contract.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
You're some.
all that. You know how much money? Nah.
It's meant-
I got way too much money in the military industrial complex to
He's
do
the
all
Grimm
that.
brothers, the Grimm brothers version of libertarianism.
I
He's
am
over here trying to take
libertarianism.
my money. This
I
guy's
am-
trying
hold
to
on.
take my
No,
money
no, no,
more
no,
than
no, no,
Biden's
no,
trying to take my money.
No,
This is
hold on, pause
bullshit.
real quick.
The libertarian.
You
model.
don't get to say that I'm not libertarian when you don't even know where the American version of libertarianism came from, who coined the phrase, and who stole it from Lage, when that is the European model of libertarianism. I understand that you're memeing, etc., but like, fuck you. I'm
Talking
gonna
about me?
keep my own terms,
Are you talking about me?
especially when I've read the literature that you haven't. Like, no
Are you,
offense,
I'm not. I
I'm a
know you're
libertarian.
Are you talking to me? I
as
know
he
you're
was saying, I'm not a
libertarian.
libertarian because I'm an
Me?
anarcho-capitalist.
I definitely
I
said,
said that?
you're like the Grimm brothers version of libertarianism. So I amended.
I am
it.
a libertarian, as Rothbard said when he claimed that he had stolen the term back to the American vein of anarcho-individualism that was the product of the marginal revolution in Austrian
I don't think anybody
economic
said you
theory
were a libertarian.
and the
Scott.
values of people like Benjamin Tucker, Lysander Spooner, Josiah Warren, Voltaire de Cleyre of the individualist form of anarchism in the 1800s, the late 1900s. Like, no, fuck you. I'm a libertarian. I know my shit. Don't tell me I'm not a libertarian.
I don't think anybody said you weren't.
He said I'm not a
But you
libertarian.
know-
And he said you're the Grimm brothers version of a libertarian. No, libertarianism is anarcho-capitalism. They are one and the same.
It also came. I don't know if I'm wrong. I thought it came from like a libertarian communist Marxist ideology.
Hold on, there's definitely libertarians of like a variety. Though.
And
Like
social,
libertarian-
and social, and
Yes,
social.
Like Jeff Munson's a libertarian.
Libertarian
He's like a socialist
socialist.
libertarian, though.
Libertarian socialism, or libsocs, right? The original usage of libertarianism was coined by Lage in Europe. Okay, and then it fell out of favor. Kropotkin never discussed libertarianism as a political philosophy. The second Black International never discussed it. It was
Right,
a
but
word
there's-
that had
so there's
completely
definitely
fallen
multiple
out of
forms of
favor.
libertarianism.
It was a word that had completely fallen out of favor. And in America, Murray Rothbard refound Benjamin Tucker's Liberty magazine in a library in New York that almost burned down to the ground, and was able to resurrect it and claim anarcho-capitalism as libertarianism. And he was the founder of the Libertarian Party in America. And the entire usage of the libertarian as a term to mean market freedom, capitalism, private property rights, etc., all stem from Murray Rothbard's philosophy.
Right,
of
but Scott, what I'm saying is
That's
like
what it is.
Right, I understand that, Scott, but this is what I'm saying right now. Like, there are definitely.
I know I'm being kind of
whether-
dickish, but I'm going to gatekeep my own terms because it's my ideology. and I'm
That's
fighting
fine,
for
but
it,
just
you know what I
hear
mean?
me out though. Like I'm not, yeah, and that's why I default to you most of the time when you, or however you want to describe yourself, right? I'm not really trying to nitpick words, but on this note, I will nitpick. I feel like Jeff Munson, very popular libertarian, he's a libsoc, right? Like now, whether or not you admit that that's actual libertarianism, that's definitely a form. It's just like Maoism is a form of communism, Stalinism is a form of they're like definitely all different little branches.
Yeah.
of the same
If
tree.
you
Now,
want to
even though
say that
you don't recognize-
libertarianism
you
has
won't recognize it as the appropriate kind, but you
Listen,
gotta say
if you-
that. Like,
hold on. I absolutely recognize that, especially in Europe, the term libertarian has a different context, right? Because it is referring to a different thing. I am not gatekeeping to such a degree that term. I don't like them using the term. I hope they stop using the term because I want my term to eventually win in the lexicon that is the vocabulary that we use to describe our ideology. But when someone says you're not a libertarian and then is referencing a European context that had fallen out of favor, and the only reason it has been resurrected was to combat American libertarianism, I'm going to go, no, fuck you, I'm a libertarian, right? And I'm not even trying to be a dick. I'm just fighting for my ideology. That is the whole purpose of my channel and what it is that I do in the
They
online
came
space.
first, man. They came first. All right.
Okay,
First
well,
of all, hold on.
socialism,
Thanks,
right? Let's look at
Shane. Stop the
socialism.
things, Shane.
Socialism was a term that existed before Marx ever wrote any of his theories. and it originally means to be against landed gentry and against the concept of monarchy. By that definition, I'm a socialist. So all you commies and all you Marxists and all you people that are pushing the shit, fuck you, my term came first. Or we can use anarchism. Anarchism was originally a pejorative used in England to describe people that were against the monarchy, that wanted democracy and wanted a system of a constitutional republic. And it is an insult against the concept of, so like everyone here that is for America as a constitutional republic thus must call themselves an anarchist. Words change fucking meanings. They fall out of favor. They get adopted, etc. Right? You have to fight to gatekeep what those words mean, especially when they involve in political ideologies. So I am an anarchist. I am a libertarian. I am an anarcho-capitalist. I am a voluntarist, and I will fight for me to be included in those terms and to gatekeep other motherfuckers that are just commie fucks out of it.
It's not.
You got your fist pump, Scott.
I'm
sorry,
like,
dude.
yeah,
The Trump thing. Trump owns it.
Fight,
Also, this used to mean
fight.
black power in the 1972 Summer
too.
Olympics when they held their fist up high when they held their fists up high to and raised their head to to protest the concept
I
of
thought it was
civil
Johnny
rights
Manziel.
and
He
blacks
was like,
being
"Yeah,
excluded in the 1972 Olympics, to state that instead of holding their head down and their hands over their hearts, they were going to raise their fist above. Right? That was one context of it. But you know what? Trump owns that shit now.
Well, he owns it till the next guy.
Trump does not.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he owns it till the next one. That's a good photo, though. Like that got him elected, I think. I mean, he owns the fight with the fist. Fight. That's his thing now. With
I'm gonna get out of here.
With the angel American flag. Yeah,
It's 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. I got to get out of here, chat. I got to get out of here, boys. It was nice meeting you, Azzy. I appreciate a lively conversation that actually allows people to expound upon ideas and theory. I know I'm a bit talkative and long-winded, and it can be problematic when people want to get in their voice. I apologize, sorta. I'm only somewhat apologizing for it because I want to win and I want my ideas to win.
No, I want to joke.
And I know you're getting tired
it's like
towards
Terrence
the end.
Howard.
But,
It's like Terrence Howard on Joe Rogan. And what was the guy's name? Well, you're teaching. Yeah, I'm gonna throw this chair if you keep teaching.
Eric Weinstein. Eric Weinstein being like,
Weinstein.
he's like, you
You're
didn't
teaching.
invent new math, dude.
You're teaching.
You didn't. Oh, bro, that
you
shit's
didn't
wild, bro.
You
The
didn't
four
invent
quadrants,
libertarianism. You're teaching. You're just. I'll be.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
be
my
around.
goal.
I'll play.
That's my no. I'm all for it, man. That's my ultimate goal, right? Like, is just sprinkle the seeds, right? Like great men plant seeds for trees of which the shade they will never sit in, right? Like that is my fucking goal. Is to
What the fuck did you just say?
So then you
Said
should be
great
happy with
men
resource
plant
sharing
seeds.
because you're
I said
sharing the
great-
resources. Knowledge is a resource.
Dude, I have no problem with voluntary sharing of resources. It's when you tell me that I better share
Hold
it
on.
or
you
else.
can't do. Have a good night, sir. You can't.
What do you mean?
You can't, Andrew,
I
have
gave
no
you a
problem
whole
with
fucking-
sharing
I gave-
resource as you
I
share
literally-
all your resources.
I gave you a whole fucking story about the Richmond Trade Association.
Yeah, you should have
and how
charged
one
me
can
and put
solve
me down
poverty.
the funnel.
Right, how one can make a profit off of solving the homeless crisis in a completely voluntary way that was more efficient than the state. Don't tell
Yeah,
me.
I wanted to
how
push
you
back
do
on
that.
that. We didn't even get to go into that. I have some questions about that shit.
You should have charged me on the leveled funnel for $9.99 for each level, and I get a complimentary notebook and T-shirt.
Absolutely. You know what? While we're talking about bridges and traffic, one of the problems with socialism and bridges that have been created in our public transit system and via our public highways is that it is illegal to charge based off of the time of day. And that causes so many problems. If you wanted to have an actual capitalist system, you would allow companies to build bridges, and what they would do is they would charge based off of the time of day. So during rush hour traffic, you would charge more for tolls, and during non-rush hour traffic, you would
They
charge
do
less
that.
for tolls. It is illegal in most states. There's a couple of states you can do it. I think Texas is one, New Jersey is one.
Well,
And there's
that fucking bully for us. Texans haven't shit figured out.
And
as
what
always.
this does,
Texas
and what
leading
this
the
does,
way.
right, and what this does is it means if I'm a person that doesn't actually need to go to work during rush hour traffic, I just want to go into town to shop, I might wait an hour and reduce traffic congestion on the bridge until the time that the tolls are cheaper. And what this does is this actually evenly distributes traffic so that bridges aren't clogged down based off of this rush hour system. Once again, socialism causing problems, and you present the capitalist system that would actually solve it and make the world a better place. I love that I've planted the seeds of capitalistic thought in your mind as you look at problems in a new
Thank
light.
you for sharing
I
that
appreciate
resource. You see the benefits?
I did it completely voluntarily in the most capitalistic way ever. And you know what? It was greedy of me. It was greedy of me. And Azzy, it was greedy of me, right? Because it's in my own rational self. It's in my own rational self-interest, but to plant these ideas and share these resources so that I can live in a better world that more aligns with my values. That's what greed is.
Well, no. I tricked you because you think it's for greed, but I asked for it. So in your
that's the beauty of capitalism is that voluntary trades both parties benefit.
You think you're
right, as opposed to socialism, where one steals from the other. Under capitalism, we both value. You tricked me. You say, but really, what it is that you valued some of that information.
Well, now he's got to come back and water the seeds. You know what I'm saying? You just got a taste of it today. You gotta get more later. You know, it's like a lesson. You like.
No,
I've
heard Fabian enough on panels all over.
Wait, see,
you say that, but I didn't just plant seeds in you, Azzy. I planted in Admiral Gibbs' audience. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that what we're doing for the rollout? Is that what we're doing for the rollout?
Well, I'm just doing the brush. He started doing it. It's like, oh, my beard's itchy. We gotta do this. We gotta
beard grooming for the rollout, boys. It's been a wonderful time meeting you.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get this part of this part connects.
I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how I had that problem. So this side was like that too. That's the thicker side. One blade razor. You shave it with no shaving cream, and you do it right there. If you for a few days, it'll irritate it and it'll make it start growing thicker.
Get the blood flow.
There you go,
boys. Maybe don't cut yourself, but it'll irritate. Yeah, you step up.
Yeah. All right. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah. The one blade. That's the key to get them connect. All right. What are we gonna do, boys? We're gonna do something here.
I got to figure out a way I need to set up a virtual cam. I really got to set up a virtual cam. Because this camera not working shit is gets weird. Why is it muted? Why am I not hearing music? What is happening? I was trying to have music for the rollout, get a chill vibe going while I say bye, Yeah, I had fun with the stream. It was good. What is that? Oh, I cut my media off. There we go. Oh, thanks for the follow, Azzy. Scott, in my dream, I loaned you my car, and the next time I saw you, you were getting arrested, and the car was wrecked. What gives? I'm sorry, buddy. I hope you had good insurance. And thanks for the follow on Twitter as well, Cancel the Communist. Appreciate it. I'll probably be back Wednesday. We'll see what happens. It might be Thursday. Hopefully I don't have any more family shit come up, but I'm definitely not going to be here tomorrow. Because this is an almost 8-hour stream. And I did a bunch of shit today. So it's been a busy day. I love you guys. Consider joining for, what is it, $3.99 for a membership? You don't really get anything other than emojis and a little badge. I'm not promising you anything. I don't want to defraud you in any way. But if you want to support the channel, go ahead and do that. I wish you could get rid of ads. That would be so God, just please do what fucking Twitch did and get rid of ads. Thanks for the emotes, sorority. Yeah. But you can always do it if you want. I appreciate you guys. But nevertheless, I'm going to get out of here. And I'll see you Wednesday or Thursday. Stay tuned. Join the Discord. Because that's where I put out my go lives. It's usually at around 7 o'clock, sometimes 8 o'clock. Somewhere between 7 and 8, 7:15 Tends to be my normal shit. But I'll definitely see you again on Monday, likely on Wednesday or Thursday. But thank you guys so much. I do miss the sound clips. I miss Twitch. I just, I'm worried that I'll go on Twitch and then I'll get banned from Twitch and then I won't be able to do panels or anything with people on Twitch, which is a pain in the ass. Right, like Tom Foolery was supposed to be on the show, but, Fanatic was like, ooh, you're banned from Twitch, aren't you? And then, like, Tom Foolery didn't show up. It's like, it's kind of problematic there. And I would go to Kick, but Kick is not a viable platform in the long term, as far as I'm concerned. Like, they don't have a really good TOS. They use Amazon Cloud Services, so it's fucking Twitch's backend anyways. So, they use fake numbers. They've set themselves up for gambling problems. Like EU regulation and shit like that. Like, I just don't think Kick is long for this world. Plus, they can't get rid of the fucking pedos. Keep getting fucking... I know they're not, like, trolling the playground, but they keep getting dudes in their 20s and 30s that are, like, going after 16, 17-year-old girls. Like, they're just not regulated very well. Twitch does have a lot of pedos. Check out BX Bullet's videos on that. You'll be able to see all kinds of work she's done. She's a fucking schizo, but she does good investigative work. Like, she's one of the few people I would say is, like, kind of an investigative journalist that was on Twitch. I think it's BX Bullet on Twitter. I'm not exactly sure. Might be like one off or whatever, but you'll see her. Like I said, she does some schizo posting for sure, but she's got some good stuff on that. She was a PI? Yeah, that makes sense. I've heard bad things about her, but I've heard bad things about literally everybody, so I don't know how much stock I put in all that shit. But she definitely has done some good work. But I'll see you guys Wednesday. I guess tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow night, technically. Because it's well into, no matter where you are in the U.S., it's now officially fucking 23rd. Pi 314? No, PI, private investigator. All right, boys, I'm going to get out of here. Y'all have